All right. Good evening, everybody.
I feel so unsatisfied, by the way, by that intro. I'm sorry to say.
I don't know how to follow that.
It was just like Happy Halloween and this really serene like music, and I'm like, okay, yeah, all right. Let's pick it up. And then...
I don't have like okay. So you're saying I need a new Halloween intro?
I think so, because now you've got like the jump scare was us coming on the screen, which admittedly works, but
because I have the pump you up intro for the Stage of Reason. Like that one's awesome. It's like space and like the zooming through and then the booming bass and everything. And, you know, I got that cool shit going on, but I haven't updated the Halloween intro in a while, but okay. I will update the Halloween intro for 2026. I promise you that. Welcome everybody.
God damn it.
Welcome everybody. Welcome to the annual Halloween stream that I do here on Bridge the Divide. This is the fourth Halloween stream. So ever since I started doing this, I don't miss a year. So this is a lot of fun. And you see, we have special guests. So to introduce my special guest, you all know this guy down below here, my bottom.
Hello.
Okay. Is Johnny O who's a good friend of the channel, good friend of mine. We've been working together for a long time, former co-host of the Week in Horror podcast, fellow filmmaker. So we got a lot of irons in the fire, got a bunch of cool stuff that we're working on. So thank you for hanging out, Johnny.
Let us know in the chat if you want Week in Horror to come back.
That would be such an endeavor, dude. It would be such an endeavor. And of course,
you say endeavor, I hear more stress on my plate. That's what I hear.
Okay. Hang on a second. Hold up a sec. Okay, so next to me is Andrew O. Who's a good friend from Discord, big supporter of the channel, who's been hanging out in the debate spaces. Appreciate you being here, Andrew. And of course, down there in the corner, the most American of us all, Leo Filius is here as well. And we may have Leo Filius O.
Hey, I like what's going on here. JL, you need one.
JLO.
JLo. I can't be JLo.
No, it's not JLo.
I have the badonkadonk, but I don't have the top. I can't.
You just need to put an O after the dot, and you need to do it. You have to do it. Everybody's doing it. You have to do it.
So thank you everybody for being here. I appreciate you hanging out. We may have another guest popping by later. They have a link. We talked about it earlier, but the scheduling wise, I know that a bummer Jefferson Spatchcock might be in the live chat, or he might be in the chat. It might pop by. He got bronchitis, unfortunately, so he was unable to join us. He got sick all of a sudden, and so he's resting up, and hopefully he might be listening in. So we'll see. But I hope you feel better, Jefferson. I appreciate you. Appreciate you letting me know. So, but yes, this is the annual Halloween stream. So I got all kinds of stuff going on. Got some special guests here because we have something special planned. Tricks and treats. It's going to be a blast. So before we get started, I'm going to say, Andrew, can you hear us?
He's left the building.
Yep, all good.
Oh, there he is.
Okay, just making sure that you're there.
See, again, we have to commit to the bit. Golly, we talked about this already.
So to say hi to everybody, Peter Collings 484 was first in there. So sadly, I will be fast asleep when this starts, but I just want to wish you all a wonderful Halloween. Have an amazing stream. I will be watching this morning. Enjoy. Thank you so much, Peter. Do appreciate that. Steve Weber, good to see you as well. Dragon Sword Kata, good to see you. Erica, it's good to see you. Jay Verse as well. Rasheen, hello. And Rodent No Less Name 6612 is here. Rodent, good to see you. Says Spoopy. Yep, it's that spooky time of year. Jessica Transmetal Alchemist is here. Good to see you, Jessica. As well as Wicked Pissa. Wicked Pissa, good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Matthew Mulkeen, thank you for hanging out. Liz as well, good to see you. Who else do we have? Make sure we got everybody. Make sure we got everyone. Jinx, Jinju is here. Good to see you, Jinju. And Donnie, good to see you as well. Ollie Man, all the way from the Great White North. Good to see you, bud. Elbows up, Canada.
Whoa. Elbows up.
And Rachel Babes, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. I think I got everybody for right now. Hopefully we'll get some more people popping in.
Can I bring everybody down and just complain for a second?
Yes,
feel
free.
I hate what YouTube has done, where it now reads @ in your sort of handle, I guess you would call it, rather than the actual channel name, like they used to do. That's the one that displays for everybody to see. I just don't get it, man. I don't get why these social media platforms are like, hey, what's the dumbest shit we could possibly do? And then let's do it. It blows my mind.
Well, hang on. The dumbest shit that social media could have done was allow Twitter to go to where it went. That was the dumbest shit.
Yeah, that was the dumbest. God. That was bad. That was bad.
And as somebody who's been on it since that happened, let me tell you, it's been fucking.
I was
never the cesspool of shit that is the right wing.
I had to go.
Always a cesspool. Twitter was always a cesspool.
But it wasn't this bad.
Yeah, you're not the first person who's had that raving.
The fact that the drop has been so noticeable when Twitter was already kind of sort of there, like that tells you how bad things have gotten.
It was when Twitter started feeling like
racism.
When Twitter started feeling like you're in prison and hanging out in the Aryan corner of the yard, and I couldn't deal with it anymore because like I don't want to be a part of this group. The shit that you're sharing is insane because if I go to the only other part of the yard for Twitter is the CP yard. So that's all there is Aryan, like white supremacist, that crap. And then the CP stuff. And it's kind of like, this is the worst prison ever.
Profile.
Yeah. And TikTok is going that way too. I don't know if you guys do TikTok or whatnot, but every now and again, my daughter will send me like, oh, look at this funny dog TikTok or whatever. And I'll watch it like, oh, that's great. And I'll, go to the FYP. Then it's all this fucking like, pro-Trump shit. I'm like, how did I get on the fucking red TikTok? I don't understand the algorithm here. I was just looking at a dog video about a dog putting on a Halloween costume, and now I got to fucking,
Oh, you like dogs? Do you like big pick 'em up trucks too? Like them big old American flags? And do you like your shotgun? You do a little hunting. Maybe you like Trump too, huh? Let's throw him in the mix.
Hang on a second there, Leoff. You've got the gigantic flag behind you, sir. So TikTok is coming for you next.
I'm telling you, you go
it
one
is a 48
video
state star flag, so
you go one video with birds with like parakeets and parrots making funny noises and mimicking their owners, and the next video is like, so you like parrots, huh? You must love Christian nationalism. I'm like, no.
Right. Yeah. Your algorithm. I don't understand, right? Because that's like the big thing with the whole TikTok thing and ByteDance and all that stuff. Well, not ByteDance, but TikTok. It's like the whole we want to sell it, but the people who want to buy it want to buy the algorithm, and we're not going to sell the algorithm. I'm thinking, That algorithm is fucking garbage. Why is that the thing?
Dude, YouTube runs Steven Crowder mid-rolls during my fucking content. So I got all the fucking right side shit playing. I can't tell you how many comments I get. It was like, do you know there's like, advertisements for the fucking Ark Encounter running on your shit? And I'm like, I don't know what to do.
Well, okay, but that's because you do the kind of content you do. The Ark Encounter, that makes sense to me, right? Because you are, an atheist enabler.
I am. What was it? What was the word that the Cheeto in chief had for us? We are terrorist adjacent. Is what we are. So that is apparently what we are now.
Yeah.
Well, I'm already like a senior terrorist because I am, in fact, I must say,
you have too many checks against you already.
Yeah.
I am, in fact, the CFO of Antifa Inc. So that makes me a very high level terrorist. So we are an organization, and I am the CFO. I just wanted to put that out there so everybody knows. Terrorism is our business. We love our leftist terrorism. Shooting them in the neck. That's what we do.
I think the funniest part about what's going on right now is Andrew up here, who's like, "What the fuck did I get?"
And Andrew, you were worried. Oh. You were concerned.
No, that may not be what you're actually thinking, but your face definitely says, "Why am I here now?"
Oh no! Oh, believe me, I know why I'm here. And JL knows why I'm here.
It's going to be good stuff.
This is happy fun time.
We all just got put on a list.
It's going to be good stuff. So like I said, I've got a bunch of cool stuff lined up. And first and foremost, obviously Halloween. My favorite time. This is my favorite time of year. I love the transition from Samhain. Yeah. So I love the transition from summer to, especially because I lived in Texas for 30 years. Now I'm in Oklahoma, and the transition from summer to winter is always really, really nice. I just love that time of year.
Yeah.
And you can always tell in Oklahoma because the winds come sweeping down the plains here.
Fuck off.
Sorry, but you can always tell when it's coming in. So I love this. Like I said, I love this time of year. It's my favorite holiday. It's the best holiday of all the holidays. And I know that a lot of people out there feel the same way. So as I put out little polls and everything, I just wanted to ask y'all, as far as, we're all of you big Halloween. I know you are, Johnny, big Halloween fan. Were you, Andrew and Leo, were you big Halloween fans?
No, I like the 4th of July because it's hot as fuck outside, and I can just not wear a shirt if I don't want to because it's nice outside and everything is green and there are colors and it's warm and there's life and you can drink beer outside and not freeze your balls off and it's warm. So I
take it you don't like the cold.
Every day where it's above 80 degrees is a holiday for me. Okay.
I have to ask, at what part of the Midwest do you live where everything is fucking green? Because here in the summertime, everything is brown.
Yeah.
I live in Iowa.
Oh fuck. I don't know how you do it.
He's
in a bunker right now, aren't you?
Remember who he is. He's embedded right now. We have him behind enemy lines.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
They haven't figured me out yet.
It's a good bunker.
In fact, I have a disguise that I wear.
I know another terrorist who was in a bunker, but he didn't leave in good shape.
Oh no!
I even got a disguise.
That's right. Everybody, reset your Godwin's law counter. 0 days since last offense.
Oh no!
I figured I'd get us off to an early start.
Fuck it, we're here.
You need a piece of straw to chew on.
I do, but I do have a corncob pie.
You fucking hayseed.
Look, when you're this guy's complexion, I'm
gonna go back
in the state that he's in. And I don't mean like metaphysical state. I mean the actual physical state. You gotta blend in the best you can. Fuck. You better have some like diamondback rattlesnake skin boots, some chaps.
No, I do have a pair of Twisted X boots though. Square toe.
Oh no!
Now square toe.
Make sure those aren't assless chaps, okay? Because
okay, look. First and foremost, there's no such thing as assless chaps.
There's
just chaps.
There's just chaps.
Because
ass.
chaps with ass on them are called pants.
They're fucking jeans. Oh yes, Halloween. Yeah, Halloween room talk to a degree, Matthew. Good to see some more people popping in. And Jared, good to see you. When you move to Oklahoma, are you required to learn all the songs in Oklahoma? No, it just kind of comes as it's like, okay, so my wife is originally from Oklahoma. She's born and raised here. And I was born and raised in California, moved to Texas, was in Texas for 30 years, and then I came up here. So, but living in Texas, you have the Oklahoma, you have the Red River rivalry, which is like, the Oklahoma, OSU, and OSU
really quick,
UT rivalry going on.
Anybody else find it hilarious that two of the least educated states in the world have a rivalry between two institutions of education?
Yes. One at the bottom of the barrel. Absolutely just terrible.
Can I ask quickly, how long have you lived in Oklahoma for? Like since what year?
We came here, let's see, 20. You've
been there 5 years now,
fucking loose. I think 5 years now. Yeah. I think it was like back half of 2020 is when we came up.
Okay.
Because I was moving up here when we were doing Week in Horror, and that was one of the few times I actually had to take a night off, is because I was in the middle of moving up, but I was in the live chat, I was listening. I remember that night driving up, hauling a bunch of stuff, and I was driving, listening to Johnny and Eugene and Alex run the show, and I was like,
"Oh shit!
There's a reason why in 5 years I took 3 shows off."
Oh, get fucked! It was a great show. It's one of our most watched shows, by the way.
It was up there. All right, so
Leo, turn off your autofocus. Go into your logic.
Do I have an autofocus on?
Yeah.
I thought it.
No. Leo's naturally blurry.
No,
he's a cryptid. He's a cryptid.
I gotta keep my identity. Let me. I forgot to use my voice. I gotta keep my identity under wraps. Don't want the evil government to come get me.
The only way you could have made that better is if you did it in Morse code like RFK Jr.
Dude, from what I've seen of the ICE agents, all you have to do is run at least a 5-minute 40, and they won't be able to catch you. You'd be like,
you could walk. I could get away from ICE.
And with the way they're falling all over themselves and eating shit all the time, it's like,
Jesus Christ.
All you got to do is get loose, and you're good to go.
Oh no, we gentlemen, we have to put your make sure your pinkies are out whenever we drink now.
PhD Tony's in the house. Good to see you, PhD Tony. Greetings to you. Yes, Jessica said Leo is dressed up as Bigfoot lost footage. That is Leo's costume tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Vert to Ferk, happy Halloween to you. Armageddon's Fire, good to see you. Good day to you. And WCS is like kind of like the Keystone Cops. Oh, yes. Very much so. Very much so. And sure, I can get away from heist and I use a walker.
Yeah.
I have seen that video of that one ICE agent eating shit, or like the one. There was one with the person just fell down. There was another one that literally looked like he fell and looked like he fucked his leg up, like he tore his ACL or some shit. Like he went down hard. Like what are these guys doing?
I don't generally celebrate people getting hurt, but fuck those guys.
I don't have no problem. Well, true. I'll agree with that. I don't celebrate.
Wait, who are we fucking?
ICE.
Well, wait till we get off stream, buddy.
The friction will melt it. That's what they call me. Ice melt. That's my code name. Ice melt. Mm-hmm. If things get a little too slippery out there, they just toss a little ice melt. That clears everything up right quick.
So I've got a couple of things lined up for tonight. Now that we've got a bunch of people here, I see a bunch of Dib is here. Good to see you, Dib. Thanks so much for hanging out. All right, so I've got.
Roisin says, if you hate paper straws and taking your shoes off before boarding a plane, you're having the best year right now.
Okay, no, I gotta. Oh Jesus!
We don't believe in that over here.
I gotta say something about this name here, Dib. I see what you did with that name. I see the symmetry. I see how that mirrors. You're not fooling anybody. I saw that. I see that right now.
Uh-oh.
I'm on to you.
No, you're just reading it backwards.
Bid.
Dib. No, with the dib and then the underscore and then the dib, the B and the D from the end of Dib, the first one, to the start of the second one. Yeah, you can see it's mirrored.
It's a palindrome.
Well, no. Well, I mean,
it's like mirror images of each other, right?
Like it almost looks like a face.
Like I said, you're reading it backwards.
Oh. Do you see what? Oh, do you see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? Probing time 666 here. Good to see you. Says, damn, I had this queued up ready to go and still missed the start. Hello, everybody. Good to see you. Probing. You haven't missed much. We've just been shooting the shit while we're getting set up and everybody's kind of filing in. So I've got some stuff lined up. I have spooky vids, and then of course I have something that I wanted to chat about, which is very, very Halloween themed. But the spooky vids is for debunking. Okay, so, but I think
actual spooky vids, like no Meat Canyon.
No, nothing like that. I can't. This is stuff that is out there that I was able to clip, and we can go through and check it out. I got it all set up.
Spoiler alert: all of them are fake.
You don't have to shit on it like that.
Why the fuck did you bring me here?
So
you've forgotten?
So
this is why we need to do Week in Horror again, so you can be reminded.
So obviously you can see why Week in Horror ended
forgotten who I am.
5 years. All right. Let's see if I can get this. Let's check this out. We'll do this first.
Tony said that you should have been the resident psychic on.
You missed the psychic stream on Culture Cats. We could have used your expertise.
Yeah, as a spirit guide, because electrons causing ghosts and whatnot.
You know how old that joke is at this point?
It's old.
That's 4 Beardsmen of the Apocalypse old.
Yeah, I know. It's still good though.
That's old.
It's still good because it gave us Krakatoni.
It did. It gave us Krakatoni. This is true. It gave us, yes, I fucking can. That's what it gave us.
Yep.
All right. Let me go to. And it's still funny. Fuck you, Tony.
Funny.
Fuck you.
Look at Tony. See, everybody never gets old. See,
fucking Tony. All right. Let me cue this up. All right. So, get my mouse right. Here we go. So, I have a compilation. We're going to kick things off with this compilation of spooky vids. And we can pause, we can check it out, we can look, provide explanation like that. Or if we can't find an explanation, we definitely can point that out. But this is some of the best that I found, and I did a lot of hunting because there was a lot of shit out there that is really, really terrible. As cameras invariably get better, it's really hard to mask stuff with low quality. So this is some of the best stuff. Likely, Jessica, it's likely spoopy. Likely.
Yes, it's all the above.
Yeah. So, but I have edited this, so it's all set. There's a little bit of background music because people try to spice up their shit, but I tried to get it as clean as possible, and I did some dividers and stuff like that. So, but here we go. And I can provide a little bit of context going in. So this one is, I don't think this one needs an explanation. It's a woman who hears a voice in her house. So I'll just let it play, and then we can check it out.
Oh, hey! Jackie? Hi. Okay, I'm gonna go back to sleep.
Right, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep, perfectly logical. Okay,
so,
did anybody else not hear the voice?
I heard the voice.
I heard the hi.
Yeah.
I was waiting
that was her.
You gonna share them Cheerios?
This is obviously me at 3 in the morning.
Oh, hey!
So
that didn't sound like somebody saying hi. It sounded like she farted and scared the shit out of herself.
But she looked out, I was like, what?
Yeah, whoa.
The one thing that gets me is, and this always bothers me, look the placement of the camera. And maybe I've spent too many years behind the camera myself, like on movie sets and how we set things up. But the placement of that camera is very, very weird, simply because of where it is. I mean, security-wise, I don't think this is very, very good, but it feels very.
The first place people are going to go when they break into the house is this shitty kitchen. That's where, obviously that's where all their money is, in this kitchen.
And she's heading towards the back to go back to the bedroom. So obviously the front of the house is over on this side. The front of the house is towards that side. So I always the placement of the camera always gets me. It's definitely not a security cam. Why is the camera there? I have to ask. And then of course this kind of exchange.
Jackie.
And so apparently Jackie is her roommate. That's the context that I got from this particular video. Jackie, she heard a voice and thought it was her roommate Jackie, but when she got up, there was nobody there.
Hi.
Although I can't explain why she says that. Or maybe she's saying it out loud.
I think she's telling people her current state of mind.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to sleep.
That's just funny to me because that's almost too well written in the sense is like where he's kind of like that's very Jurassic Park. That's Nedry. Okay, gotta go. You know.
Okay, did you hear that little clicking noise?
Yeah, it's a dog.
Yeah, I was gonna say it sounds like a dog. So there's your explanation. Dog farted, scared the shit out of her. And now she's taking her Cheerios.
I don't know if it was a fart, but definitely I think
highly plausible.
But a highly plausible fart.
Yeah, just the way it is like it was a squeak sound at the start.
Yeah,
let's do it one more time.
Jackie. Oh, Jesus!
Yeah, that sounds like a fart.
Jesus!
Oh, Jesus! Oh, God heavens!
Oh, Jesus!
Okay, once you get I think the high is on the screen to kind of anchor you to the sound. Otherwise, it's like something scraping, like something moving.
That's the dog.
The dog?
Yeah, that's the dog. It's
okay.
That's what we're hearing. We're meant to believe that, or yeah, that's the dog.
Okay, so we definitely say spoopy on this one.
Definitely the poop part.
Yeah.
Okay, this guy does urban exploration, so I think that's pretty much all. He's in a spooky place already. Now, already it's problematic because shadows, the way the light is focused, your brain is naturally going to try and fill shit in to like see stuff.
And now we have the professional camera crew behind him.
Estoy muy saqueado, güey. Muy saqueado.
Johnny, you can translate, right?
It's translated on the screen for you.
¡A la madre!
I think that was the camera guy.
Creo que lo vi, güey. Creo que lo capté. Creo que yo lo capté con mi cámara, güey.
That's a miscorrect. He actually says, I think I caught it on my camera full.
Oh, because he said way at the end?
Yeah.
I like this. Jessica says, these searching abandoned buildings videos such a treasure trove of cringy acting.
Yep.
Good to see you find us plugins. Thanks so much for being here.
No mames. Lo que sea que hay aquí puede tocar de nuevo, puedes golpear de nuevo.
Whoa.
Puedes seguir golpeando.
What'd he say? What'd he say?
Whoa. No, he asked if he could touch again. I'm like, maybe you need to, like the So the translation is not terrible. It's just not good. Because the way the translation makes it sound, it just, I don't know, for me it's weird. Can
What's
you touch
the
again? Like,
what does the graffiti say?
Yes, sir, Pa.
Okay.
Sure.
Well, it's your people, so.
Fuck off.
¿Puedes moverlo de nuevo? No te pases de lanza, güey.
Yeah, why not? Why didn't we go to the other camera?
¿Qué pedo, güey?
That's it.
So yeah, and the thing that got me is I don't like. Obviously, I think it's problematic that the thing slid out from the bottom.
Yeah, that's a string trick.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would never. The idea of these is not because you like something supernatural, but
¿Hay
running into,
algo
like
o
crazy
alguien que
homeless
habite
people.
este lugar?
Yeah. Squatters or whatever they call them.
Yeah.
And no telling
¿Hay
what kind of
alguna
shit you're
entidad
breathing
que
in
habite
there.
este lugar? ¿Algún espíritu?
Yeah, Nerd Journal. Tetanus
Yeah.
is the scariest shit in there.
¿Hay algo o alguien que habite este lugar? Ah, no mames. No mames, no mames. Cámara 2. Cámara 2, güey. Se vio algo allá, se vio algo allá. ¡Hola!
And
Okay,
that's where
so
we stopped the thing. Just as it's getting good, we end the movie. What the fuck?
¿Hay alguna entidad que habite este
so
lugar?
it's really, really small.
¿Algún espíritu?
Call those raccoons. Raccoon get on the porch. Mom just shoots them off with the
¿Hay algo
Ghost of asbestos past.
o alguien que habite este lugar?
Okay, so it's right when he puts the flashlight, when he puts the light up in that alcove.
Ah, no mames.
Right there.
No mames, no mames.
Yeah,
Cámara
right.
2.
That's like a
Come
cat or something.
I think it's a person.
Could be.
I think it's just a person moving in that area. No, but I didn't think cat, but it could have been a cat. But I think there's obviously a person there, and they just moving along, and then that's all there is to react to.
2, güey. Se vio algo allá, se vio algo allá. ¡Hola!
Okay, so this one is objects. What is supposed to be.
Hang on a second. I want to go back to the second one. This was so I'm just so disappointed. This is why I don't like found footage movies, by the way. They're fucking hot garbage.
O alguien que habite.
I'm supposed to be afraid of a
Este
board
lugar.
that moves in a shadow. Get fucked.
I think it's
No
atmospheric.
mames, no mames. Cámara 2. Cámara 2, güey. Se vio algo allá, se vio algo allá. ¡Hola!
And that's my thing, Johnny. You put us in this situation, and Andrew, I want you. Leo, want you like we're in this situation. We see something. It's not one of us. Do we go and investigate immediately?
No, because it's probably a fucking crackhead. I'm
That
out.
depends. Do I have any weapons on me?
We would not go into a place to do this kind of shit without some sort of defense. That's just dumb.
Okay, then yeah, I'll go investigate.
We got our proton packs, baby.
You goddamn right.
Yeah, dude, my proton pack is my bear mace. That's what it is.
So
Go get her,
Andrew's
Ray.
like, this is what happened. Andrew up there is like, yeah, I'm doing it because I'm white. I'm safe in the horror films. First person going.
I can do whatever. I'm white.
He's got
Yeah,
plot armor.
this isn't this isn't like that shark movie where it's like, ain't no way a brother's making out of this kind of thing alive.
And they picked the worst one in Deep Blue Sea to make it out. I wanted him to die so
Exactly.
bad.
LL Cool J?
Yes.
Damn straight.
Damn. But LL Cool J beat Michael Myers too.
I just remember like the other comedies kept going like, man, if I was in one of like those movies, like those kids are just so easy to kill.
Yeah.
It's like, anybody here? I'm gonna get naked and get in the bath alone.
All right, this one is an encounter
Working
at, I believe
on the night moves.
Yeah, I like it. Oh, for fuck's sake! If this is like the hamper moves or some dumb shit.
That's what they call me, the knot mover.
The door opened, guys. The door opened. It's because he's sleeping with his foot out over the covers.
It's gonna come and tickle your toes.
Do the hamper move? Fuck off.
Anybody else
R2D2's new
see what
job.
looks like feet at the bottom of that thing?
the rollers.
Is that what that is?
I think
they swung out. If that's the case,
yeah, I think it's on casters, and I think you're right. They did swing out. It's funny how they never moved. I mean, obviously, it always has to follow the rules of physics. But when it's like you think with ghostly stuff, it'd be like pick it up, do something funny, make it spin on one caster or something crazy like that. But no, it's always looking like it's being pulled by something, and it has to abide by that.
Yeah, and Jer asked a great question. Who are these people that are recording themselves sleeping?
Who deliberately put a camera
Night
up
of the
right
living
there?
Hamper. It's coming to eat you.
No, it's basket case. Yeah, that's where we're at.
You have put one too many crusty socks in that hamper.
Okay,
buddy.
see,
It's
yeah,
coming for
Andrew,
revenge.
you're right. It's swung.
Yeah, it's being pulled by a fucking string. Or they just put a shitty Roomba underneath it. Like, hey, here we go.
yeah. So what fell off the mantle there? I'm wondering if there's a string that pulled something else from behind it.
Yeah, yes, it's yes.
So
as the can moves, watch for the book falling.
Yep.
Watch for the timing and the relative speed difference. That'll tell
And
me if
PhD
it's
Tony's
string.
calling you out in the comments.
Yeah, I saw that. What's up, Welchie? Good to see you. Only man on the internet never make a bet with. Good to see you, bud. D&D mimic. And then they moved independent of each other. There might have been two strings.
Yeah, the book moved before the last lurch.
Yeah.
PhD Tony. Look, maybe it's just Ghost who sucks at being intimidating.
Right.
Maybe it's the ghost that comes to tell you, hey, it's time to do your laundry.
Right.
Yo, I can see the ghost. Yo, this shit, you got to handle it.
Right.
It's stinky.
Or they need to talk to the contractor for how unleveled that fucking room is.
I mean, right? Because doors will do that when they're not leveled. So there you are.
Actually, can we get the very start of it?
It has to be.
Yeah, I want that
Ghost,
first cut.
by
I
the
want to
way.
see if that handle moved.
I don't think it did. That's a good catch.
Yeah.
No, it didn't.
I don't remember the handle pulling down, so I'm kind of wondering.
The door's already kind of open.
That door's already kind of open, yeah.
Is it? Oh, is it a little ajar?
I think it was. Yeah, if you look at it compared to the other one, look at the doors are the same model, and if you go, shut up, guys. The doors are the same model, and look at that door that's closed over there. You can actually see the skid plate is visible by the lock. The plate with the lock.
Yeah, that could just be angles here, but at the end of the day, that door is still open because there's.
I don't know. That one's angled away.
That's a bigger crack.
Close. It's a close call.
That one's angled away, and you can see the skid plate there, but this one is facing more towards it, and you can't see it. So I think it is definitely ajar.
At the end of the day, a fucking scotch tape over the tongue takes care of that shit.
That would explain more of a setup in a way.
Yeah.
Otherwise, ghosts are only working the little latch part independently because that's how they work naturally.
Right, because ghosts have to open the door to let themselves in the room. They can't just
Right, just pass through a door. Yeah. Well, they are just unexplained energy.
Oh shit!
I'll lean into that shit. Come on.
You should.
Yeah, and the book and the hamper move independently of each other.
Yeah, it's just a couple of strings.
And the way it kicks over on the rear side. Ghost seeks revenge? Nah, rearrange furniture. It's a dead interior decorator.
How dare you put the bed over there, you son of a bitch.
Your feng shui is off. That's why I'm trapped. So I think we can chalk this one up. Strings, bad tricks.
Yeah.
Oh, in the basement.
Oh,
my
no.
favorite place to
Can't believe
be.
you have me recording this.
Oh,
do I
of
know?
course, we have
You
to
don't know.
do the
What if something
reluctant
happens?
videographer. I can't believe it. Like, I'm the skeptic, and I'm going to get
And it's
scared.
it's always the classic wife. Oh my god, you gotta check this out. And the skeptical husband. All right, let me pull a wife off.
Right.
Ever since 1993, you have to have the Scully and Mulder dynamic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can explain that?
That's why I'm tired.
Yeah, exactly.
This is the 50th freaking night in a row. Something's happened.
I think you're exaggerating.
God.
Look, it's a basement.
Fucking clean your basement. Jesus
Fucking clean
Christ.
it, man. There's too many places for you to hide shit.
I know what's causing this one. The fucking rat.
Yeah.
It's a broken frame.
Yeah, that happens. What the f?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
This could be him pranking her.
Okay, we need to go. Go.
Oh, where?
Go upstairs. Go upstairs. Gee, go upstairs. Go upstairs. Go upstairs. Go.
Oh!
Go upstairs.
Oh my days.
Where on the doll did the man touch you?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. Angelfish 8219 for $10. Thank you
Ten
for
bomb.
that. Says if the
Sorry,
ghost
that
can
was
open
kinda low.
doors, knock over books, and move bins, why wouldn't the ghost try to communicate with the person via the same physical manipulation of the environment? Write a note or something.
What I'm like absolutely just the thing that blows my mind the most is ghosts are supposed to be these non-physical things. Why do they obey the Pauli exclusion principle such that they can exert forces on macro scale objects and move them? How
Okay,
does that work?
you said a lot of intelligent words that people who make these videos don't understand.
So, like, your hand doesn't go through stuff when you touch it because of a funny little thing in quantum mechanics called the Pauli exclusion principle. Electrons don't like to be bunched up. They don't like to touch each other. They just don't like that. So the electrons in your hand and the electrons in, say, a table when you touch it are like, ew, no. So your hand doesn't go through the table. And that is why you can exert a force on something and, say, push it, is because of that. Your hand doesn't just go through it. The force is applied to the object and moves it. Why
Did you
would
not-
non-physical ghosts obey this? Like, I
Did
don't
you
get it.
not see the movie Ghost where it was 100% explained that you just have to be angry?
Oh yeah, you just gotta be.
Gotta be mad. Gotta
If
get
you're
you
mad, you can
freaking
kick the
pissed, man.
cans and flick the things, but you can't.
You're trying to
smoke a
push it with your
cigarette.
finger. You can't push it with your finger. You're dead. I fucking love that dude. I loved him so
Yeah.
much. PhD Tony, that is so insensitive to discorporeal dyslexia. Oh,
Yeah, see, Dib brings up an interesting point here. I would argue and counter your argument, Leo, that I don't think the electrons are acting against each other because somehow, as if like some weird magnetic attraction, my foot always manages to find the thing to stub my toe on.
Mm-hmm.
good point.
So
That's referred to as Alden's law.
you know what? I don't like you right now.
So obviously we have the dynamic to set it up. I think this is very much filmmaking from the jump, and I do agree with Jessica on this one. D for the acting, not great. Why she's down there in the basement with all that shit, knowing all the shit's in there in her bare feet, I have no idea. I would never go into a basement. Like, I would never go into my garage with bare feet. That's just, unless I set it up specifically to go into that space, because that's just me. Or maybe they're just, whatever. But
never carpeted your garage before, JL?
No.
Yeah.
Hey,
makes oil changes comfortable.
Yeah, that happens.
And we don't see, obviously, there's something that fell.
I'm not sure about that. Actually, I might wonder if that's a mouse trap going off. It's
right.
Like a flip sound.
Let's see again. And he didn't turn the camera when the sound went.
Yeah, that happens.
We don't even see anything.
I got a suspicion there's a mouse trap and it possibly flipped.
I got a suspicion these people are full of shit.
Now there does look to be something that something moves along the floor once they're backing out, but it's really quick. Over here on the right-hand side of the frame.
Okay, we need to go. Go.
Oh, where?
Go upstairs. Go upstairs.
Go where?
Gee, go upstairs. Go upstairs. Go upstairs. Go.
Oh, yeah, something moved there.
Yeah. I think there's a third. I'm gonna guess. I think there's a third person in the basement.
Oh, hold on. I saw something on the floor there, though. Right as she was turning around, coming upwards.
Gee.
Okay, watch for a dark spot.
Go upstairs. Go upstairs.
Wait. Look what's sliding.
The frame right there.
Yeah, right in the middle of that square thing.
Yeah,
it moved.
And they were all dragging in the same direction, though.
Yeah, it was going kind of diagonal across.
Right, to the area where we couldn't see because the light was off when he had the phone there. And then when he turned the phone towards her, that's when the light came on to reveal her in frame. But the things are all moving to the area that we never saw on the camera. And only when the camera's there, the lights are off and it was all dark.
Yeah.
I think it's a setup. I think there's someone off and they're just pulling that shit along. So I think it is set up.
Left-Handed Jedi, I think, has nailed it. The plot twist. That is her boyfriend trapped in the basement.
Oh, her real boyfriend?
Ooh.
Plot twist. I love it how she's like, we need to go, and the dude's like, go where? What do you mean go where? The fucking
upstairs.
Go upstairs.
All right. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that feels very set up. I didn't like the fact that the objects that we glimpsed moving and it didn't seem very well. We're all moving in the same direction. So
right. I got to say that we're talking about the setup and that needs better editing was one of the comments. And that's kind of where I don't like the most boring fucking movies I've ever seen have been those dumbass Paranormal Activity bullshits. Cause we're watching watching this fucking surveillance footage. Like, hey, this is great. Usually they pay a guy fucking for 8 hours a day, $10 an hour to look at this dumb shit. This is so fucking boring. Why do I got to pay whatever it is to watch this idiotic fucking movie? It's so bad.
You don't look at it from our perspective. It's $270 million on a $15,000 budget, dude.
No, I see it on that. Right? And yes, 100%. Look, if somebody said here's 10 grand, can you make a banger of a movie that's going to make a lot of money? I'm like, yeah, it's going to be something that is soul sucking, but I'll fucking do it. But yeah, it's terrible.
Right. So this one obviously, I think, explains itself.
Yeah. It's a terrible paranormal copy.
What was it that you told me earlier about your doll?
When I play hide and seek with my doll, it moves.
You said it moves?
Little kids tell the truth all the time.
That doll? This doll?
Yeah.
Why is the fucking thing just sitting in the middle of the all by itself?
Because you want to put it there next to where the stairs are, mind you. So when you operate it via those, spaces in between the stairs, and because you're filming on a potato camera, perfect.
Oh, Peter Tony says, I will defend that some found footage films are good, but it's an easy genre to fuck up. Agreed.
Look, here's the thing. You guys
Grave Encounters was good.
You can defend all you want. They're all fucking trash. They're garbage movies.
Grave Encounters was not trash. That was a good found
yes.
footage film.
Saying that's a good found footage film is like saying, well, this is the best turd sandwich we've ever had.
Now you know why we had him on the week. Why we had Johnny on the Week in Horror podcast.
I just can't stand fucking found
footage. You said it moves?
Yeah.
Like you move it, or what? When does it move?
Why do we need
to hide and seek where?
Staring at the doll.
Now that's nothing. I've seen dogs growl at inanimate shit because they just don't like the look of it.
Right.
Whatever it might be. I've seen dogs growl at walls. I've seen dogs growl at their reflections.
I've seen dogs growl at plants. Like turn that dog around and do the same thing towards that plant. And like, what? What's the plant? Harm it?
Right. So I'm not going to stock. I'm going to put. I'm not going to put much stock in the dog growling at a doll.
I'm kind of freaked out right now.
Glad we can see what's going on.
Yeah.
Right.
Yo.
Oh, fuck right off.
I think too dark, obviously, we can tell. And all it did was tip over to the backside. So that one's too easy.
Okay, look, I'm really tripping out now. So
hey, this is you, Johnny.
Do you think that fucking redneck hillbilly sounds like me?
Oh, I'm tripping out now.
I'm gonna tell you right now here, Betsy. I tell you, something was looking at me through that there window over there. It's cat corner right across from that other room in the back.
I saw a movie one time, worst shit I've ever, like some of the worst shit I've ever seen. Still not as bad as Silent Hill Revelation, which actually, still the worst film I've ever seen in my life. But
it's not.
It was. It put me. It's the only film I've ever fallen asleep to in a theater. That's how bad that freaking movie was. I dozed off, and then woke up, and then I was like, oh, I was out, and I was out for like 10 minutes, and I realized, like nothing has happened. I haven't missed anything. How terrible is this movie? How does this Silent Hill film put you to sleep? I was like, this is so boring.
I have a buddy who fell asleep for like the first 20 minutes of that Jupiter Ascending movie.
But I saw a movie one time. It was an alien abduction film, and I shit you not, it was a setup very similar to this. And then like we caught footage of the alien, and the fucking head came up in the window. I'm like, That's swear hilarious. To God, I saw that shit on sale in Spirit Halloween because it's like poking up out of the corner like, and it turns like, and then it disappears. I'm like, what the fuck is this nonsense?
Oh yeah, John Monahan's got it. Yeah, I saw me a hand coming out in the turlet the other day. I didn't know what the fuck to do.
Yeah, the turlet.
No. And I heard. I'm freaking out.
I'm freaking out, man.
Probably that damn moonshine you're drinking,
man. This is what happens when you don't properly distill your shine, guys.
He's got a bottle of Kahlua sitting in the damn bedroom.
Fucking. Oh,
do you see that shit?
I'm freaking out.
You got paint cans in the damn living room. And it looks like Weed Killer too. That's Weed Killer up at the top of that thing. Or
what was that? What was that Charlie Sheen movie? Oh fuck! God damn it! He was the race car driver that got killed, and he was like
the Wraith.
The Wraith, yeah. They had that character in there that drink all that shit. Remember?
Right.
There we are. This is what happened to him.
So he's got paint supplies, and he's got that's got to be like some sort of weed killer or something like that. So sort of right there next to the vacuum, and bottle of Kahlua in the fucking bathroom.
Why the edit, sir?
There's something in this house.
Probably a fucking raccoon.
Them rankings.
I'd be surprised if there wasn't something in that place.
Yeah, no shit.
There's something in here.
Okay, the bottle of Kahlua is in the washroom. Okay.
Telling you.
No.
Oh my days, that's fucking great. These guys should be comedy filmmakers. This is so funny.
Let's see it again.
Was it a chancla that fucking flew out of there? What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that?
I have no idea.
That's a bottle.
Yeah.
That's a bottle that didn't break. But what was the first thing?
Okay, the ghost is throwing all his fucking bottles at his empty bottles.
Like, motherfucker, I'm thirsty.
Recycle this
refill,
shit.
motherfucker, refill.
There's something in here.
Clean your goddamn house, motherfucker.
There's varmints in those piles.
No.
Sounds like a little kid's giggling as it happens too.
So, not the Kahlua. So
okay,
two things.
Clearly a case of dead soldiers.
Oh yeah.
Definitely, or plantate, or like I don't want to say the word, because it's obviously in the South. So,
what word don't you want to say, JL?
I want to say dead slaves.
Oh, but you just said it.
I know.
What's wrong with saying dead slaves?
Yeah.
It just felt weird to say it. It just seemed insensitive.
What would you be offended if I said dead white people?
No,
not at all.
Okay, yeah.
Speaking of dead slaves in the South, I shot something. I don't even know what it's like.
You want to finish that statement really quick, dude?
Because it wasn't really a documentary, so to speak, but I think it kind of was. I think it was supposed to be episodic, like what are those stupid shows called? A reality TV show type thing where they're trying to figure out who the parent of this adopted person was. It's so stupid, but it was something we shot in Oklahoma, OKC. And we went to this obvious plantation house, right? Like this thing was straight up plantation house, even with the slaves quarter house in the back. Like no bullshit. Wow. Still there. The main house, the big house, had like all these pathways for the slaves to be able to like walk through so they didn't go into the areas where they weren't supposed to be. It's pretty fucked up. It was owned by this old Republican gay couple, which to me is like, how does that work? I don't understand. It seems like an oxymoron to me, but anyway, yeah, it's very fun.
Well, when you're Republican, you're just special friends.
Oh no, they were very gay.
don't get me started on Republican meetups in public and
you mean grinders?
Grinder popularity. The 2024 national convention literally broke like the Grinder text literally came out and we're like, it's broken, it's not working right now.
There's too many men who want cock. There's just too many.
Too many, and they all happen to be at this place right here.
And it's all localized.
Yeah,
it's in one place.
Wow, why are they all coming from the
Yeah, we our DNA's got it.
What the hell? What is that, Mom?
Get my meat up.
What?
Ma, you see this?
No. Holy shit.
What
the hell is that?
That was fucking horrible. Go back to that terrible CGI from 2004.
I actually don't think it was CGI. I think there was somebody.
What
somebody
is
there.
that, Mom?
And they just moved backwards, is what it was. They just went backwards.
Ma, you see this?
No. Holy shit!
What
the hell is that?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. It kind of looks like somebody jumping off and doing that, but played backwards. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What is that?
It's like...
No. No. But no.
Fuck no. I'm going me to the city.
What the hell? What is that, Mom?
What?
Ma, you see this?
No. Holy shit!
What
the hell is that?
It's like...
You think that could have been two things? That the audio was recorded different, set over that, and it was just played backwards?
Could be. It looked like some. Again, it looked like some really bad CGI.
I unfortunately can't run it in reverse, frame by frame. Because to me, it looks like someone backed up and then turned and quickly went upwards. But it looks like a person.
Ma, you see this?
No. Holy shit!
What
the hell is that?
It's like...
So I think that was obvious. I think it's obviously a person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The movement just seems too human-like.
Right.
Kitchen. It's just me in here. Sure.
Should be thankful somebody's in there fucking cooking. I'm fucking hungry.
Make me a sandwich.
Don't burn that motherfucking rice. I'll beat your ass.
Chair?
Sounds like something's banging over my shirt.
That's conveniently completely dark and we can't see shit.
Right. Oh, that's it? Man,
yeah.
Somebody I gotta piss.
Got a notey.
So I think this is obviously a setup.
Oh, yeah.
Mostly because the start of it.
Sounds like something's banging over my shirt.
That was just so obviously fake, but this setup right here. That is terrible acting.
The way she's breathing before she opens the door.
Yeah. If I heard that shit in my house, I'd be like, what the fuck?
I'd have been like, all right, Louise, it's time to fuck somebody up. Louise is my Louisville Slugger. I named her Louise, and she likes to eat knees.
Well, the first stop would be to the closet to get my 940, and then it would be up to wherever
up the stairs.
Up the stairs.
You better hope some motherfucking ghost and he ain't up there, because if it ain't, I'm killing you. What?
To act in a spoopy video, you must not understand how cameras work and not how to handle them. And I want to catch this. Okay. So obviously a setup.
That's supposed to be the rake.
Maybe. There's a guy, I've seen that movie, so I know what you're talking about. And the way it moves, but it's so fast.
Yeah. Which is another reason to lead me to think that it's fake, is how quick that it goes.
Right. But then again, I wouldn't be up in that thing unarmed if I heard something banging around in there, and that thing's going to get a face full. Yeah. You got plenty of draw distance on that son of a bitch. Pow!
Yeah.
It looks like a guy like laying almost not prone, but like off there, and that's just like an arm coming over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like trying to crawl. Yeah.
Yeah. That looks like a straight reach.
Man spider.
We could freeze frame it.
Tilting Wing will say I didn't say anything. I'm gonna see if I can pause it. It's so quick. I'm gonna see if I can pause it.
Yeah,
right
that
there.
Looks like right arm.
Yeah, that just looks like a person on like.
Yeah, it looks like a person on all fours, try moving really quick.
Yeah, push up distance away. Just like Yeah.
See it right there.
Yeah. Head, 2 arms.
And like if this chick got like taken out by this thing, who the fuck found the footage?
Skeptic Philosophy says, oh, well, whatever it was, they lived to upload it. Especially with, say it was like a supernatural monster up in the attic. Obviously, it wasn't that bad because they uploaded the footage, which is great. Like,
But we don't get the next frame because apparently film stops before the monster gets to you.
Right.
So you can't see what actually happens.
You're welcome, Tilting.
No one lives here anymore. It's haunted.
Travis Rafty says, I looked up what a 940 is. It's a tax return. Mossberg 940.
It's a tax return.
Jail taking out intruders with his tax returns. If only. But yeah, it's a Mossberg. So obviously the door swinging open, there's not much we can say about that one. I think it's just like a door and I guess a security camera that was set up. I'm not 100% sure because it's weird that it's facing like that and not outwards like a security camera would. Because you could still see who's coming up to the door with it facing out to the street. So I think that already the camera setup kind of reveals it to be a setup. And this one, the chair just pushes over.
What, just falls over? That's it?
Yeah. But I have to admit, if you think about it, so it's pretty wide open and it's broad daylight. The only thing I can do, the only thing I can think of is that it's right there by a crawl space ventilation port.
Yeah.
Basement window or something like that.
Right. So it obviously has a crawl space, either a basement or a crawl space. Likely, given that, looking at the house, it's probably a pier and beam, given the way the sidewalk is set. So I'm pretty sure that given the age of the house, there's probably a pier and beam, and so that little crawl space right there is just designed for ventilation to ensure that moisture doesn't build up down there. I know I dealt with the same shit on one of my old properties, and like someone could be in there and then push the chair over.
It could be. It would be the dumbest place for them to be because all the critters that get up into there.
Well, if you know how to like set up your crawl space to really, really protect it, then you rarely get like funky stuff down in there. If you just leave it open, like a lot of people, you go into their crawl spaces and it's just like flat earth down there. It's just like dirt. And then, of course, everything that's exposed, you get a lot of spiders and shit. But people who know what they're doing have the entire inside insulated. And they've done like there's a special kind of like wrapping, like this. It's almost like those hefty plastic bags.
Yeah.
Only they come in big ass sheets, and you can actually line everything. And it does
You'll
amazing.
still get snakes down there.
Oh, that's true. But then you just protect up your ventilation ports to make sure that you get the proper ventilation in there. And I've seen really well done ones where you could just go down in there and it's like a little living space. It's so clean. So
it's haunted.
Yes, vapor barrier, Tyvek.
Yeah.
Moisture barrier lining. And I've seen really well done crawl spaces and they are really good. I mean, they look cool as hell. Mine and my old house in my old property in Allen, was not great. It was horrifying to go down in there.
Now remember, itty bitty living space comes bundled with incredible cosmic power.
This is true.
Right.
It can move.
Now, just looking at the setup, that's the only thing, because it's wide open. There's no, I mean, the kid's pretty good camera field of view. I don't see anybody around.
In the middle. It's
right
smack in the middle of the access path.
And the way the chair falls, the person would have to be pulling it from the front of it if they were in front. So that'd be really, really long. And I think just impractical as far as.
That's what she said.
So I'm thinking
that scream you hear doesn't sound like it's coming from the woman recording either. It sounds further off in the distance. I don't know what to make of that what you will, but yeah, that shout there doesn't sound like it's coming right there at the end. Doesn't sound like it's coming from the chick that's doing the recording.
I'm willing to bet, and I think Skeptic Philosophies look for a thin stick push. I'm thinking that
I
don't
something like that.
I have to give props to someone who'd be willing to go, because the setup was pretty decent, and I have to give props to somebody who'd be willing to go down into the crawl space of a house just to do something as simple as that. Because it reminds me, I mean, you guys have seen The Prestige, right? Christian Bale, Hugh Jackman.
Yep.
It's kind of like that moment when Hugh Jackman sees Christian Bale's trick, which is because he was twins, and he's, spoiler alert, and he goes in one door and comes out another, but there was no pizzazz to it. So, but otherwise, Hugh Jackman saw it, and he was like, his character's like, it was the greatest trick I've ever seen. Like, I have no idea how he did it. It's like, what I've seen it 6 times.
Yeah, and Michael Caine was like, there's two of them. It's obvious.
He's the only way I know how to do it is he has a double.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the only way. And then he was like, nope, it's the same guy, identical twins and that shit, even the hand. So, and looking at that's kind of like, it's very simplistic. And sometimes the best magic is the best magic tricks are the most simplistic ones, the ones that the easiest effort, and you're just kind of like, whoa, like how did that come about? And I think this falls in that category. Very, very simple, very low, very low, very lo-fi. So I got to give it that.
It's not about how much trickery; it's about the execution.
Right. So smart, I would say that. And balls for someone willing to go up into a crawl space just to push a chair over.
Right.
Yep.
Hey, boy, I want to go down there where their snakes are. And push this chair over. That'd be great. Jinju, you're great. That is a child. Oh, the 808 dropped for me. That's what did it. Definitely spooky.
The 808. So I think the context of this is that whoever uploaded said that there was only one child at home. And that's why the kid, because is reacting that way. And then obviously, but I think that's bullshit. I think there are two kids there.
That one's super simple.
Yeah. And then if he didn't know it, like if the kid didn't know what was in there, why would the kid go back in the room?
Right.
So if the kid was truly concerned about something, it's like, what is this thing that, Well,
perfect camera here.
Oh, this one? Okay.
It's a video of a video.
Okay, so this is so the context on this one was this kid, not this one. So the context of the security footage one is very similar to the one we saw where you heard the banging in the room and then the security guard went to go investigate.
Mm-hmm.
So they're watching the security, they're filming the security monitors, and this kid is walking down the hallway. In Johnny, where is it? That's in Mexico, right?
Yeah. I mean, the whatchamacallit's over and read the whatever, but it looks like it's in the Plaza City.
Okay. So the kid's going down, and then and then disappears into the wall.
rate. Trying to figure out exactly what this is. Go back to the beginning.
And then there's a door there. And hey, Raven Darkstar, good to see you. And then the security guard goes down to check.
Ay, no mames. No, ¿y sabes qué?
So you saw it when the guy comes out of the room?
Yeah.
So it's right there. And that's the kid poking out.
Yeah, sure. That's what they say. This thing looked like it was filmed on a camera made in like 1892.
Filmed on a potato.
Right.
Obviously, I think that there's something with the hallway. There's something next to the door, and the kid is crawled up in there. We don't have a better shot of this. It looks kind of creepy, but and then the kid disappears before the guy comes fully out. What did it say up at the top of the screen, Johnny?
Fuck, I don't know. I don't speak Spanish.
Yes, you do. ¿Vieron ahí va otra vez? ¿Lo vieron? ¿Lo vieron ahí va otra vez?
Otra vez means again. Fuck, I don't know.
What kind of Mexican are you?
The kind that doesn't want to get deported by ICE, you motherfucker.
Well, I was born in East LA. So I think just because of the bad angle, we can't see what's going on, but I'm pretty sure that there's a space next to the door where the kid was hiding. So,
dude, I swear this box just fucking moved on its own.
Do what?
They saw him there again. Was the translation?
Yeah. They saw him there again.
He does it again. Okay.
Hey, Cindy Johnson, good to see you.
Oh shit!
What did I miss?
Is that just the hand moving? It was like the right hand on the top side of the box there.
Oh shit!
Oh my days.
Okay, now before that, thank you. Wow, thank you so much, Kieran Dave, for $50 super chat. You are amazing, very generous. As Jaws music gets incredibly loud, Shark takes jail.
I've got to say, and I said it before, and I'm going to say it again. Kieran Dave's first name, at least on YouTube, pisses me off because every time I see it, I want to say Kyron Dave, and that's not how you pronounce it.
You know what? You can pronounce. You say whatever you want. Say whatever you want.
I technically could. Yeah.
You can say whatever you want.
Thank you very much, Kieran Dave. Very generous. I do appreciate that. You rock very much. That one, I have to admit, it's one of those lo-fi ones. Now, because it starts out, there he is, right? Kyron Dave.
He does it again. Okay.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, can you rewind a few seconds?
Yep.
Yeah. I just want to see. I'm not sure if the view. I want that if the box rotated on the desk as she was standing there. I wasn't sure if that was just built in the cat. Oh, look at it. The box moved. The box moved.
Yeah, the box moved.
Yep.
Yep. Right there, rotated.
Dude, I swear this box just fucking moved on its own. Should we do that again? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, Johnny, I gotta admit that's kind of impressive.
I mean, is it though?
I mean, as far as like lo-fi stuff, that's not bad.
I guess.
I don't see anything on the desk.
No,
given
but
where the light is.
Difficult. It's not incredibly difficult to hide fishing wire in these shitty videos.
Yeah, but given how the box turned, the side that's closest to us like turned. Oh, like it turned clockwise.
Yeah.
So that would mean that any kind of wire or line would have to be on the back corner or that front corner right there. But with the way the light is, that would come up.
Makes perfect sense for it to be on the back corner too. Because the way you could run the line, you could hide it behind all this shit and nobody would see it. And we wouldn't have to worry about it. But then it gets in
close.
Yeah,
right. It doesn't matter.
The flap is covering some space though, right?
Yeah.
Behind. Like, let's see if we can get a view from there. Oh, close. It looks pretty open so far. Like there.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm looking to the right of the doll, like by the head side. That's what I might be looking for.
Oh shit!
I'm not worried about the hand moving. I am wondering about the rotation.
Right.
There's always a doll in there.
Always a doll.
That's the same doll.
Yeah.
I'm playing video games on my desk, and I just heard the guitar play itself, and it moved. I swear. Let's see if it does it again.
Yeah, this is just clever trickery.
What was that? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? So I'm at my desk, and
so clever editing.
The knock, who gives a shit? I don't care about the knock because that's stupid simple to do.
Right.
The moving of the guitar, again, that's super simple to accomplish.
Right.
And then the random notes played, again, still super simple.
That's just strumming the strings, right?
Right.
It wasn't like it was like an F chord, you know, like
right.
Diminished.
He's not fucking playing. He's not playing any fucking like Eugene's Trick Bag from Crossroads.
Dun, 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 dun.
Right.
No Stairway.
Play me a fucking song, Jesus Christ.
Hannah Hodgins says, I'm new to this channel. Is this like debunking scary videos? Hannah, yes. Thank you so much I'm glad you're here. I appreciate it. Always good to see new faces. This is my annual Halloween stream and the one part of it where we debunk scary videos. So tonight this is what I do this every year. So you've joined us on a fun night. So, but yes, this is just, this is what we do on my pre-Halloween streams because I couldn't do it tomorrow night because I'm busy. So
wait, what are you busy doing?
I just heard.
There's one correct answer. Just one correct answer.
Scaring the shit out of kids?
No.
That's what I do every Halloween.
No, that's not the correct answer.
Well, we watch Trick or Treat, and I scare the shit out of kids.
Timmy, I got a puppy back here. You want to pet it?
That's not.
No. Okay, so you were close, and Trick or Treat's a good one to watch. But this year you're supposed to be watching Season of the Witch.
Oh, I've actually seen it like 3 times already this month.
Doesn't matter, JL.
That's true. One more day to Halloween, Halloween, Halloween. One more day to Halloween.
You know what I'm looking forward to? What's coming in about 3 weeks? Oh, I'm gonna stuff my face with so much delicious fucking food.
With what Snap benefits? Oh,
well, I'm not on Snap.
Just fucking.
Well, hang on a second. Just because you're
I'm not on Snap
anymore,
but I am on Crackle.
Oh, okay. What about Pop?
No, didn't qualify.
You guys call it Pop up there, right?
They do call it Pop up
there.
Well,
I do not. I call it soda because it's fucking soda.
I call it soda as well, but yeah. You guys
I also call it soda.
Yeah.
The water in the bathroom turn on by itself. This is the first time something's happened outside my room. So
it's not even remotely possible that he turned that on before he started recording.
No, of course
that
not.
couldn't fucking be the case
at
all.
Yeah.
That would violate the speed of light. That's how we know it couldn't happen.
Yeah.
if
I'm
you're
gonna
in
pull
here,
something
can you
up.
move the
I'm gonna show you how they
again?
did this. Hang on. See if I can find it.
Alright. Do you want me to leave?
Yes.
Okay, here's my concern. And I wonder if you guys noticed it too. So he does the sync thing. Sync thing's easy to explain. As Andrew explained, or as Leo explained. Like the thing was on when he started recording. I think the curtain moves from the exact same spot every time.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Here, I'm going to show you this here.
Right there, up there by the top.
It's like it's being pulled out
right
by something.
Make sure you get it in frame.
If you're in here, can you move the curtain again? Alright. Do you want me to leave? So it just started knocking in the closet again. And actually the doll has moved since yesterday because it was in the corner, like kind of on its
why
back,
wouldn't you
looking
just burn
upwards,
the
and now it's
fucking doll?
upright, so that's kind of
Just get rid of the doll. Like, why would you not?
I just want transparency in our relationship.
Yeah. Fuck.
Or it'll just
Okay, so I'm going to show you how to do the shower thing.
shirt
Ready?
in the closet.
Show you.
What's up?
Jail.
I'm going to show you how to do the shower thing.
The curtain?
The shower, yeah, the curtain gag.
You want me to go back to it?
Just no, we don't have to. Just yeah. Hit where do I have to hit this button here? No. What do I have to do? Yeah, just add this thing. I'm gonna show you how this works.
What am I adding? Oh, it's down there.
Yeah, it's down there. Okay. This is a film. Is it? Is it?
I always say I got to remove this media, and can we look at it in here a sec?
Sure.
Yeah.
But no,
hey, if you can hear me, just move it again.
That's being tugged. There's somebody hidden back there.
We can actually just go check it out. Because there's no one in here. It's not really
no one that we can see, with plenty of
so.
space to hide somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday it was over here. Yeah, it's knocking again. Hey, if you can hear me, move the doll again. Move it again. It was moving earlier. Move again. Okay. See that?
That wasn't
Move
the
it
doll.
Still knocking, too. Anything else? Oh, not sure. Anything else?
Go back half a second.
Okay.
A little bit farther.
Oh, not sure. Move it again. It was moving earlier. Move again.
Let's leave that for a second.
Okay. See that? Move it more.
Yeah, you can see it being dragged.
Yeah.
By the arm there. Yeah.
Still knocking too. Anything else?
There was a clever edit there.
Oh.
Was there an edit there?
Anything else?
Mm-hmm. Yep. You can see the scene get just slightly darker.
Yep.
Holy shit.
Yep.
Still knocking too.
This guy bought all
Anything
the
else?
fishing line. Anything else?
Oh, not sure. Anything else?
And there's another one. You can, it's so subtle. It's so subtle, but you can see that the aspect changes. The chair gets just a tiny bit smaller.
Obviously not enough room for anyone here.
Oh, yes, there is. There is.
Yeah, so he has.
I like how people open it up into like a walk-in closet and be like, as you can see, nobody can fit in this closet. It's like you could fit like 60 fucking people in there. You
I
could have
was
a
gonna
party
say, like,
in there.
Yeah, like a love seat and a fucking 60-inch TV and all that shit. Like nobody can fit in this closet ever.
Raven Darkstar. Have you ever noticed when a ghost is around, they ask, "Can you move this or that?" Not, "Can I get a blowjob?"
Ghostbusters was the.
Can I get a quick handy?
When you get ghosted, you don't get the blowjob. I'm not sure they understand how this works.
I don't know, but Ray Stantz did get the BJ in Ghostbusters.
Yes, he did.
That's
Andrew, if you tell me that you have not seen Ghostbusters, you need to go put yourself in the corner. Oh no, Andrew's going to the corner.
I saw the edit there.
Yeah. Like that's it. That's all we get. We get not even a naked woman, just a woman in a white dress thing.
They just trying to pull off a woman in white, but it's the edit, I think, that gives it away. Because that otherwise we don't. I mean, that was a long ass cemetery. That because you'll see the cut really obviously.
Yeah.
Shortly after this, this is all smooth. Cut. Yeah.
A tree just comes out of nowhere. Yeah.
Yeah. Very from the cut.
Looks like just a lady going for a walk. So, or it probably a setup. Yeah.
The ending, though. Those aren't remote controlled electronically at all.
No.
I'm pretty sure these beds can be done by remote.
I mean, there are buttons on the side as well as the remote. They conveniently lift the remote up top, but there are buttons on the side, and it could be in the back of this one here that does the same shit. And it's you can hide somebody back there. And then there's also like a dissolve edit here too.
Right there, yeah.
And they reversed part of it, but didn't bother leaving the audio unreversed. That's what gives that fucking sound. So fucking just these people. Come on.
What the hell is that?
It's Dora the Explorer.
Hola! Soy Dora!
Hola?
Oh, come on.
Hola?
These are the other mansions that I've been to. That one and this one. But right now I'm in this one.
All for you, Damien.
See if I got any movement. That's that whole hallway.
Thank you for the audio lift,
Yeah,
so that we could so we can tell what was going
the riser,
on.
Yeah.
And then right here is the big window.
That could be the
What the hell is that? Oh, shit.
I love it.
Enhance that potato, sir.
Yeah.
Enhance.
Right.
Enhance.
Oh hell! Just put the goddamn
If
thing.
you just keep saying it, it just keeps getting better.
I'm pretty sure I know the guy that does. Well, I don't personally know him, but like I've seen this guy before that does this video, that does these videos, because I think he like lives in Mexico or something like that. And yeah, no, he's a known fake. So.
Oh, okay. Been debunked.
I can't remember his channel's name, but he's well known for being a fake. You know, entertainment value, sure, yeah, whatever, but it fake.
And then right here.
This literally looks like he's got his kid in the window.
Or a doll.
Here.
Or a doll.
The big window.
A big window.
What the hell is that?
Think it's a doll?
Could be. It's an oddly shaped child.
The way it moved, I think you're right. I think it's a doll. I think it's a doll, like someone holding there and then drawing it back. I wrote Noah's name. Now I want to hide Furbies in random abandoned houses.
Okay, so I worked with this woman who was deathly afraid of Cabbage Patch dolls. I mean, like, it was like a fucking panic kind of, the over the top afraid of Cabbage Patch dolls. And
she must be terrified whenever she sees JD Vance.
Well, yeah, right. But so we worked together at a toy company. It was the biggest toy company there is. And naturally we had Cabbage Patch dolls at this toy store.
Did you also have bikes?
We did. Video games.
Planes and video games?
Video games, yeah. So one day she was being particularly irritable. So I got 2 Cabbage Patch dolls. One for her register stand that we put underneath, because if you remember those stores, you actually, you walk in, they had to walk into a little like cubby thing for the register. It's like any other type of, scan register spot.
Yep.
So underneath we had one down there. So when she walked in, she would look down and see this, Cabbage Patch doll with the arms up, whatever. And then we put the other one in the trunk of her car.
Cold-blooded.
It was so much fun.
Cold-blooded.
What was cold-blooded?
Oh, I thought I heard something just.
The same employee when she was 6.5, almost 7 months pregnant. We got a 6-foot display that was pre-built. It came in a box, but I cut the box so I could hide inside of the box. And we called her back to it was in the video game department. We called back to the video game department, and we had the CCTV footage of it, but I don't know what's happened to it since. This was decades ago. But so I waited until she got from like me to where my monitor is right now. So like from me to there, and I fucking come out of that raw, and she fucking pissed herself, literally pissed herself.
It's a fucking skunk ape.
Move to the floors.
By the way, I'm still here. I'm just off camera.
That's fine.
All right, let me stay focused.
Yeah, stay focused.
All right, let's see if I can get it to go off again. Niño, ¿tú puedes mover la cosa? Toca el botón. Niño. I'm gonna turn off the light. Oh, look at that.
Christ.
You think he hit an edit in the light change?
That was the worst cut ever. I mean,
yes.
Okay.
Look at it. Watch it. Watch from the
Say
light.
it one more time.
Niño.
See, Poppy?
I'm gonna turn off the light.
Oh,
yeah. So bad.
Oh, that was so bad.
So bad of an edit.
Look at that. What was that? I switched over to my other camera.
That's what I'm saying, because the edit was so obvious. It's like, really, dude?
Yeah, come on. That's the game.
I thought I felt safer completely dark at light. I definitely do not.
The bird shit? It's a big ass bird. Fuck.
Hola? Hola?
Okay, something I want to see again real quick. Because we know it was the door, right? There's a hand there.
Yeah. But I think we're meant to see the hand there.
Yeah, lower.
And then plenty of time for,
Yeah, the
for
lower
whoever that
panel.
was to. Yeah.
Hey, you want to make $10?
Right.
Okay,
Hiya,
let's see where they escaped to, though.
Hiya, Georgie.
Hola?
Holy shit. Have you seen the Bollywood version of this?
The what?
Have you seen the Bollywood version of it?
I have not seen the Bollywood version of it.
Oh my days.
Is there
Hello
dancing?
there, Georgie. How are you doing?
Would you like a baklava?
Oh fuck!
Take it, take it, Georgie, take it.
I promise the curry is not too spicy.
Yeah. If you want to really bust a gut laughing, that would be you should watch it.
Okay.
It's great.
Like, is it a serious movie meant to seriously be scary and it's just fucking hilarious, or is it meant to be funny?
Well, so you've seen It, yes? Stephen King's It?
Yes.
It's the Bollywood version. And
Of
if
the
you've ever seen
original It movie.
Yes.
Okay.
If you've
I
ever
have
seen
seen-
any Bollywood stuff,
I have seen the Indian version of Breaking Bad, and it's quite entertaining.
I've worked on a few Bollywood films, and none of them were that level of terrible.
Nerd Journal says, "Welcome to Derry got to a great start," and it really did. I did not. I don't want to spoil anything in that. That I did not expect that ending of that very first episode. That kind of blew my mind. I love where they're taking it though. It's fucking insane.
That's on HBO, right?
Yeah, it's on HBO.
Is that one? Is that one like its own completely separate thing, or is
no,
it like
it's
the two later movies?
So Andy Muschietti, who directed the original films, who directed the 2017 or 20 the chapter 1, chapter 2, yeah. So Andy Muschietti is directing this, and he's spearheading it, and Bill Skarsgård is back as Pennywise. What I thought. Yeah, what these seasons are exploring are the cycles that occurred that Mike Hanlon had notes on. So, like when he's talking about all the previous cycles, like before what happened with Georgie kicked off the cycle in the 80s. This is the first season covers the cycle that happened before the one where that kicked off with Georgie's death, and then the next seasons are supposed to handle the cycles before that. So, it's kind of like we're going through Mike Hanlon's notes and looking at what happened in the past.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Hola. Oh my god. The Bollywood version of The Shining would be funny as fuck.
No ghosts are here. No ghosts are here.
What was that? I literally saw what looked like an arm. It looked like a kid's arm just pushed the door open.
He literally saw it.
That's where it just came from.
We all saw it. It was quite obvious.
Yeah.
And that's where that one kind of ended. So obviously, I think now since it was the kid's arm, I think there was a kid in the big window, and that's how they set that up. So
yeah.
And of course, Leo points out that this guy is known for faking his shit. So
fakery,
which I didn't know myself. So, and we're coming up on the end.
Amigos, no he podido subir Spotlight ni contenido aquí en Snapchat porque me estoy mudando. Apenas acabo de llegar a este departamento completamente nuevo, de verdad, mil disculpas, pero ya les prometo que ahora sí, en estos días, estoy muy solo bien, y me acaban de cerrar la puerta que está atrás de mí, que es la del baño. No es la primera vez que me pasa, justo eso les iba a decir, no es la primera vez que me pasa. No es la primera vez que me pasa, se los juro, y no hay nadie. No hay nadie. No es la primera vez que me pasa.
That person behind the shower.
Son las 3:30 de la noche.
You think there was somebody in the shower?
No es la primera vez que me pasa, se los juro, y no hay nadie.
Well, there's a space there that somebody could hide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No hay nadie. No es la primera vez que.
Well, if you wanted to believe you need to go to the shower and look inside the shower as well.
That's what I'm saying. The person's behind the shower. I mean,
right.
If you go back, you look and see like a weird little fucking. Looks like somebody's crouching down there.
Oh, yeah. Occupied.
Ocupado.
3:30 de la noche y estoy escuchando ruidos muy extraños. Lo más perturbador de.
I love his enunciation, man.
Muy noises. Let him be.
Todos que la luz del baño está prendida y no hay nadie. No hay nadie. Voy a apagarla porque neta me está dando mal. Hay alguien al fondo. Hay alguien al fondo. Hay alguien al fondo.
Are we meant to see something there?
Ya no hay nadie.
Let's look again.
Voy a apagarla porque neta me está dando mal. Hay alguien al fondo. Hay alguien al fondo. Hay alguien al...
Someone in black there in front of the door?
I guess.
Al fondo. Ya no hay nadie.
If that was an edit, that was pretty clean.
That was a clean edit, but I mean...
Oh, hold on. No, wait. Yeah, rewind that.
Back it up.
No hay nadie. Voy a apagarla porque neta me está dando mal.
Anything.
Okay, something turned towards the camera.
Something what?
So okay, there's the way I'm looking at it, there's a person there, and they had their back. They were turned away because it was solid. It was all black because they were hiding in the shadow, and then they turned to look towards the camera.
Está prendida y so, no hay nadie.
Look at the space by the door.
No hay nadie. Voy a apagarla. Porque
To the
neta me
left of
está
the
dando
people. See?
Hay alguien al fondo. Hay alguien al fondo. Hay alguien al fondo.
Yeah, that was an edit. I can see it now. It's a really good one.
That's a clean. That was pretty clean.
It's very clean, but yeah, it's there.
Ya no hay nadie.
You know, timing it with the flicking switch might help to distract from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Ahí está. ¿Pero por qué? Si la prendo desaparece.
Yeah,
no hay
see,
nada.
the aspect changes.
No hay
Watch
nada.
the door. Go back 2 seconds. Watch how big the door gets.
Ahí está.
The door gets smaller.
The angle.
¿Pero por qué?
Light comes on. Watch the
Si
door.
la prendo desaparece.
See?
No hay nada.
And you can hear it sounds like a.
That's a
like there's two distinct clicks. Like the clicks weren't smoothly edited over each other.
Right. You got lazy on the second edits.
Tilting windmill. None of my switches are that loud.
Right. Although I will say there's some houses that were built in the 60s and 70s that have those old, like they feel like spring-loaded switches that are loud as fuck.
No hay nada.
When you flip that, you might as well crash your car into the house. It's waking everybody up.
Right. No way there's somebody behind that door.
Be careful, dude. You're gonna hyperventilate.
Oh shit.
And dude, are you scared or are you having an orgasm?
No hay nadie. No hay nadie. Y esto tiene candado, no se puede abrir. No se puede abrir. ¡Qué mierda! Hace un rato se me fue la luz y he estado escuchando ruidos muy extraños afuera. Prendí unas velas, pero ya me dio miedo salir, porque ya los ruidos ya empeoraron.
What noises?
Oh.
Hay alguien parado. Hay alguien parado.
That's just my
Hay alguien
choir.
parado. ¿Qué quieres? ¿Quién eres? Se le ve la cara pálida. Se le ve la cara pálida. ¿Quién eres? Por favor, ya déjame. Ya déjame.
Nope, that's not a person. I don't know. It could be that, like a dummy or something set up.
No hay nada. No hay nada.
What do you mean there's nothing? You pulled it off the fucking camera when you pulled the sheet.
Right.
Well, actually, it looked like he pulled it sideways. Across.
Yeah, like pulled it out of the frame.
It's a good camera wipe.
Ya déjame.
Yeah. Want to go to the left.
Boom. Yep.
Wow.
Like that's not obvious.
Right.
Oh look, there's nothing there.
I have to admit.
Wait, hold on. I got one for you. Wait.
Oh my God, there's nothing there.
Holy crap!
There's a ghost in your house, Andrew. There's a ghost in your house.
Well, I can promise you that the coffee did disappear. It'll come back later.
¿Quién eres? Por favor, ya déjame.
Will.
Ya déjame. No hay nada. No hay nada.
And that was the last one. But I've seen that trick done in too many movies.
I'll show you done right now. I'll show you how it's done right now.
Give me one sec. Let me move that. And we're going to add Johnny's.
Okay. This comes from a movie that we shot. This is a oneer challenge. So the rules of the game were your 5-minute film had to be a true oneer. Can be no cuts whatsoever. Okay.
Okay.
Go back just like half a second. Okay. Knock at the door, right? Opens it up. There's somebody there. Wipe.
Is Tamara there?
Gone.
Not bad.
All this was done in camera, real time.
You ever drop below frame?
It's so smooth how it happens.
Mm-hmm.
Just there. Is Tamara home? Drop below frame?
Yeah.
She just dropped, right?
Down.
Face cover.
She went down this way.
And then out.
Around the Steadicam op.
Okay, so she went down and then towards us, towards the okay,
Correct.
gotcha.
But
Not
that's how smooth it is. This is good editing. This is a real
yeah.
guys.
Not bad.
Just smooth as fucking silk. And that's how I say easy it is to do, but that's how it's done.
Not shabby, not too bad, not too bad.
So there you go. That's how it's done.
Very
For
cool.
everybody who wants to criticize and say, well, Johnny, you're just a hater and don't know what you're talking about. We literally did that. So
no, we don't say you don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not talking about you.
Oh, no, we
He's
don't
talking about the hiders.
No, people don't say that you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to technical. When it comes to like taste in movies, you don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how found footage films are garbage. Every goddamn one of them.
All right.
So, Johnny, have you ever heard of this tiny little project on YouTube called Marble Hornets?
I have
yes.
Not. You actually haven't?
No.
Oh God. Oh,
wow.
Jeez. Well, I'm gonna leave it to you to decide whether that's something you're gonna look into. Another one is there's
Marble Hornets.
Marble Hornets.
Marble Hornets.
There's I couldn't tell you how many entries at this point, but
you can find the entire compilation on YouTube. It's free, but it's an entire series.
Is it all fucking found footage nonsense?
It's found footage style, sort of.
Yeah, style, but it's a lot of handheld.
That's what she said.
So, thank you so much, Angel Fish, for the $5 super chat. Says, so how do you become a ghost? Murdered, unfinished business, tragic accident. 100 billion people lived and died. Wouldn't their ghosts be everywhere? Very good point.
Yeah.
So different cultures have
They're
different
the ones
excuses.
that continue to steal your left sock.
Yeah. No, that's trolls. Trolls steal your socks.
Oh, that's right.
But only the left ones.
Only the left ones.
But thank you so much, Angel Fish, for that. Do appreciate this. It's something funny that I wanted to share. This is totally just, something fun for me. Give me 1 second before we jump to the next thing. Because next thing I was going to be a little bit more interactive with us and the chat. But I wanted to share this because I don't think you've seen this, Johnny. And I think Leo has seen this, but this was something fun. So I had an interaction with PMARS, and this was recently confirmed. Premise 1: all presuppositional apologists and young Earth creationists have sex with their mothers at one point in their life. Premise 2: PMARS is a presuppositional apologist and a young Earth creationist. Conclusion: PMARS has had sex with his mother at some point in his life. It's deductively valid.
Argument.
It's deductively valid. Please show me where the premises are factual.
The premises are a state of affairs, so that would
be a proposition.
Yeah, it's a state of affairs. A
proposition. Okay, but what do you mean by state of affairs?
But the syllogism I just presented, are those premises facts?
What the fuck? Yes.
So you do.
Whoa!
So you have had sex with your.
That is the hardest admission.
You have had sex with your mother at one point.
Oh God. Oh, Marstown, what are we gonna do with you, buddy?
That is.
PMARS is a self-admitted official motherfucker.
He is a motherfucker.
He is a motherfucker. Self-admitted. I just wanted to share that with you, Johnny, because I know you hadn't seen that before. So.
Wow. All those facts. Yes.
He's on the record.
That is what's referred to as a Freudian slip. It's you think one thing and say your mother another.
I don't know if that was so much a Freudian slip as it was just an actual admission of fucking his own mother.
Nah, it's the premises are supposed to be facts. Not that they are facts, it's that they're supposed to be facts.
If they, I mean, we said it was deductively valid. Now, if they're true, then
what I like about
premises are not true. The structure is valid. The content is false.
What I like about what happened there is a demonstration of the difference between validity and sound.
Right. It's exactly what Jay Dyer did. When Jay Dyer did, they got into a big spat, and it eventually kind of cornered him. So, do you think like valid means sound? Of course it does.
Yeah.
What?
It's like philosophy 101. The differences in between something being valid and
clue. They're two different words.
Well, hang on, but that's not always good enough. That's not always good enough.
That's true. All right, this was going to be a little bit.
Auburn and brown are two different words, but it's the same goddamn color.
This was going to be a little bit fun. So we're going to do. It's going to have a little bit of a game, and so if anybody out there likes monsters, I like monsters. I like monster movies. I know Johnny does as well. But this is about monsters that supposedly exist in real life. Now, I don't believe that any of these things exist, but there's some people out there that do. But I compiled a list, okay? And we're going to find out how much people know, if you know what monsters, and if you happen to live in one of the states I'm about to list, because I have all 50 states, because apparently every state in the United States has its own monster.
Yeah, but a lot of
you don't want to know what the monster for Iowa is.
Oh, it's probably some sort of goat man.
No, it's in Leo's pants.
Oh, no.
Did I get it right?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, shit.
I just wanted on record that goat could still be in Leo's pants. See, none of you fuckers get that reference. None of you fuckers get that reference.
Is that greatest of all time goat or some other?
No.
All right, so
the goat waiting. Yeah.
So
right.
Johnny,
That's
I know
right.
you're in. So we're gonna go like this. Johnny, I know you're in Texas. Okay, so I have monsters here, like the famous monster from every single state. Okay, so I know you're in Texas. What do you think is the famous monster?
Man. It's the goat man.
No, Chupacabra.
It's your local Republican politician.
I was gonna say Ted Cruz.
And Leo, you said that you are in Ohio, right, or Iowa?
Iowa.
Iowa.
The monster here is our governor, Kim Reynolds.
Kim Reynolds. Okay, so I have the Van Meter monster.
Oh shit!
Have you ever heard of it?
I've heard of it, but I don't really know. I've heard of it.
So the Van Meter monster, legendary winged creature said to have terrorized the town of Van Meter, Iowa for 5 nights back in 1903. Described as a large bat-like humanoid with a powerful stench and a horn on its head that emitted a blinding light. And it was reportedly bulletproof.
Well, pistols back then.
You got something a little bit more powerful than 1903 bullets. That's what
I was going to say. Yeah, I was going to say pistols back then weren't exactly known for.
Who said anything about a pistol? Buddy, I'm talking high powered. Like we're doing some 4570 government. We're taking this fucking thing down.
JL said pistols. I don't know.
And I can tell you mine because I'm in Oklahoma. Is that we have the legend of the Oklahoma octopus?
How the fuck? Stop! Just quit it. Y'all motherfuckers are doing too much in Oklahoma. There ain't a goddamn drop of water in that fucking state, let alone enough drops of water to put a whole ass octopus. What the fuck?
It is okay. So there are I think there are 3 lakes here where it's supposed to live, and that is Lake Thunderbird. Sorry, I got to move this. Lake Thunderbird, Oolaga Lake, and Lake Tenkiller. And a lot of people claim that the legend says that the Oklahoma octopus is red in color, and that's why those lakes are red, why the lakes themselves appear red when the light is right. But in reality, all 3 of those lakes have red clay bottoms. And so when sunlight hits it just right, it makes the lake itself have like a reddish hue to it. But a lot of people attribute it to the octopus itself and the fact that many people have died as a result, being dragged down and drowned by the octopus. But it's also well known that lakes with red clay bottoms are particularly dangerous because sometimes people will get stuck in them because it doesn't shift like pea gravel or like just like regular like mud in of itself because the way red clay sticks. And so at the bottom of a lake, you can easily become entangled and get stuck in it and wind up drowning, and then people would attribute it to a monster. But this has gone back a long, long time. So that's the kind of legend that we have around here. Who wants to guess? And I'm going to give it to the live chat as well. We're going to go down the list. We've already done Oklahoma, Texas, and Iowa. And I want to make sure
Ohio. Are you sure?
It's Iowa.
Are you sure it wasn't Ohio?
Yes, it's Iowa.
Are you sure it
Yes.
wasn't Ohio? Because
Yes,
I think
I'm
Leo's
sure.
from Ohio.
He confirmed it.
Or he could be from Idaho.
No,
No,
it's
he's
corn
not
here,
from
not
Iowa.
potatoes.
Oh, okay. Nebraska.
So,
no.
So who
You
thinks
said corn?
Who thinks
Yeah.
they know the famous
You think
monster from
Nebraska's the corn
the
state?
famous monster from New
Is
Mexico?
that what you think?
No, they're all the same goddamn state. It's all one big fucking flat
Flyover.
shit.
No.
Yeah.
Flyover.
Iowa has way fucking better corn. Way
So,
fucking better corn.
Who thinks they know the monster from New Mexico?
See, I would have thought it would the chupacabra would have been from New Mexico, but no, it's got to be like the Wendigo, isn't it? No, that's not it.
That's way up north. So in New Mexico, you have, and I'm going to see if anybody mentions it in the live chat. I'll give it a few seconds. Graboids. Nice.
Yes, that's correct. Graboid.
Graboids. Territorns are apparently what it is. And territorns did exist. There is an extinct bird of that particular, that went extinct something like 17,000 years ago. But apparently it was essentially just a giant vulture, because it's the predecessor of common day vultures today. So, but basically, it was like a vulture.
Giant, by the way.
It was like a vulture. It was it was technically essentially a vulture with a 12-foot wingspan. Is what it was.
Oh,
but people
So
still claim
not much bigger than some of the vultures down here.
it's about 1/3 larger than our standard vultures. Yeah,
Right.
So
I've seen some fucking vultures. Jesus Christ.
and people have connected territorns to the legend of Thunderbirds. So. Oklahoma has the Oklahoma octopus. Texas has chupacabra. Arizona.
It's got to be some sort of lizard.
Arizona. Jinju says graboids are in Arizona.
That's true.
And Jinju, like a condor, like condors and vultures, modern day condors and vultures. They're the predecessor, or they are the predecessors. No. Yeah, predecessors.
Predecessors come before.
Ancestors, no, but ancestors come before.
Progeny.
They're the down
descendants.
Descendants. Thank you.
Ones.
They're the descendants of that particular large bird. Arizona has the
intellectual.
Shut up. Arizona has the Mogollon monster.
The fuck? This is
the mogging monster.
Bullshit.
The Mogollon. Mogollon.
Is that Joe Shapiro?
The Mogollon monster from Arizona is also known as the Arizona Bigfoot.
Is it gonna moggle you or something? Like, is that what it does?
That sounds delightful, actually.
It sounds like it could be interesting.
I mean,
hey man, you want to get moggled?
The northern areas of
bro,
Arizona, the northern areas of Arizona, similar to the forested areas, kind of like where Travis Walton was, in those the high altitude forested areas.
Oh yeah, I always forget about the forested areas.
Travis Walton, Fire in the Sky.
Arizona.
Huh?
Snowflake Arizona. Really?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Leo, let me ask you a question. Leo. How old are you?
1995. Oh, 30. I thought you were going to say, what year were you born?
That works too. Then why are you acting like a child? That's such a callback. That's such a good callback.
Everybody in the country, look, our leaders want to be 12, so then fuck it. I'm going to be fucking 12 too. How about it?
No. Our leaders want to be inside of 12.
Nah.
Why do you think they're trying to fuck Obamacare? Because it turned 15 this year.
That's right.
Oh. Nicely done. Nicely done. Alaska. I'm pretty sure that nobody knows what Alaska is, because Alaska is an Inuit legend, but Alaska has the Tizaruk, and the Tizaruk is a sea serpent. So like basically like a giant sea snake, whatever like this. But that's an Inuit legend.
It turns out that it's the same. That's just Nessie on vacation.
And Hawaii has its own.
Let me guess. Like it's gonna be some weird ass Ooga Beluga Tutu or something like that.
I don't know what that is.
It's gonna be like a giant whale or something.
No, actually, it's the Menehune. and the Menehune is effectively like elves. They are.
I knew it was going to be something lovely.
Yeah, they're a race. They're
elves
purportedly a race of pygmy people that were very good at crafting things, and they could build structures and build things overnight.
So the monster that I'm supposed to be afraid of in Hawaii is somebody who's going to help finish my fucking house when I go to sleep.
I'm just going to say, we know that no such race exists because if they did, capitalists would have abused the fuck out of them long ago.
True.
Building
Very
shit
true.
overnight? Come on.
Who do you think went to the North Pole?
Yeah.
Those are undocumented workers for Santa.
All right, for those in California, and I know we have some people who are in California. So what do you think that the California monster is?
It's a bear.
Is it Nancy Pelosi?
You know, it would be nice to see them retire.
So I see a lot of people saying Bigfoot and Sasquatch, and of course there is because it's known there's a couple areas.
You got to say
north.
it right.
What?
You didn't say it right. John Monahan got it right. Sam Squanch?
Sam Squanch?
There you go.
Feckin'
That's
fancies.
a Trailer Park Boys reference. I'm assuming John has.
So the Dark Watchers, Dark Watchers of
At least that's what I know.
California. And the Dark Watchers are apparently a group of mysterious, dark, human-like creatures who stand on the hills, ridges, and peaks of the Santa Lucia Mountains of California. And they just stand there and watch people and before they disappear. And apparently these have been reported.
Those are just California moonshiners.
So, name given to a group of entities in California folklore reportedly seen observing travelers along the Santa Lucia Mountains, and often are sometimes like same with other cryptids are seen as like omens of like bad omens. Like if you see them.
How do you think they reproduce? Hey man, you want to get on this? No, I'll just watch.
So, and moving on to Nevada.
Nemo says the Kardashians.
The Kardashians.
That's Louisiana, isn't it?
We are DNA.
I don't know where the Kardashians are. I don't know anything about them other than they're horrible humans. Okay, maybe horrible is kind of a strong word, but
apparently DNA
not very good humans.
Sounds like a dull way to be a monster. Agreed. Yeah, and apparently We Are DNA says to see them every time I do DMT.
Oh man.
Speaking of drugs, I ate a couple of them paper squares that was on my nephew's desk, and I got to tell you, I'm feeling a little rattlesnakey.
High on Post-it notes.
Does anybody know what the monster of Nevada is?
Reno.
Yeah. I can see that.
Isn't that the state that Carrie Lake is out of?
No, she's Arizona, but
shit.
I said Joe Shapiro for Arizona,
but Nevada does have the mob. Yeah, agreed. Agreed. We Are DNA. Nevada also, because it borders Utah, has Lake Tahoe, and apparently Lake Tahoe has Tahoe Tessie, which is its own lake monster.
So it's just Nessie making her rounds, okay?
Oregon
Ranch.
The state of Oregon has its own monster, and I actually have to look.
I'm afraid to hear this one.
So it's another sea monster known as Colossal Claude. Said to be somewhere between 15 and 40 feet long with an 8-foot long neck. It has a round tan body.
I thought you were going to say something else besides neck.
Did you say 15 and 40 feet, between 15 and 40 feet? I don't think people realize like
how big that is.
Big the difference that is.
Margin of error much?
Yeah. That's a gigantic difference.
Tilting Windmill says, oh, definitely. Parts of Tahoe Lake are kind of spooky.
That's a massive fucking margin of error. You know what they say, though? 60% of the time, it works 100% of the time.
100% of the time. Oh, that is pungent.
Smells like Bigfoot's dick.
Ooh. It's like gasoline. Washington State. You guys know what it is.
Dan Pratt.
They're not politicians. I know that they're
monsters. He's not a politician either. At least I hope he's not. Fuck.
So Washington, I think everybody knows is if you know it in the live chat, put it in the live chat. What do you think it is? Washington State.
Antifa.
Bigfoot.
Yeah. Skeptic philosophy got a Bigfoot. That's right. So Bigfoot up in Washington. Idaho has its own. See if anybody knows what the Idaho monster is.
The Mormon Church? No, that's probably Utah.
That's Utah. Okay, so Idaho has Charlie, also known as Slimy Slim.
That sounds like a neighbor's house that you don't trick or treat at.
Yeah. the police stand in front of his door on Halloween night.
Yeah.
So Idaho is the Charlie is the name given to a sea serpent. So Charlie is the name given to a sea serpent, much like the Loch Ness monster, that is believed to by some to live in the waters of Payette Lake near McCall, Idaho. So a very Loch Ness monster style creature, also known as the Twilight Dragon of Payette Lake.
Yeah, John and Side Lake. My guess down for Mr. Potato Head.
Yeah,
a giant potato.
I was thinking it.
Utah. Utah has the Bear Lake Monster.
The Bear Lake.
So it's a Mormon, isn't it?
100%.
Just might be.
Has to
be. Also a serpent-like creature said to live in Bear Lake, which straddles the Utah-Idaho border. So all these massive giant lakes obviously have monsters living in them.
Sounds like a Mormon to me.
Yep.
That'd be a common thing. Giant lakes having monsters.
I'm not just a Mormon. I'm a more monster.
I was just hearing straddling snakes and thinking, a little bit of repression, is kind of coming through there.
No, it goes like this.
I was just about to say, now engaged for docking.
You want to play Tommy? No. You want to play Tummy Sticks?
Like Tummy Sticks.
Let the audience do not look that term up on Urban Dictionary.
You should.
What, docking? The
Look
term
at all
docking?
those terms.
No, docking is just a thing that happens, when, two things, like when you bring a boat.
Well,
so Montana,
one has to be one boat has to be a sailboat.
Oh yes, you're right. Yeah, because it's got to cover the other one.
Yeah.
Seaman will be involved. Understood.
Montana has its own from Iowa. From what is it? From Iowa. From
Velociraptor.
No, it is the Shunkawarakan. And the Shunkawarakan is a creature from Montana folklore described as a wolf hyena hybrid known for attacking livestock. Its name from the Iowa language means carries off dogs. So
it's a wolf hyena hybrid?
Yes, described as a wolf hyena hybrid.
Imagine saying these things in the native language. It's the
I think this is a North American version of a dingo ate my baby.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Oh no, dingo ate my baby.
Wyoming.
I wish Mark Reed was here.
That's actually the most reasonable monster out of the bunch, to tell you the truth.
Wyoming has its own, and I think, Johnny, you're probably familiar with this one. Any of us who have lived in those areas are familiar with it.
I can tell you what it is. I know what it is.
What
the monster of Wyoming. It weighs 1.2 million pounds. It is 135 feet long, and it goes by the nickname Big Boy. Because Union Pacific's headquarters for their steam shop is in Wyoming, and the Big Boy, the locomotive, the real big one, there you go.
So in Wyoming, they have the jackalope.
Yep.
The jackalope.
Yep. Which, I think pretty much everybody is probably familiar with the jackrabbit with the antlers of an antelope. So
the only way a jackalope would be frightening as a monster is if it were the size of the rabbits in Night of the Lepus.
Oh, that's true. Agree with that.
Terrifying.
No. Now remember, that bunny, it's a killer.
It's a killer.
So, Johnny, this next one, you because you have family up there and you spend time up there, Colorado.
Yeah, that's a goat man.
No, that's not
another goat man. I'm telling you, there's a goat mountain next to my mother's place.
So why is there always a goat man, but never like a elk man or a buffalo man or something?
So the Slide Rock Bolter.
Oh my!
Their monster's a rock.
It's a rock.
No, the Slide Rock Bolter. No, it's not a rock. Rider. The Slide Rock Bolter is the legendary creature. It was recounted by lumberjacks of North America during the 19th and early 20th centuries. It's believed to live in the mountains of Colorado, but only on mountains where the slope is at an angle greater than 45 degrees. It has a massive head, small eyes, and a large mouth, which is similar to a sculpin. Its tail ends in a fluke like a dolphin with enormous grab hooks, and that it controls slides down and swallows up the stuff that it catches sliding down the side of the mountain.
What's it called again?
It's not doing a very good job.
The Slide Rock Bolter.
Well, bolter, like B-O-L-T-E-R.
B-O-L-T-E-R, like it bolts down.
I thought you were saying boulder. I was about to drop the most badass SpongeBob joke that anybody's ever seen. But
so it spots its prey and it lifts its tail to release the hold on the crest of the side, and then gravity sends it barreling downhill where it lubricates itself with its saliva. And that's how it lubricates its way down the mountain.
It does that too, huh? Okay. Yeah. I mean, I can understand that.
Little dabble do you.
And then the accumulated speed will carry the bolter up the next slope, where then it hooks up and it waits for a prey to come along and does it again.
You lubricate with spit and the accumulated speed. Yeah.
There you go.
That's what ate up the airplane in, or not the airplane, but the airport in Langoliers, right?
I think
also. Once again, John Monahan coming. Dude's just coming in clutch. Just don't stop commenting, John. Man Bear Pig. Everybody knows that's the monster of Colorado.
Yes, Man Bear Pig.
Man Bear Pig.
I'm super serious, guys. All right, so North Dakota.
I'm sorry, it just popped in my head. I don't. You guys might not find it funny, but it was either 7th or 8th grade. For homecoming.
That was fucking 30 plus years ago for some of us.
Totally serial.
But for homecoming week, there was a superhero day. So I just wore normal clothes, tied a towel around me, and I was Al Gore.
That's funny.
Nice.
And when I would walk around, I would shh.
That's funny.
Oh, fuck.
So North Dakota, does anybody want to guess what North Dakota has?
Fucking boring.
Nothing. Literally nothing.
Okay, so that's where the Thunderbird legend is typically held. Thunderbird, giant bird that takes people away. Yeah. And South Dakota has its own as well.
Christy Nome.
I would actually say that's something there. Yeah, right.
That's definitely the monster from South Dakota.
South Dakota has
never fucking was one.
South Dakota has its own has the Takuhi. And the Takuhi is another Bigfoot-like creature. So another name for the Bigfoot. Said to roam the plains and forests of South Dakota, especially near Sika Hollow State Park. Is where that one is.
Can you just imagine like being in South Dakota out camping and then Christy Nome is just standing there with whatever the fuck kind of face that is that she has,
just running on all fours,
dude.
Rapidly. And you know what the thing is? We all made like a growling, barking sound. It wouldn't be.
She's got on her little ice slings behind her.
It would just be her normal voice.
She's like probably the woods on all fours with her face just kind of melting off. She needs like the blood of fresh victims in order to rejuvenate herself.
Yep.
Nebraska.
Not a goddamn thing.
The children in the corn.
In the corn, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Either that or it's how fucking flat and boring the state is.
So they're in Nebraska, said to inhabit Walgren Lake. Is the Walgren, W-A-L-G-R-E-N, the Walgren Lake Monster or the Alkali Lake Monster?
Again, it's just Nessie, like with one of her many.
How is Nessie getting from lake to lake?
The Thunderbird.
Magic underground tunnels.
That too.
Oh, okay.
But look, Nessie's been around long enough. She's accumulated enough wealth that she could have homes in all 50 states.
And moving on to Kansas.
Again, abso-fucking-lutely nothing.
No, Kansas has Sinkhole Sam.
Oh, for that. Yep, that tracks. Yep.
So Sinkhole Sam, Sinkhole Sam, otherwise known as the Foopengurkle.
Whoa. What?
Did the fucking English name it? Or what?
Foopengurkel is a worm-like creature. It's a worm-like creature that is said to inhabit a portion of Inman Lake in Kansas, known as the Sinkhole.
I'll show you my Foopengurkel.
That's Nessie fucking with people.
the Foopengurkel is what this called, but I thought Sinkhole Sam was better. Foopengurkel. Foopen. Foopen.
Foopengurkel's way fucking better.
Foopengerkle. Foopengurkel. Okay, Minnesota.
I
just want you to know,
seriously.
I'm calling it that from now on. Anytime anybody asks, even if they don't, that's what it's called. That's what it's getting called now. Foopengurkel.
Foopengurkel.
You know what? Anybody who's an
calling it
idiot
these
will call
days?
him a Foopengurkel.
Foopengurkel has now entered the lexicon. So
no.
Okay, Minnesota.
Oh shit.
It's got to be some sort of lake monster.
It's got to be.
You actually named it earlier.
Oh, the Wendigo. Yeah.
Wendigo. Yes.
Yeah.
And I don't think Wendigo needs any introduction. People are familiar with the that legend of the cannibalistic monster or the cannibalistic like spirit that affects people. Iowa.
Fred Gwynn. God damn it.
Iowa has the Van Meter monster.
The what?
The Van Meter monster.
Is that the one that goes around checking your fucking electric meter?
Yes, it is. That's exactly what he does.
That was the horned bat-like monster. Missouri has Momo.
Isn't Momo? I thought Momo was a new thing.
It wasn't that like the beak thing, like the video stretch.
So Momo the Missouri monster is Missouri's version of Bigfoot, and that's been reported around since the early 70s. So Momo is the Missouri Bigfoot. Wisconsin, and there was actually several. Right? There were several movies made after this, several horror films made after.
I know exactly what this one is. It is an empty beer. That is the monster of Wisconsin.
Hey guys, these ones are out. We need some new fresh soldiers, eh?
So Wisconsin has the Beast of Bray Road. Which I'm quite. I mean, there's been lots of like.
It's a little much, don't you think?
With the Beast of Bray Road,
it's a little much.
Supposedly a hairy humanoid creature with canine features. Supposedly reported sighted alongside Bray Road in rural Wisconsin. So typically, described as a werewolf. So that's the Beast of Bray Road. Illinois has the Enfield Horror.
The what? The what?
The Enfield Horror is actually kind of interesting because the Enfield Horror in Illinois was reportedly an unidentified creature described as being grayish with 3 legs and large pink eyes. And the thing about the Enfield Horror is that there was multiple sightings in one night. And so the first sighting was a boy that encountered it. And about 30 minutes later, a man named Henry McDaniel reported seeing the exact same creature trying to get into his home in 2 different locations. So 2 different witnesses, unconnected, reported seeing the same monster on the same night.
Interesting.
And that's the one kind of interesting thing. And it was never identified what this thing was. McDaniel claimed to have shot the creature, which then it ran off. Police found strange 6-toed footprints. Explanations for the creature included a mistaken identity of an escaped kangaroo or an ape, or an elaborate hoax. But neither of which were confirmed. So, but the Enfield one is interesting because the reports came in separately. They came from 2 people that were unrelated, a child and an adult man. And the child simply saw it, and then the adult man said it was trying to get into his home, and he shot it, and that was pretty much it. Trace evidence left behind, but nothing was ever confirmed, and no monster was ever found. So, otherwise known as the Enfield Horror.
Interesting.
Michigan should be a familiar one as well. Because Michigan has the dog.
The Mothman or some shit like that?
Michigan has the Dogman.
Dogman, there you go.
Michigan Dogman.
Totally not.
Which is a werewolf style monster as well.
How do you know that it's a werewolf and not a wolf man?
Oh, good point.
Which one was the mother?
You're asking too many questions.
So sightings of the Michigan Dogman go back to the 1880s, but it gained popularity in the 1980s after a DJ created a song about it. But typically described to be basically a werewolf, described by witnesses as a werewolf. Indiana has the Beast of Busco.
The what?
The Beast of Busco, Busco, is an enormous snapping turtle, which citizens claim to have seen in 1949. In Churubusco, Indiana.
Like how big? Like SUV big?
And a huge alligator turtle estimated to be weighing in at about 500 pounds.
Oh, it's an alligator turtle. Is that like a type of? Is that like an actual type of?
Yeah,
turtle?
an alligator snapping turtle, right? Okay. And they do get really, really big. So, but not
those things
that,
do get
not
pretty
that big,
ridiculously large.
They get enormous, but not that big. I mean, a snapping turtle.
Well, maybe they do get that big, and that's why people are like,
maybe.
No.
So, but apparently now, given the time that was reported, that I think, no, turtles are notoriously long-lived, so don't know.
And something that size would never leave a trail.
Mm-mm.
Well, an alligator snapping turtle spends like 90% of its life at the whatever body of water it's in, just sitting on the bottom. And then they'll come up for air, but they can hold their breath for, I think, upwards of 3 hours at a time because their metabolism is so slow. And they basically they're just mouths is what they are. They're just like reptilian mouths that just sit there and then grab whatever comes by. But their metabolism is so slow that they can basically sit there and, like upwards of 3 hours, no air. They come up for air, and then they go sit back down and they just do it again. They get so large that it's actually way too much effort for them to like travel very far. So they just become landmines,
I like landmines.
Ohio has the Frogman.
Of course it does.
And this one is also, I think, somewhat interesting because Ohio, for those who also known as the Loveland Frog, the Loveland Frogmen, or the Loveland Lizards, they derive their name from the area inhabit near Loveland, Ohio, and they've been sighted and they've also been sighted in Clermont County. It had 4 sightings: 1 in 55, 2 in 72, and 1 in 2016. The 2016 sighting has video evidence associated with it, but a lot of people have attributed it to being a hoax. And so, but they're reportedly bipedal frogs that are basically humanoid frog people. So
that's cool.
Yep.
That was V. They're in V, right?
They're what?
V, the show or the movie and the show.
They were lizard. They were like straight up lizard people.
Oh, that's right.
But these are frogs.
Yeah.
And apparently they have the physical ability to use sticks like tools. However, they also have an ability to use those sticks to emit sparks like a wand.
Oh, so they're magic frogs.
Magic frogs.
And then you have, let me just say it like this, and then Maine has its own. And no, it's not the Wendigo.
It's got to be lobster-based.
Actually, this one kind of surprised me. Maine has the Spectre Moose. It has the Spectre Moose.
Spectre Moose?
Okay.
The Maine Spectre Moose is a very large, heavy white moose from the state of Maine, where it's known to pop up in town before bad things happen. Also seen as a harbinger. And so, never heard anybody, but the people in Maine who claim to have seen it see it as kind of like a harbinger to let people know that something is going to happen so that they can prepare. So that's what people have come culturally to kind of accept it as. But it's the Spectre Moose that shows up out of nowhere and warns people of incoming danger. Apparently, it was first noted in 1891 by a hunting guide near Lobster Lake, and then it was cited twice again. The second time, which the Spectre Moose had been shot at by a hunter but missed. The slugs reportedly had no effect and bounced off of it. And then cited not seen again until 1985 when a taxidermist spotted the moose, and the moose was seen again in 1999. Where Gilman Brown saw the moose and counted 22 points on each side. Normal moose only has 8 to 12.
That's a very, very large moose.
That's a large moose.
That's like just stand really still there for
Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah. Couldn't grab a camera or anything. It was just like, give me a moment. I'm just going to. Yeah, definitely that number exactly.
So New Hampshire has the Woods Devil. Vermont has the Northfield Pigman.
Yeah, it sounds like.
Oh, they don't have like the Maple Monster or some shit like that.
Massachusetts has its Dover Demon.
Mm-hmm.
Rhode Island is known for the Mercy Brown vampire incident. The Mercy Brown vampire incident. January 1892, one of the best documented cases of the exhumation of a corpse in order to perform rituals to banish an undead manifestation. It was part of the wider New England vampire panic.
Wait, they had to unearth it to get rid of it. Like, couldn't you have just left it there?
The oddly well-preserved exhumed body of Mercy Brown led many to believe she was a vampire responsible for the death of her family in Exeter, Rhode Island. So it's thought that vampires may have been there. Connecticut has the Melon Heads.
The what?
Okay.
Isn't that like a band?
It might be. There might be a band. The Melon Heads of Connecticut.
It was.
And supposedly they live on the outskirts of town in heavily wooded country roads and known as Melonhead roads. So Zion, around like Zion Hill Road for anybody who's familiar with Connecticut. But folklore of Connecticut, melonheads are being generally described as large-headed humanoids with bulbous large craniums. But then again, it's up there in the middle of nowhere, so that could be, some like the blue people of like West Virginia, I think it is, where it's all inbreeding and shit.
Yeah.
And New York, I saw it mentioned earlier. New York has Champ from Lake Champlain. Has Champy. And if I say New Jersey,
Jersey Devil.
Jersey Devil. People familiar with that one don't need to go into the legend of the seventh son of the seventh son or some shit like that. Delaware has the Selbyville Swamp Monster, which is another, I believe, is another lake monster. Selbyville Swamp Monster, which is no, Selbyville Swamp Monster, I think, is their version of Bigfoot. Yes, it's their version, Delaware's version of Bigfoot. Pennsylvania has the Squonk.
Squonk?
Yeah.
Squonk. Squonk. So the Squonk is an interesting one. It's a purported to live in the hemlock forest of northern Pennsylvania, and is a creature that is so ugly that legend holds that the creature's skin is ill-fitting, covered with warts, and that because it is ashamed of its appearance, it hides from plain sight and spends most of its time weeping. Hunters who have tried catching squonks have found out that the creature is capable of dissolving completely into a pool of tears and bubbles when cornered. A man named J.P. Wentling is supposed to have coaxed the creature into a bag, which, when he carried it home, suddenly lightened, and then found that it had all that remains was the liquid remains of the animal. So, but
what was the name of that monster from earlier that was really funny?
The
Farfanugan. No, that's not it.
No, that's not it.
Farfanugan.
I have to go back and look to see.
Bounce. No, fuck. What is it? It's something German.
Does it squanch? It doesn't squanch. Yeah, the Pine Barrens is actually a pretty creepy place because of how overgrown it is, just how dense that area is. But the Pine Barrens is pretty creepy.
Pugin Farkle or some shit like that.
Yeah, it's Poopin' Farkle.
No, it's something like that. What the fuck was it? God damn it.
Fugen Gurkle?
Yeah, Poopin' Gurkle.
Foopin' Gurkle or something like that?
Gurkle. That's what it is.
No.
Something like that? Well, I only wanted to know because I wanted to make the joke. I'm going to stick my Foopin' Gurkle in your
Foopin'
squonk.
Foopin' Gurkle in your squonk. Maryland has Chessie, which is another lake monster. And, of course, West Virginia, Point Pleasant, has Mothman. Virginia has the Snallygaster.
The what?
The Snallygaster is from Maryland folklore, described as a dragon-like beast that is part bird and part reptile. Taxonomically, that's pretty close. Said to swoop down from the sky and to prey on poultry and sometimes people. It is an ancient legend that reportedly originated back in the 1700s. So, a winged creature with features of both a bird and a reptile. So, it can fly silently, sucks blood, has fangs, and bulletproof hide.
And a depiction I've got here looks a lot like Cthulhu-style tentacles by a mouth.
Ah, okay.
It's like
and
it's a what the fuck a duckin'.
It was first reported in 1735, and its name may have come from the German phrase Schnellegeist, meaning quick spirit. Or Schnellgeist.
And it was called the Snellygaster?
The Snallygaster. Kentucky has the Hopkinsville Goblin, which I don't think needs much explanation on that one. It's a goblin. Hopkinsville Goblin. Tennessee has the Tennessee Wild Man, which think
that's just Cletus.
That's just like, I think that originates from how Tennessee was colonized, and so when people were when immigrants were being pushed towards the East Coast into West Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, and towards into the Appalachian area, into the southern Appalachian areas, as they were being pushed further in, and along with the Native Americans, those tribes began to kind of like coexist to kind of like survive in that really like that harsh area, because it's so dense and it's just really not a place you'd want to live. And so the immigrant population began to trade and interbreed with the Native American population as they were pushed into those like dense, desolate areas where people just didn't want to live. And so that originated in a lot of mixing of Scotch Irish legends, German legends, and Native American folklore, which then began to blend together as tribes and families began to intermarry. And so we see a lot of cultures, like a lot of the stuff, and we saw monsters and legends come out of that took elements from both sides. And North Carolina has the Beast of Bladenboro, which is I believe is their version of.
If you say Loch Ness Monster, I swear to God.
No, I think it's their. The Beast of Bladenboro was a creature from North Carolina that terrorized the town of Bladenboro in late 53 and early 54, allegedly killing livestock and pets in a vampiric manner by crushing skulls and draining blood. Despite a massive hunt involving hundreds of people, the beast was never found. The legend officially ended when town officials presented a large bobcat as the beast. The story is still remembered today, and the town now holds an annual Beast Fest. So the Beast of Bladenboro, which people attribute to some sort of I think there was some sort of either a canid or a felinid type monster, type animal. But then, of course, apparently it was a large bobcat that was on the loose. But people still hold that there was an actual monster out there. So the Beast of Bladenboro. South Carolina has the Lizard Man of Scape or Swamp, which is exactly what it sounds like. A lizard man sighted around Scape or Swamp. Arkansas, and we covered this on Week in Horror. So Arkansas has its own. The Fook Monster. Otherwise known as the Boggy Creek Monster.
Yeah.
Legend of Boggy Creek.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Which is Arkansas's version of Bigfoot. Louisiana.
Oh, that's got to be some Creole or Cajun.
Can you name it?
The Wugamata.
Skeptic Philosophy. Knocked out. It is the Rougarou.
Yeah.
The Rougarou of Louisiana, which it has the Honey Island Swamp Monster as well, is another legend out of Louisiana. The Rougarou is really popular, though, because obviously the Loup-Garou, which transplanted over from France. And the idea of the concept comes from there. And good to see you, Tony Regime. Thanks for popping in. Good to see you. Mississippi has the Pascagoula Elephant Man.
Okay.
Alabama, I shit you not, has the White Thing.
Of course it does. Of course it does.
That's what makes Alabama so great. It's got that white thing.
Alabama White Thing. Legendary creature, often described as a large white, Bigfoot-like being with glowing red eyes and an eerie screech. So, that's
I feel like if you were to ask anybody from Alabama, they'd put a lot of emphasis on the fact that it's white.
White. You got to make sure you have to pronounce it. White.
So, Georgia has the Altamaha, which is believed to live in the Altamaha River, often compared to the Loch Ness Monster. So it is its own. So Georgia has its own Nessie, described as a long serpentine animal with a bony ridge, crocodile-like snout, and flippers, said to be around 20 to 30 feet long. Though some reports suggest it's much larger.
Doesn't she represent one of the
what
districts of Georgia?
Oh, hot. And the last one,
you're fucking up when she's the voice of reason for your party, by the way.
It's really fucking weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
And yes, Rougarous are effectively werewolves for those who or they fall into kind of like the shapeshifter skinwalker style idea. So Florida has the skunk ape.
The what?
Of course, the skunk ape. The skunk ape.
What the fuck was I gonna?
Skunk ape.
Yeah, like fart in your face.
Right, skunk ape. Because it's named that because of how bad it smells. But that is Florida's version of the Bigfoot.
Matt Gaetz. Oh wait,
because it lurks in the Everglades and deeply forested areas, and of course smells really, really, really bad.
I was going to say something. It just now got back into my mind. If you would have told me back in 2022 that I would be in staunch disagreement with John Fetterman, but would agree with almost everything that Marjorie Taylor Greene said, I'd have slapped you so fucking hard. It's not even funny.
I kind of still want to slap people for it. Even now, I still want to slap people for that because those are words that should not. And really for me, it's just the agree with Marjorie Taylor Greene thing. That
how do you stroke yourself into Zionism? That's what I want to know.
Right.
So for those out there who have followed along, that was all 50 states. Every state has its own monster. So if you happen to live in one,
you forgot the baby states.
Oh, I didn't know. You mean the territories?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't look them up. I just looked up the 50 states.
Damn.
Sorry.
Wow. Way to be inclusive.
So if you didn't know, if you out there in the live chat didn't know what your particular monster was, now you do.
Now you know.
So now you know your particular monster.
And if you forgot, so there are two that you can kind of just like, well, it's like a Loch Ness thing or it's a Bigfoot thing, and you're probably right.
Yeah, lots of sea monsters in large lakes. And then, of course, lots of Bigfoot. Bigfoot from Washington all the way to Florida, all the way through. I don't believe there is a state that has not had a Bigfoot report at some point where somebody has reported some hairy humanoid. They saw Johnny walking around, and they said, "There, Bigfoot."
Hey, the alopecia is taking care of the hairy parts.
Have you seen that video of the really big guy with no shirt on? It's like guys with they got their phone out. I was like, look, Bigfoot. It's just a big fat guy, and he comes out of the woods like, and then he goes to run, and he just falls on his face.
Wow.
I haven't seen this, but yeah.
Where will
all right,
friends kick in?
Here comes the fun part, the one that I have been dreading, and I know the one that Andrew. So before we do, I would go get a drink, use a restroom. I'm gonna get this set up because here comes. That was the treat part. We debunked some spooky vids and talked about everybody's state monster. Oh my god! So I'm gonna bring this up because this is the trick portion of the video. Let me go ahead and present this and get this prepped. Here we go. And I gotta pause this.
This video is called.
All right. So, scary waiting music. Yes. Wrote it. I see you. Things at work. All right. As soon as the guys get back, I'm going to let them take over for a second because I myself have to use the restroom. You can see I'm kind of doing the pee-pee dance sitting here in the chair. But I appreciate everybody hanging out with us for the Halloween stream tonight. This is where it's going to get really, really. I think this is going to be fun. And as soon as they get back, because I know Andrew's been champing at the bit about this particular one. I was hoping Jay Patrick would be here as well, but I think we're going to have fun with this one. I need these guys to get back because I really have to go to the bathroom. They're taking forever. Maybe they're going to the restroom. I should have gone first. That's what I should have done. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to remove this real quick, and then I'm going to play this. Oh, wait, no, somebody's coming back. Who's coming back? No, I thought somebody was coming back. Okay, they're Leo Phyllis.
I heard
Leo,
that sucking music, and I already know what you're going to do to us.
Leo, okay, hold the fort. I'm going to be right back. I have to use the restroom myself.
Oh, it looks like this is Leo's stream now. You know what that means? That means we can all get real naughty. I'm talking real naughty. I'm talking reaching your hand all the way to the bottom of the bucket naughty. That's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, I just streamed yesterday on my channel. You all should go check it out. It's really, really cool. So I don't really have much to say. Of course, I don't know if the people over here are interested in the kinds of things I do on my my YouTube channel. But yeah, you should. I don't know. Do Johnny and Andrew have YouTube channels? If they do, you should check them out. You should not check mine out. For the love of God, that is not a thing you should do. Save yourself while you can. Yeah, it's great living here in the good old US of A as we slowly descend into fascism by the day. It's so great. It's so much fun. You know, skeptic philosophy. If I wanted to be that guy, I could take what you just said and call you a fucking racist. But I'm not going to do that because I don't think you are. But I could. And I could just ruin. I could just complete. I could call your job. I could get you fired. I could.
All right. The bladder monster. That's what that was.
Whew. Remember what we talked about, chat. Don't let anybody else know. It's our little secret.
Okay. So this is okay. So to explain the rules here, kind of, this is how it's going to go. This is a video that Jim Bob made in response to a video that I made. I have not watched this video. Okay. So this is the perfect trick on me. So we had treats and we're going to have a trick. So, but the kicker on this is I'm not going to respond to it. I have no idea what's in this video. There have been some people who have said that it's really bad against me, and give me a lot of different like reasons as to why. But the challenge here is that I'm not going to respond to this. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to take it. So I'm going to take whatever he's got, but I'm going to allow Andrew, Leo, and Johnny to respond. They will be able to pause. They'll ask for a pause. Someone can just call a pause, and we'll pause it. And then they will have their say. And then when they say, play on, I'll play the video. And that's how it's going to go. And I'm going to sit here and take whatever he's got to dish at me. I don't know what it is. He's probably going to call me Beaver Boy a lot because that's his favorite nickname for me. But
it's funny because instead of calling you that, why doesn't he just get creative and call you like Bucky's or something like that?
I don't know. I don't even think my front teeth are that prominent. So
they're not.
So I don't know. So I'm going to maintain my zen. I have no idea what he's got in this, but there's some people who said it's bad. So we're going to find out. But I'm going to allow Andrew, Leo, and Johnny to take the reins. Hopefully Johnny will be back shortly, so we're not waiting too long. Oh, and by the way, if anybody has milestone chats, be sure to use those milestones. I love seeing how long people have, if you're a member, how long people have been members. I like checking that out and seeing how long it is and calling people out and thanking them for how long they've been members because my members help to run this channel because you guys rock. So, and you have all the cool emojis and channel badges that I made for you. Jinju, I don't know. Is it many ad hom attacks and no evidence? I honestly have no idea. Thank you, like that. Thank you, Donnie W. Donnie W. Who's been a member of the Godless Army for 40 months. Thank you so much, Donnie. You rock. We'll appreciate that. So I'm not going to mute. I'm not muting it. You'll be able to hear me. If I laugh at something, you'll be able to hear it, but I can't respond to if he tries to debunk one, like if he tries to like hit me with an argument, I can't respond to that. So whatever it might be, but I'm going to let these guys respond to it. And if I get roasted in the meantime, like if Jim Bob says something salient and points something out and it's bad, my bad, I'm going to have to take it. So, but we're going to find out. So, are my panelists ready?
Sure.
Of course. You know me. I'm always ready to take on.
Okay.
Jam.
All right. So, call for a pause, and I will pause it. Call for play, and then say play on, or just play, and we will continue on from there. And thank you so much, Jessica Transmetal Alchemist, who has become a new member of the Godless Army. Enjoy the badge and all of the channel, the emojis, the channel badge, and the emojis that I've made for you. I've made a lot of fun ones. So I do appreciate that support. Thank you very, very much. And here we go. I have not watched this, so I have no idea what I'm in store for.
Here to kick ass and chew bubble gum.
That was pretty cool.
This video is called Atheism Has Evil Moral Consequences? ? Let's take a look-see.
Now, let's take a look.
That's some catchy ass. Very low fi.
What's this Bridge the Divide channel? This is the gayest intro I've ever seen.
Hey.
Welcome back, everyone, to Bridge the Divide, where we examine irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, and how with education, rationality, and reason, we can bridge the societal divides that they create. Today, we're taking a look at a video.
We need to fucking hell. Leo, you bite your tongue. I created that intro for him.
No, I like the intro. I'm just giving shit.
I know you did. I know.
But yeah, that is a nice intro. I like the tune and everything. It's short, sweet, it's cool, it's modern, it's hip.
It's actually
yo-yo.
Well, no, it's not modern. No, it's post-contemporary, sir.
Yeah, I don't know shit about art, so yeah, I'm just talking out of my ass.
That's okay. Go ahead. Yes, we're good to go. JL, during your intro, this says "Talk to Ghosts."
From the channel.
Even that statement, we're off to a terrible start. JL Warren, why bridge any divide? I don't understand. What's this concept? You're gonna bridge the divide? Why? You're gonna bridge the divide? By the way, every freeze frame works with this guy. Why are we bridging a divide? I don't understand. What's this purpose? Can I not bridge the divide? Can I maintain a very narrow, I don't know, quote, bigoted view, JL? Is that possible? Why not that?
What about
actually? Why not kill off the other side from an atheist view? I don't understand. Why not?
Channel Sanctus, where the host, who is most definitely a Catholic, claims to be able to make the case that the position of atheism entails.
I'm gonna have to get like a thing to slap you when I say pause, because you just ignore my pause questions.
And now that our eyeballs have rolled back to their normal,
is it just me? Can you not hear me? Is that what it is?
What?
Yeah. Bunch of cunts.
No, so what the fuck's going on?
Can you not hear me, JL? Look, when I say pause, you're not hearing that?
Oh, I'm going to speak now. I'm not supposed to speak, but I couldn't hear you when you said so. Say pause if make sure I can hear it. Just say it loud.
I thought I did, but okay.
Just personal with your mic.
Do I have to do like this to say pause? Sorry, JL. No. First off, who is this fucking guy?
This is Jim. Physicalism makes consciousness impossible. Bob.
Okay. I think I already have a feeling for what we're in for. Okay, I just want a quick clarification of why he was being completely.
He's a character.
This is like the Timu Frank Turek.
This is like if there were a Timu for Timu.
Yeah.
There was also a Timu for Timu that was itself like an Alibaba.
So like
that's this guy of Frank Turek. And that's saying something because like Frank Turek's already bad. Jim Bob, good old Jordan Bird, good old James Babe, whatever the fuck I call him something different every time I say his name because it's fucking hilarious. He's a guy. I fucking love engaging with this guy. It's so much fun because he makes it so fucking easy.
Yeah.
Okay, let's give him some rope. Roll tape.
Yeah, I'm going to not say pause again because you can't hear it anyway. So
Let's hear what he has to say.
When we look out into the modern world, we see a smorgasbord of conflicting moral systems. The leaders of nations cannot agree on what is the good, or essentially, what should everyone strive for.
This sentiment is actually something that I agree on, but I also recognize that it's a social circumstance entailed by the fact that moral distinctions are themselves subjective in nature. Per this philosophical razor, Hume's guillotine, an ought cannot be derived from an is, meaning that one cannot logically conclude a moral statement, what one ought do, from purely factual statements, that which is. What connects these two concepts, the facts, to the moral conclusions within societies are ethical premises, those statements being about what is valuable or desirable. And for the most part, one of the founding features of societies are collective agreements upon what is valuable and desirable. Examples being human well-being and human flourishing. And
wait, those aren't the only examples, buddy. Some examples include offing a whole sect of people that are in the way of your wants and desires, right? Well, notice how they always go to, well-being, let's work together, cooperation.
Yes, as
diversity.
Our societies grow larger over time, encompassing more voices, more opinions, and more complex social interactions, trying to determine the most moral course of action in any potential given situation can become extremely difficult. But
he just already contradicted himself. Calling an action moral, he already violated Hume's guillotine.
No,
he's already in a contradiction.
In fact, it can be very no. That doesn't really make sense, because when we talk about what we ought to do and what we ought not to do, which is, at least broadly speaking, what we're talking about when we talk about morality, we're generally talking about actions and behaviors. Like, clearly we might say that, like, you ought to think a certain way or you ought not to think a certain way, but those are largely going to be epistemic norms, not moral norms, which usually, again, have to do with behavior.
And at the same time, you're not deriving that moral choice simply from that. I mean, like, they're each coming from different directions with their own frameworks. They're just trying to make them align better. So they're searching for commonality. So it's not getting the ought from the is. This is taking a lot of the oughts just from the independent frameworks and attempting to find some common ground. I think we're good to keep rolling.
It's impossible from your view. What do you mean it's difficult? Oh, figuring out what the moral action should be is very difficult sometimes. I'm a real thinker.
But that doesn't entail that doing so is impossible. It just requires the collective agreement within the society to do any and all necessary work to accomplish it.
But what is the source of this division? Well, put simply, the source is that of atheism or secularism.
No, it's the fact that moral realism is not a thing that exists.
Those aren't the same
and so
thing.
Moral subjectivism or moral relativism leaves us with the daunting social challenge of finding common ground that every single person can agree upon. The capacity of an individual to make what we call moral distinctions has nothing to do with whether or not they believe in the existence of a God. Your problem, Sanctus, is with the fact that there are other...
Wrong. He's already in a contradiction. If people simply agreed that God exists, and they derive their moral system from the belief, even if false, even if it was a false belief, but they agreed that God exists, they all believed it, you didn't know if it was true or false, I don't understand. What's the problem, dude?
People who
that doesn't entail that the belief in God is what informs the morality, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, belief in God isn't the definition of morality. That's supposed to be the source of morality. Now, the question is, what's the content? And you can ask the tens of thousands of denominations of Christianity why the other side are all heathens.
Not just Christianity, of any religion.
I thought I'd start closer to home.
No, fuck that. We're shitting on all of them.
We're going international.
That's right.
They can make moral distinctions that you personally don't agree with. And as hard as it may be for you to hear this, that you happen to have been convinced that a particular version of a God exists does not entail that you corner the market on morality.
Atheism is...
No, you could actually. If you were convinced a particular God exists, you can corner the market on morality by merely using force. What's the contradiction?
Yeah, but you don't need God to do that.
That's the thing. Yeah, his foundation is incorrect.
Actually, he's half right. You could corner it that way, but the god wouldn't have anything to do with it. The mere fact that you're eliminating all competing ideas the hard way would be the mechanism. So actually, what he's claiming the source is irrelevant.
I think that was the argument that I was making as well as Leo, that you could take God and put in Eggo waffles.
I could put in my Aunt Sally.
Right.
It's the because I say so and pop a cap in everyone who begs to differ.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. That statistically, it's like everyone who's left agrees with me. Convenient.
You disagree, you get murked.
You get murdered.
Yep.
Okay, JL.
What do you mean? If you're saying there's no real moral facts, then whatever it is you're calling moral is merely a set of preferences that a bunch of people agree with. Correct. And the people who agree, if they have better guns and more will.
What's problematic about that? There's nothing problematic about that. It would be like saying, I really like vanilla ice cream. In fact, vanilla ice cream is better than chocolate ice cream. Now, Andrew could go, well, I don't think so. I think chocolate's way better than vanilla. Okay, yeah. Neither one of us is correct. There isn't some standard that we measure our opinions against to figure out objectively which ice cream. No, it's just our preferences. Morality can be exactly the same way. The fact that you might not personally like that doesn't fucking matter.
Well, but I think the problem is agency. When we're talking about, well, morality has to come from something else, some sort of deity, as opposed to this is what we all have decided is best for society. We have decided that it is best that we not become sister fuckers because it, will have a motherfuckers, unless you're whatever his name was, because it'll have detrimental effects on, us genetically.
Yeah,
it'll affect our society in a negative way. We have come to the conclusion that running around murdering each other is not what is going to be the best thing for our society. Remove God from it, it's still the same thing. Like the premise, that doesn't change.
The big thing that no, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead. I'll follow you.
The big thing here that I want to emphasize is you'll hear a lot of moral realists, people who think that the truth of moral statements holds independent of people's stances or preferences or desires or what have you. They'll often say, oh, yeah, well, if anti-realism is true, then that just means that what's moral is just it's just based on your preferences. It's a way of trying to downplay the legitimacy of morality by reducing it to preferences, but that doesn't matter. So what if it's preferences? And humans oftentimes, to a large degree, share the same preferences with respect to morality.
I was just going to say, I think your definition is lacking in when it does get reduced to your preferences. That's correct or not correct. That is generally the thing that I would hear. Well, it's your preference. No, it's a mutually agreed upon preference amongst the vast majority of people.
Yeah, I would say preferences. Morality can be rooted in preferences, and then naturally humans tend to agree.
Yeah, I would actually counter almost all of that in a funny way, because technically preferences plural definitely applies because everyone has their own. As it is, the fact of us having a collective agreement is actually what differentiates how we enact law versus what we actually consider morality to be. For instance, one might say that if you take a look at a person running a street hustle, right, where the games are going to be rigged, right, as a common outsider, but a person who's new to town might not know that, hey, that guy's running a scam over there. And funny enough, the scam that he's running, the victim ends up volunteering to participate in putting their money on the line. But technically, the scam they're running isn't technically illegal. Now, we could look at that morally and go, yeah, that's scummy. Everyone could say it's scummy, but we realize that half of what we're talking about when we talk about morality is the expectation of laws around it. See, we only create laws around the low-hanging common parts. So morality is not, this is where they think society is going to fall apart. See, law does not encompass all of morality. It's only the convenient, obvious stuff, which sort of says there's a common underpinning to what it means to be human that somehow is kind of easy for everyone to come together about. And the little stuff is what falls through the cracks, the fine prints, the exceptions. So morality, no, every monkey is doing their own morality. The commonality is what gets codified
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's the critical difference. So as soon as he's going to run down, prepare for the slippery slope. I'm going to be calling on it of what society's going to fall to. My ass, because lowest common denominator
is your ass.
Yeah.
So you said
it's way down there. All about dunk.
They get to dictate morality. They literally have a monopoly. They actually, in reality, have cornered the market on what's called moral.
Is the denial or lack of belief in the existence of God.
Well, at least you got that part right. Now let's see if you also understand that that position is only concerned with that one single proposition. And
no, it's not. No, look at
yes,
every
it
works with this guy. No, it's not. The conclusion or the position that God doesn't exist is not a position that exists or comes from a vacuum, right? It's derivative of another set of propositions about the world. You don't come to God doesn't exist without assuming a whole slew of metaphysical assumptions, epistemic assumptions, some type of criteria for how you come to what you call true knowledge.
Epistemic assumptions, sure, but not necessarily metaphysical.
Yeah. Okay. No, actually, it doesn't come from a whole bunch of other things like that. It comes from their inability to prove the existence of their thing. That's where it comes from.
So they didn't start.
You didn't prove. You said there's a thing. You failed. That's where it comes from. Your failure.
I say, shouldn't we be like? It should start at there is nothing. Talking about deity wise, right? That's where we start. So like the atheistic, well, I guess the agnostic, even being a little kind, we'll say the agnostic viewpoint of we don't know. Therefore, that should be like the start, because again, we've got thousands and thousands of deities across this globe. How do we know, which one is true, which one is not?
Contradiction. There is no contradiction. What do you mean? If you're saying there's no real moral facts, then whatever it is exists or comes from a vacuum.
Well, that's not.
It's derivative of another set of propositions.
Anti-realists don't think that there aren't moral facts. They think that those moral facts are not true, independent of stances, whereas moral realists do. See, I think a lot of people like Jim Bob often misconstrue the difference between moral realism and moral anti-realism. Moral realism is the idea that there are moral facts and that the truth of those facts holds independent of desires, stances, motivations, preferences, what have you. Broadly just known as stances. Whereas the anti-realist says that some anti-realists will say that there are moral facts, but that the truth of those facts is not independent of stances. Whether or not some moral fact is true depends on the stances of the evaluating agent. And then there's a branch of moral anti-realism that doesn't even grant that moral statements are factive to begin with. They're not truth apt. They're not propositional. Think like, what's it called? Emotivism, where when we say that like murder is wrong, we're just sort of like expressing an emotional reaction, sort of just boo, murder, something like that. So there's varieties of, I think it's called, what is it? So there's cognitivist anti-realism. Moral statements are truth apt, they're propositions, and then non-cognitivist anti-realism, which states that moral statements aren't propositional. They're not factive. They can't be true or false. They express something else. So I just wanted to clarify that because people like Jim Bob don't understand that. They don't get that.
World. You don't come to God doesn't exist without assuming a whole slew of metaphysical assumptions, epistemic assumptions, some type of criteria for how you come to what you call true knowledge or positions at all. Of course, it assumes a bunch of other propositions. Where do you think it comes from? Do you think that your position on atheism, on theism, on God in general, just kind of like you were endowed? Like, did it fall off like some sort of tree?
What does his penis size
float
have to
into
do
your
with
head? Like what are you saying? Of course, it entails a bunch of other positions.
Well, no.
It is pretty much understood within the realm of philosophy that there is no real way to rationally justify that claim. But it should also be understood that philosophical concepts such as the Euthyphro dilemma expose the reality that if you
The Euthyphro dilemma.
choose to define
So low tier, dude.
your God as being ultimate, meaning that nothing exists external of the God to act as a point of reference or a point of appeal for logical coherency or even its own mental content, then it's entailed that any moral distinctions it makes are entirely subjective. Meaning that
unbelievable. This is like a class.
Oh yeah, big pause here. We just went down from the idea of defending atheism down to specifically about whether the morality originates from it. So we've actually negated having to even justify the God's existence while he's trying to poo-poo the idea that people don't accept the existence of the thing he's talking about. We've just jumped right past that. Was this like a jump scene? What is this? This is sad.
Also, there was a phrase that you used that I want to again provide clarification on, because I think it's good to know these things. He said true knowledge. That's I'm gonna go take my animal dog for a walk. Hey, I'm a storm chaser. I like to hunt down cyclonic tornadoes. If you get where I'm going here. Knowledge, truth is constitutive of, or is that one of the things that is constitutive of knowledge as a concept? Knowledge is justified true belief. It can't be knowledge if it's not true. You can't know false things. You can only know true things. So to say true knowledge would be like saying animal dog or cyclonic tornado or like mineral rock. Maybe there are rocks that aren't made of minerals. I don't know, but you get what I'm trying to say.
Some rocks are made of shale.
Category error, of course. I'm tired of even saying category error at this point. No, he's referring to God as this entity that comes to conclusions by input, analysis, predication, evaluation, as if God is exactly the mind that we understand. By the way, J.L. Warren and company, they can't even tell you what a mind is. So as they do this critique, by transposing the human temporal methods for coming to beliefs, making propositions about the world,
also
being a subject in the world.
Something. So if it sounded like he was trying to say there just a few seconds ago that God doesn't engage in like this evaluative reasoning and things like that. Well, if that's the case, then how does God engage in moral reasoning? Moral reasoning is a form of normative reasoning. It's a form of evaluative reasoning. You're evaluating generally some sort of action or behavior against your stances, against your preferences to determine how you ought or ought not act. If God doesn't do that, then I don't know what it means to say that God is a moral agent. Moral agents engage in normative reasoning, particularly moral reasoning. They reason about what they ought and ought not do, all things considered. Generally, as it concerns actions or interactions with other agents, though the specifics on that can be debated by some. But yeah, I don't. If God doesn't engage in evaluative reasoning, then God is not a moral agent.
Subject to the world, evaluating the world, talking about the world in time, space, matter, temporally. He transposes that experience, that view onto God, which is categorically incorrect. So you're no longer doing an internal.
So God isn't a mind.
Even so, he doesn't even have.
That's what he's concluding here. That God is not a mind. If God doesn't have any of the characteristics we typically associate with being a mind, normative reasoning, self-awareness, engagement, and this is part of the problem with this idea of a disembodied mind that exists, literally solves anything else without anything else, is that what does it mean to have a mind without some sort of experience of the world that informs priors, that informs stances, that are engaged with evaluatively to make determinations and to understand things? Like, if God doesn't do any of this, then when we talk about God being an agent, I don't know what sort of analysis on agency that Jim Bob would be doing here, or others that make the same argument that, well, God isn't a mind like our mind. Then what kind of mind is he? Does God not engage in all of the stuff? Does God not think? Is he not aware of himself? Does he not have emotions? Does he not engage in normative reasoning? It's strange. It's almost like some form of special pleading.
Not even technically, because what he's doing is saying that jail's wrong and not saying what the right is. So he's not actually describing the God. He's just saying not that.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, he's not justifying how he knows what it is. He's not declaring what it is. So doesn't have to be held to anything. So what is it doing? How is it doing it? He's not putting that on the table, but he's just declaring jail wrong. So we can't even see how jail could be wrong. So let's see if he actually does anything here. I have low expectations.
The justification to do that here with each other, with us, like to assume you have a mind. If you ask these people what a mind is, you reveal that they are in fact materialists, physicalists, naturalists. Like they grant themselves some nebulous thing, and they'll say things like emergent property. Which, by the way, if you get into emergentism as a philosophy, emergentism debunks this idea that you could have a universal thing called a mind, called reasoning, which all humans share some variation of. Because
most people
emergentism is about
science think the mind is an emergent product. In fact, amongst like philosophers of mind, philosophers of the physical sciences, and I can pull up the 2020 Phil survey on this. Most of them hold to most philosophers in general, not just specifically philosophers of mind or philosophers of science. Most philosophers in general are physicalists by a reasonable amount. Like it's not like a huge amount, but it's pretty reasonable. And the most popular version of physicalism is something called functionalism, which is essentially this idea that the mind is just a function of what the brain does. It's a result of the processes and structures and relations that the brain engages in as the brain and really the entirety of the central nervous system engage in as the human body metabolizes. So, and emergence is often brought into this by not all, but a lot of philosophers, that the mind is an emergent structure, that the mind is something that emerges out of the functioning of a bunch of parts that themselves aren't minded, which that's the view I hold to. I think it's extremely parsimonious. I would argue, and this is going to be a very, there's a lot of people that don't like that I say this, but I can defend it quite easily. Physicalism is an empirically confirmed theory of the mind. Like we know that dualism is false.
Yeah, just to paraphrase the description you gave before, it's like saying when you park your car, where did the driving go? Where's the traveling? Where's the location of the traveling? Yeah, we use this to contextualize interactions that we perceive.
Speaking of cars, I actually had a discussion with Jim Bob about physicalism. It's on my channel. You guys should go check the video out. And I brought up an automotive analogy. I brought up an engine. I said, where in an engine is horsepower? Is it in the third piston? Is it in the crankshaft? Is it in the camshaft? Is it in the valves, the spark plug? Where in the engine is horsepower? It's not in. It's a process that emerges from the functioning of the engine.
It's a unit of measurement.
Well, yes, but what is being measured there?
Obviously, giant horsecocks.
I'm referring to.
But no, I understand what you're saying. But again, unit of measurement, right? Just like traveling is not. You can't say what is the traveling because traveling is not a noun in that sense. To travel, I guess, maybe even that. No, so yeah, but no, yeah, we're talking about units of measurement when we're talking about horsepower.
Yeah, can we actually rewind about 10 seconds in this and then resume, because I want to see where he mentioned the word universal. He tried
emergentism debunks this idea that you could have a universal thing called a mind, called reasoning.
Whoa, there we go. Pause that. Where we could have a universal thing called a mind. That's a nifty word salad. I don't think that's going anywhere. What's the hell is universal? Are we ready to scoff and move on that he's gibberating?
Share some variation of, because emergentism is about something novel coming forth in some sort of phenomenal effect, epiphenomenal effect. Reasoning, no, you couldn't trust your reasoning if it was an emergent property.
Sure you can.
That's all they have. Is like they're like, well, my mind is what my mind does. It gives me stuff. It makes me think of things. You can't tell me what it is.
They are entirely dependent upon its own mind and
soul
stances.
is either.
So yes, by the light
stances, like he's calling God an it, and he's saying God has a stance the same way we would have a stance temporally, just completely categorically flawed.
It's of your own worldview, moral relativism is confirmed. And just because in your worldview you've defined your God as being the big Billy badass of the universe, it doesn't entail that the moral distinctions it makes are suddenly mind stance independent.
An adoptive view of morality.
Well, that would apply to truth too, dummy. So if he's going to try to do this to feeder and reduce things to...
No, so let me give a proposition. The sun emits electromagnetic radiation. Now, that's a proposition. That is to say, it's a truth-apt statement. It's a statement that can be either true or false. And it is true. And it's true independent of what I think. And we know that through a variety of empirical methods that we can perform on the external world to make those kinds of stance-independent determinations. And this also plays into something that JL has already outlined in the video, the difference between ought statements and is statements. Is statements are generally going to be factive to some degree and are usually going to be stance independent. So, yeah, that wouldn't somehow follow for truth.
I'd rather rephrase that as far as not necessarily to assume an objective rather than relying on an intersubjectivity for us to be able to relate what one takes as truth with another at that point. In as much as we may all universally come to a given agreement on a state of affairs with what we've got, I think it still is down to us perceiving as we perceive to contextualize that as what we call truth. Similar in a sense, but just not saying that we actually see what is for what is versus how we contextualize it.
To relativism from the moral position. Notice how he grants himself a system that he can't defend, right? He doesn't talk about it. But notice how as he's talking, he's assuming that he has access to something called objective truth, that truth is absolute, universal, apprehendable, discoverable, right?
Nope.
He assumes this. That's why he's doing a video, right? I mean, aren't we all under the assumption we're discovering things? Well, the problem with JL and company, and by company I mean all atheists, is that they talk about morality and they reduce it to relativism. But the same methodology they use to reduce it to relativism would reduce their own conclusion about morality being relative to relativism. They try to get you to talk about morality, but morality and truth are linked. The way in which you're going to talk about morality, if it's real or not, from the atheist view, is going to apply to truth itself. So don't let them wiggle out of the truth part. Don't let them talk about just...
Big pause here. Yeah. No, straight up before, because we kind of pin this down to everything being people's preferences. Therefore, preference is not truth. The only thing that would be a true statement would be, it is true that this is my preference.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a statement of truth about a state of affairs relative to anything else other than being in the group of that which is preferences.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and remember, as I outlined earlier, there are people who think that moral statements are not factive at all, that they're just, they can't be, they're not the kind, it'd be like saying, what time is it is either true or false. It's not. What time is it is a question. Questions aren't truth apt. There are people who think that moral statements are not truth apt, much the same way questions aren't. So clearly morality is not linked to truth, at least in the way that he's suggesting. We might talk about moral statements in terms of truth or falsity, but the way that he's trying to argue they're linked, clearly they're not linked in that way.
Yeah, the only way I could see this being linked is if we're referring to like saying, I am proposing that I am attempting to follow a given framework. Now I've declared that the evaluative framework, and I'm trying to parse those situations through a matrix. It would be true that it matches this matrix. But it's my preference or my choice to be using that matrix in the first place. So yeah, the mere fact of how you came to it isn't itself necessarily true theft.
Morality, because talking about morality requires the assumption that you're talking about truth, truth about morality. But J.L. Warren and all of his suits grant themselves
you have suits?
this.
Did he say Utes?
Utes? What is a Ute?
I have no idea.
Oh, sorry.
Mechanical
youths.
Device, this process called, we can talk about truth. We're going to talk about the truth of the matter, and we're going to talk about it, and we're going to say it like it's true. We're going to talk about philosophy, and we're going to talk about different schools of thought, and we're going to talk about different theistic views, and we're going to be very rigorous in our talking about it. It's like, dude, you already, by your own standard, you already defeated your own position, because your own utterances in this stupid video, your own utterances, according to your own system, are reduced to relativistic. You can't even know those are true.
Morality that is subjective.
Not truth.
Subjective morality can be
how is
defined
that
as a system of...
Pause for a second. How can he make that claim without any kind of real demonstration on what the arguments presented are wrong? Where's the counter argument other than no, it's not this way? I mean, I'm not as philosophically educated as you three gentlemen here. I'm really just a point and laugh kind of person, but I didn't hear any legitimate, valid, or sound counter argument.
Oh, Jim Bob doesn't do that.
We don't do that here.
Oh, my bad. Okay, sorry. My lower expectations.
Wait. Like, use logic? What the fuck are you talking about? Why would I ever?
Yeah. Isn't that what philosophy is based on?
Supposed to be, yeah.
It's ironic because he started this by subject. Yeah, quick pause. Yeah. So it's funny that he started this showing that it's been declared that this is all subjective, and that we come to intersubjective agreement on a number of things. These are the things we codify. Once again, this is not all of morality. That's even just law when you get down to it. So nobody's agreeing on morality as a whole. The only thing we agree on are the minimal set that we actually function on. But then tries to make it a declaration of fact, and it's not truth apt. So he never did that. Stop invoking truth. That's not part of the model. Stop trying to make fetch happen. It's not going to happen.
So I've talked a lot about anti-realism. I'm an anti-realist, but I just wanted to make it known that you can be an atheist and a moral realist. There's absolutely zero fucking things inconsistent about that. Most philosophers are moral realists, unfortunately, because they're a bunch of big fuddy-duddies and they don't know anything. They don't know what you're talking about. Most philosophers are also atheists. So it's just. And again, I can cite the data on that. Like, yes,
I'm going to need to see. Hang on a second. I am going to need your citation for the fuddy duddies. Okay, I need that citation. And if it doesn't say exactly fuddy duddy, then I am going to reject your claim, and your objection is overruled.
I am curious on that moral realist count. I want that number.
Yep, I am.
Yeah.
No. Fuddy duddies. Fuddy duddies.
No. We can do both. Okay. We can do both.
No, Jim Bob says we can only do one.
Your number, and we can get my number. We can
Jim Bob says only one.
Go.
That's just Jim Bob.
I'm gonna share the screen really quickly, if I can. We moved. Hold up. We moved. Give me 1 second. There we go.
It is kind of funny hearing the word fuddy-duddy from a guy who looks like he's from a Looney Tunes cartoon.
Is there any way, JL, you can pull up?
We're like Elmer territory here with that hat.
Let's see.
Wow.
I don't see any fuddy-duddy in here, sir.
Wow.
And this is amongst all respondents. So, like everybody across the realm of analytic philosophy, epistemologists, metaphysicians, philosophers of science, philosophers of mind, moral philosophers. This is everybody.
Hold on. Wait. And I see the words here, 66 respondents.
Mm-hmm.
Does the word insufficient sample size come to mind?
Well, so it says N1719 excluded, skipped, and insufficiently familiar 66 respondents. So I don't know if the 66 respondents is in total or just the what was excluded or skipped.
Even that number.
Hang on a second. As an English, somebody who has an English degree, I can weigh in on the use of the comma here and the parentheses. So parenthetically speaking, 66 respondents is in direct relation to everything that follows the comma. So 66 respondents would be the skipped and insufficiently familiar. So there's your ruling on that. See, it wasn't a wasted degree, JL.
And just because I actually have it, and I'm curious to see if I go specifically to, well, there's applied ethics. I'm kind of meta ethics. There we go.
I found the study. I'm looking at the methodology now.
I do know that amongst philosophers and scientists, that the Phil Paper survey is pretty well respected. Oh, yeah, just a little bit higher amongst meta ethicists. Okay.
I'm seeing like lots of 2 and 3 digit numbers for subgroupings.
This is what happens when you put two philosophers in the same room together. They argue.
Well, I'm an anti-realist. I don't know why most philosophers are realists. It doesn't make any sense to me, and that's even higher. God damn.
That's what this reports, but that's why I'm questioning methods. But that's a nifty thought. I don't think we need to dwell on it. We've got plenty of rope left to give Jim Bob here.
Preferences, feelings, culture, etc.
The encompassing term for this is moral anti-realism, which is the meta-ethical position that mind stance independent facts and values don't exist, and as such, moral judgments are neither true nor false in this.
Swap moral with true.
Nope.
True statements, false statements. So good and evil.
Wait a second. So true is.
I would prefer not to do that.
No. Isn't that circular? Not circular. Yeah, circular, isn't it? Yeah.
Evil, good, evil. Statements about reality. Swap this with truth.
Statement of preference.
The important conclusion from this is that all propositions are held as being inherently subjective. And truth judgments, truth evaluations, are applied by agents doing the evaluation. Apply that to the evaluation itself, right?
See, this is funny. He's never done a fucking truth table before in his life, because if he has, he would know that's immediately fucking false. Like what he just said. Well, the truth is just coming from your evaluation. Well, no, it can come from the evaluation based on deductive systems that are built upon certain schemas that we use that can give us objectively true statements. That's a thing we can do. It's called logic. Jarn Barb, have you heard of it? No, he hasn't.
But it is still the process that we do, technically. In that
yeah,
sense,
of course.
In that sense, he's correct. Now, the question is why does it matter? Let's go see what he wants to apply that to.
Evaluations. He thinks he's getting somewhere. You're getting nowhere, JL. Why? You have to admit from your own system that your own evaluations are not knowable and completely subjective.
Half right.
Ultravoid, $10. He says, I have an answer about the mind. I watched enough Solo Leveling. My mind arise from the shadow. Right. Yeah. Your mind is the shadow. The shadow is the mind. It's an effect from the atheist view. $10.
Yeah.
The mind doesn't exist in the physical, but does in the metaphysical. Well, that's what he'll say, but he won't give you the ontology of it.
Nope.
You can't.
Sure.
Right.
Oh, it's funny.
You can't give me. He can't provide.
Yeah.
Because
Pause for a second.
I've been on enough streams with you to know. Like, I've heard you give your account of the mind. You describe the mind as sort of the mind is what the brain does, to like really kind of summarize it. That it's emergent from the processes that the brain engages in. So that is an account of the ontology of the mind. The mind is just like digestion is what the gut does. Running is what the legs do. Same basic principle. Obviously, those are just analogies. But...
Hang on a second, sir. Not all legs are able to run. Okay.
Oh well, I'm being exclusive. I'm talking about the legs that matter.
You know what?
Wait, please tell me that you can walk.
I'm in this chair for a reason.
Oh shit.
No, I can walk. Just not very well.
Fuck. The ontology for the thing.
Quick pause.
That's doing the.
Yeah, Andrew did have something he wanted to say there.
Yeah. The mind doesn't have ontology. It's a description of the process played out by that which has ontology, which is the brain. So the brain is the mechanism that allows the process to play out. The process playing out is what gets called mind. So technically, the mind does not exist. The mind is expressed through existence.
Evaluating, that's doing the knowing, that's doing the rejecting, right?
What the fuck is that
factual
noise?
Statements about reality are. The kicker here, and the one that theists cannot overcome by appealing to any kind of a god entity, is that there exists no logical contradiction in moral anti-realism being the case. So,
well, actually, there's a contradiction when you assume that we ought to, that there's any ought, moral ought, for ought, why we ought to avoid contradictions or ought to come to coherent conclusions or ought to deny God's existence if it's irrational. Why we ought to pursue reasonable.
I'm anti-realist about epistemic norms as well. I am. So a moral norm. You ought not to torture puppies for fun. That's the moral norm. Epistemic norm. You ought to proportion your beliefs to the strength of the evidence in favor of them. I can be an anti-realist about both. You ought to proportion your beliefs to the evidence, not if you have good reasons not to. Now, you might speculate about what those reasons would be. I don't need to give precise examples of what they need to be. But if there was an instance where somebody had good reasons to not proportion their beliefs to the evidence, then that's what they ought to do. So, I can just... What? How does this guy not... I don't get why these people have a lot of opinions.
Beliefs that are justified. Right? Suddenly, there's this embedded imperative toward something called truth. Why else would you debate? So this is what's funny about these guys. Once you ask them, why are you debating then?
Preference.
They'll have to say it. They'll cope and say, well, it's fun. I have fun or whatever. There's no purpose to it. So why ought we abandon the belief in God? No reason, actually. No reason. Why ought you pursue your channel and trying to debunk theists? No reason at all. There's not a purpose to it.
Yeah, just pause that right there. See, he didn't actually ask those questions to anybody. He's just saying that you're not going to have an answer because that question was never asked. So, of course, Jim Bob knows every thought and that there aren't separate arguments about what this is, and each of those becomes a value statement and a value judgment. And then you have to come to agreement on that, which is actually literally the framework of how we work intersubjectively for common morality and how we execute it. So technically the framework that jail presented at the very start of the video functions for all of this, the entire thing. Okay. So literally the process was already laid out. He's just going, no, we're not, there's no process of coming to an agreement or seeing if we have a shared value anywhere. No, obviously we just fail. And you have no process to describe this except the one that you started the video with.
Let me respond as Jim Bob. Nuh-uh. Everything you said is wrong.
He is 12.
There's no reason why we should abandon false beliefs or come to coherent beliefs or avoid contradictions. There's no reason not to be a sophist. There's no reason.
Yeah, there are reasons. It's just
why
the truth of those reasons, supposing those reasons even have truth to begin with, is not going to be something out there in the world, independent of the preferences that you have. Just not getting it. Just not fucking tracking.
Not just
he's not even having a discussion with anybody right now. I mean, he kind of half-assed is because he's responding to what JL said. But you get what I mean. It's not like a discussion, and he still isn't fucking tracking. It's incredible.
Well, no, it's not even really a discussion either. This is just this is just a point-by-point, no, nanny, boo-boo, you're wrong, without offering any real substance to his argument. There's no real counter-argument here other than kind of half explanations of why what JL says is wrong without offering any contextual girth to anything that he says.
Oh, not even. Technically, this is all straw men. Technically, because all of these topics are things that were not in Jail's video.
Right. So
we never addressed any of those things. Like why should we do this? Not part of the video. Why should we do that? Not part of the video. This is literally all straw men. Because
generally
these points were things Jail was attempting to define.
The easiest way to find a dishonest interlocutor is to find somebody who does not steel man you. When this guy engages in nothing but straw man arguments, that he is 100. Intellectual dishonesty is like the tip of what he is. If you want to find somebody who actually wants to have a real discussion, they will look for the strongest points of your argument, try to make them even stronger, and then go in brick by brick take those apart. So with Jim Bob, again, what he's doing here is just nanny boo boo. You're wrong. Go eat a fish sandwich. This is bullshit.
His position on everything, which means that everything's equally true and false at the same time. But suddenly he has this air to him, right? All the atheists do. They have this charged passion. Bridge the divide. Why? What are you talking about? Bridge the divide?
He seems to take, this is the second time that he's made reference to the name of your channel, Bridge the Divide, in a distasteful way, just in this video. What's his objection to bridging? Why? First of all, this is just another sign of intellectual dishonesty. He has to understand what Bridge the Divide means. It's not a very difficult concept. If a fucking plebe like myself can understand what you mean when you say bridge the divide, those are general fucking English words that anybody who is fluent in the language would understand. If we're trying to get one side to the other side in a mutual way that benefits everybody. This is not a very difficult concept. Yet here he is again making another criticism of the name Bridge the Divide. Why? What's the reasoning?
It's obvious because Jim Bob can't be wrong.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, the beauty part is, even if he was like, "Hey, yeah, this is you could start from an intellectually honest place and say and acknowledge, hey, look, yes, we should be bridging the divide. We should be, the divide between knowledge, your knowledge and my knowledge. We need to figure out why we're not having, we need to figure out what that divide is and how we can get over it. And it, correct me if I'm wrong, but some people in the side chat, are saying that he believes that the earth is flat. Is that correct?
I don't think so. I think he's just one of those people that will kind of troll you and go, "Oh, well, it is. Well, it could be." But I don't think he actually thinks.
So he's worse than people who actually believe that the earth is flat.
Probably, yeah.
Got it.
Jim Bob is. I'm supposed to be debating him. Sometime probably at the middle end of this next month here, November. on a statement that he made that is really ridiculous. It's going to be really fun to actually debate him on if he even follows through. Does physicalism make consciousness impossible? Which I have heard him say, and obviously, no, it fucking doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Nuh-uh. You're just wrong.
There's your debate. We just did it.
Why?
So any argument posed against it ultimately boils down to an appeal to emotion, specifically an appeal to consequences.
To give an example.
That would be the same for you guys. What are you talking about? You would just have an emotional preference or an effect even. What it wouldn't even be a preference under your view. You'd be at the effect of mechanics, neurology, and chemistry. Whatever you thought was something you leaned toward as a view, you would just be at the effect of previous physical dominoes, leaning toward anti-theism, anti-moral realism, and the rest, right? It's all, by the way, these guys can't even give you the difference between an emotion and a proper evaluation, which is equally in the same category of physical phenomenon. An emotion, consequence of chemistry. An evaluation, consequence of chemistry. What's the categorical distinction between an emotion in this purely physical world, JL? By the way, I'm not expecting him to address any of this. I'm just doing it for you
give
guys.
a quick pause. I'll give an answer.
No, he's got us to
an
do
answer
that
for it. Yeah. Yeah, they're both processes. They're separate processes. If you take a look at different orders of thought, for instance, as to what creates those little tipping points between an evaluation, reasoning is like an order of those processes that we consider of a distinctly different grade than the emotive things that we can't isolate where those tipping points came from. Like when you're teetering between two choices, what ultimately makes that really fine thing up? Because you made a decision, you're gonna make the decision, but when you can't pin it down, well, that's what we don't call reason in that sense. It's like it happened, that's where the pendulum swung. So yeah, it's a grade of evaluation. They're both still evaluations.
Yeah, I think I just figured out, Jim Bob. I'm sorry. You were making a say. Finish your thought. I thought you were done. My apologies. No, all done? Yeah. Okay. I was just going to say, I just figured out, it just like hit me. This is really the first time I've ever looked at this character, but he's just a Jordan Peterson. He's a very bad Jordan Peterson.
Well, what do you mean by Jordan?
Yeah.
By the way, it's getting close to 11 o'clock here, and I do have to work tomorrow, so I am going to get going. Since
you big baby.
Yeah,
we all have to work in the morning.
I hate running on like 5 hours of sleep.
You sleep?
Damn right I sleep.
Fucking lucky son of a bitch.
I value my sleep. I wake up like 60,000 times to pee, but I still like my sleep.
Well, you're not old enough to be at old man pee level, okay? You need to slow your roll a little bit.
I guess I'm about there, it seems. But anyway, this has been
some potassium at the end of the night before some supplemental potassium that'll help with the constant need to pee.
Does that actually really?
Yes.
Seriously? Fuck.
Yes, seriously.
Oh, well, thank you. I am actually going to do that. I actually don't pee 60,000 times. It's like 2 or 3 times, but still.
Yeah.
It used to be not at all, like 3 years ago.
Right. Yeah. I remember when I was 12.
Then I hit 30. Anyway, fellers, this has been much, much fun. Enjoy the mind fuck. It's Jim Bob. I would say I think Andrew's going to have fun with this guy, but I actually think Andrew's going to have fun with this guy because I think you said, JL, he's the one that wanted to kind of do this whole thing. So that should be very, very interesting. Anyways, fellers, I'm out of here.
Peace out.
Appreciate it, Leo.
Wonderful, wonderful night. Thanks for having me.
All right.
Yeah, I've been looking for a new toy. Jim Bob's going to be it.
Ask these people, what's the difference categorically between an emotion, an epiphenomenal physical effect of pure matter and biology, and an evaluation? Same exact thing, just a different part, right? Different area, different location, different coordinates, maybe on the brain or whatever they would
Yep. Coordinates and scale.
But there's no ontological difference such that we should appreciate the evaluation as something better than the emotion.
Sure we should, based on the
Why
result.
should we treat a blade of grass growing with any differently than someone uttering something out of their mouth from a physicalist, naturalist view?
What?
Why?
What?
They can't tell you why. But
Pause. Yes, because those are two completely unrelated things that he just said. Andrew, why don't you earth up your butt versus I don't even know. I can't even come up with a good example of what he just said. Blade of grass versus utterance of emotion. Is that what he said?
Basically, just every physical process is just every other physical process. It's not like we actually give contextual value to any of those things. We don't give them descriptions like water running is totally the same as grass growing because it's all just particles in motion, right? We can't possibly contextualize those interactions into something that we create a mental construct around.
Maybe he can't. But I think the everyday average person could understand that those things are different. Even contextually speaking, like if you want to, I guess if you want to be fucking pedantic and break it down to the definition of what this means, you could say that about the, I guess maybe I say it's fucking the mental gymnastics here.
They assume it in all their videos. It's underlying right there.
Those who hold to subjective morality may value sexual freedom, or they may not value it. It is dependent on the individual's preferences.
I noticed that you put up some stock imagery of an abortion rights rally at this point in the video, and I wanted to make sure that you knew that despite all of the hang-ups that Catholics tend to have about sex, the abortion access debate is really not so much about sexual freedom, because it's damn near universally about safeguarding the human right to bodily autonomy and
human right. By the way, this guy's such a moron. JL, you don't have bodily autonomy from your view, right? Not only do you not have bodily autonomy from your view,
why not?
You couldn't even prove autonomy.
Why not?
2, you don't have a reason why we should preserve bodily autonomy. 3, a right, excuse me, under your view.
Right on that one. Oh, yeah. Why do we have a right? Because we decided to. Why? Because the second you try to impose yourself on me, I'm going to end you. That's what's happening. So it's like, I don't want to end you, so you're going to stop fucking with me. Okay, we're going to get spicy. Like I said, it's time for some death therapy for Bob over here. Right. Quick lesson for him on what a right is. A right is the thing that when you go against, understanding that it's a collective agreement, we gonna get you. It's something that is enforced. So we have a collective agreement, and those are the things we codify that way. So yeah, no, we totally believe in the existence of those things because we codified them. And it's because if you disagree with me enough with that, it may not be a right. But you'll be just as dead when you're wrong. So, yeah. Let this guy hang himself some more.
A right is just as fictional as an angel. What's a right? What are you talking about, dude? That sounds like magical thinking.
Let me get a pause for a second. What is that noise?
Is like a whirring in the background?
Yes.
Hold on.
Yes, that.
Hold on. Got it.
What is that? Is that like
air conditioner?
Oh, okay. No, don't turn it off. I was just curious because I thought somebody was about to fucking, go to the Enterprise or something.
At a channel making fun of theists for believing in supernatural things that have no evidence, things that you can't hold or measure, things you can't point to, smell, taste, weigh.
Quick pause. I can show a piece of paper showing that we made an agreement that this is what we have as a right. Yeah, we made the agreement. There's your proof. Next. It's in print.
What happened? care.
Posing position in order to give your own position more credence, then your position never had any credence to begin with.
David.
A position is an epiphenomenal effect from your view. They have equal credence. They're effects of physics, dude. That's like saying your chemical reaction has no credence. It's like, that's what your chemical reaction is doing. And by your, I mean a chemical reaction, you. You're a walking chemical reaction. Imagine believing that we're all walking chemical reactions completely determined to utter whatever comes out of our mouth, no different than farting comes out of our butt. And then having the arrogance to be like, and your position has no credence. How does a gust of wind have credence? You know what I mean?
What is he saying?
Remember, all
how does a
processes
physical
are
chemical
identical.
reaction
All
have credence?
processes. Nothing is ever contextualized.
Hume explains it best when he states, so that when you pronounce any action or character to be vicious, you mean nothing, but that from the constitution of your nature, you have a feeling or sentiment of blame from the contemplation of it. Vice and virtue, therefore, may be compared to sounds, colors, heat, and cold, which, according to modern philosophy, are not qualities in subjects, but perceptions in the mind.
Yes, I can hear you all right now. It is a dicey prospect when a theist tries to quote somebody. But fortunately, in this instance, I happen to be very familiar with this quote because it's taken directly from one of my favorite philosophical texts, specifically Scottish philosopher David Hume's philosophically legendary book, A Treatise of Human Nature.
Yeah, and if you read Hume, you would know that Hume is actually consistent with his view. He understands why his view reduces to something absurd. And you guys, appealing to your favorite philosophers, are not consistent. David Hume, consistent. You, not consistent.
Exactly what it is that grounds such things as facts without itself being a mind with its own stances.
He just denied that facts exist.
Nope.
So this is what's so frustrating. Their argument is against moral realism, which states...
Yeah. No. JL just finished saying that it exists in the mind. It's not that it didn't exist. It exists in the mind. Subjective. Nice sleight of hand. No dice.
That morality is grounded in some type of fact about the world, some statements about the world, some events that occurred or whatever. It's identical, one-to-one.
Nope.
And yet, he doesn't understand that the term facts themselves are under the same scrutiny. He just grants himself facts.
Which is precisely why such grounding cannot be a God entity.
To give an example.
He gives himself facts. Where's a fact grounded in the world if you just denied moral statements they have no actuality and they're completely subjective to mind, yet your own propositions about truth, about the truth of morality and the rest of the world, is also restricted to the same problem, meaning that your statements about morality, about moral realism in this case, are also completely subjective. You don't even know if that's true.
A person who holds to objective morality may uphold murder to always be wrong in every situation.
But you see, there's a problem there. Murder is a legal term that is defined as being the action of committing an unjustifiable homicide. In this context, the act itself is analytically immoral, meaning that it is immoral by definition. But the standards...
Not necessarily, no.
So JL, you used a definition of a legal term to define a legal term, by the way. Murder and homicide are both legal terms. You could have said killing. That would have been more accurate. That's all. I'm just nitpicking you right now.
That's actually not even true.
Yes, it
you
is
could
true.
You could have a legal system that just says you can't do it. It doesn't make an additional claim that it's immoral. When slavery was legal, analytically, definitionally, or moral even, right? Because it was legal. He just equated what's legal with what's moral definitionally, analytically, by definition.
Constitutes
quick pause on that
subjective.
one. This is where I get to highlight back to the start here, because there is a separation between things that we may consider moral or immoral individually versus what we codify into law. So law is a subset of that. It is only a subset. Very important distinction.
To the individual or the society that is evaluating the action. So if it's determined due to any extenuating circumstances that the individual did possess justification, then that individual definitionally did not commit the act of murder, they committed the act of justifiable homicide. So now take this hypothetical into mind. If
hello, what's in question is what's justified now. What's a justified action, not just what's deemed legal.
If you were to commit the act of homicide.
Yeah, right. In this specific instance, it's exactly what it is, because you're going to the legal process of determining whether or not it was a justifiable homicide.
And
that's actually not even true.
And that list
you could
is chosen,
meaning that you're
right.
Individual or the society that is evaluating the action. So if it's determined due to any extenuating circumstances that the individual did possess justification, then that individual definitionally did not commit the act of murder, they committed the act of justifiable homicide. So now take this hypothetical into mind. If
hello, what's in question is what's justified now. What's a justified action, not just what's deemed legal.
If you were to commit the act of homicide and you fully did so believing that you had justification to do so, but after a careful analysis of the evidence, the society that you are in determines that you in fact did not have justification, then the ultimate determination would be that you did in fact commit murder, but that ultimate determination would not be in any kind of a mind stance independent sense. And that's because it is the agreed upon internal structure of the society that acts as the external referent that is informing the social stance being appealed to in order to make that determination. So, unless you are able to demonstrate that the act of homicide sans any context of justification.
That was weird.
Is itself mind stance independently immoral, then you're always going to be appealing to a stance to justify the moral judgment.
Cool. What's wrong with theocracy then taking over the West, JL? Nothing, right?
Generally, those who uphold objective morality believe in God, and God being that being which gives this system of morality to mankind.
But given that by definition your God is both ultimate and has a mind, then any moral distinctions it makes are entirely subjective to it.
No, dude. That's insane. This is just another category error. As if God, the way it's posited, which is why it's not an internal critique right now, God's very nature would be good. It's not God's opinion about nature determining what's good.
Thus, Sanctus, you are merely grounding such moral distinctions as being objective because you have chosen to define your God as being the ultimate power and authority. But unfortunately for your worldview, that does not logically entail that such distinctions are mind stance independently true. So all you're really doing here is advocating for a might makes right scenario.
No, just might makes, dude. All you have to do is say might makes. You don't have to say right, dummy.
Yeah,
you don't have to say might makes right. You can just say might makes, just descriptively. And by the way, even if you said might makes right, even if you took a moral position, all you'd have to do, according to your philosophy, dumbass, is make it legal.
A lack of belief in God's existence generally leads to a lack of belief in objective or universal morality.
There are a handful of atheists out there that do make arguments for moral realism. Unfortunately for them, they're in the same boat as you. They're just not grounding their position in the existence of any kind of an agent, such as a god. And
cool. Ground truth in something that's not a mind or agent, such as a god, Beaver Boy.
Hold up. Pause.
Do it.
Big pause. He just said, try doing it without grounding something that isn't a mind. Now he just signed on that God does have a mind. Yes, it's mind dependent. Checkmate.
Well, again, this guy's not intellectually honest.
Not in the slightest. At the same time, sorry.
No, please.
Yeah. No, he just sold the farm on that one. That's a soundbite all its own. Game over. Thanks for calling God a mind. You're done. You're absolutely done. What is a moral? If it doesn't come from a mind, what is a moral then? What makes a thing right? It's just like saying it's what it put on paper for you. Yeah, but what does it mean to be right then? But it's on paper. Now, they can't actually even codify that because they have to try to extrapolate, because you realize that all the things that we might evaluate as being good, good or bad, right or wrong. Is picking my mug up on the list of things that's codified? Do I know if this is good or not? How do I know this is good? It's not on the list. Where's my absolute list of every potential action? What does it mean for it not to be from a mind? Except, of course, it came from a mind. We just established that. So he's already cooked now. So we're just going to watch him stew a little. Johnny, you had an angle you wanted to take on this?
No. I had a different thought, but it has escaped me now because you have aptly encompassed everything wrong with Jim Bob in this argument.
Yeah, he's already declared God a mind now. So apparently, if you have to ground it in a mind, yeah, he is done.
So here's where these people they try to get slippery, and this is where the Jordan Peterson will come out. It's not, well, you know what is a mind? We need to define what a mind is in relation to this argument. God is God of a mind, well, but not like a mind like yours and mine, like a different kind of mind, a special kind of mind.
It's a smind.
It's a smind.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's totally different. It's not the same thing at all.
It's like he's got smorality.
Smorality is correct.
Yeah. It's a squishy, amorphous white blob between 2 gram layers pressed.
Yes. You forgot the chocolate though.
Oh, yeah. Gotta have the chocolate.
Gotta have the chocolate. Some people even put peanut butter in theirs, and
wild.
Yeah.
That's highly immoral.
Ground truth, that which comports with reality. Okay. Who gets to determine what comports with reality? I do it. I did it myself.
That's because they recognize.
Isn't that exactly what Jim Bob is doing? Am I wrong? Jim Bob's doing the exact thing that he's critiquing or criticizing you for there, Mr. Dumbass.
It's the reality of the nature of God.
I see.
Clearly.
Ground mind independent statements. And
by the way, which part of God's nature?
Every freeze frame, every single word, every single time it works.
A mind.
Cool. Is that a mind independent statement about that? That's not true either then.
But then there becomes an issue with the practicality of this belief. For if we grant that subjective morality is true and objective morality isn't, then many absurd consequences result from this view.
Because in the end, all you're doing is advocating for slavery because you've been...
What's wrong with slavery?
Hold on.
What's wrong with slavery?
Pause. How big a jump cut did we just make? How big? No. Boy, those pieces were nowhere connected. Dishonest edit much? It's like that sentence did not follow.
JL, you make the rules here. You can break them. So if we ask you a question for clarification.
So for clarification,
yeah.
I've noticed 4 times when he's jumped over large sections of my video and just jumped to something else. And there was a fade cut that was in there. So he has cut sections out and he's responding to specific statements I've made while ignoring the context that came before it. So he's done this multiple times. And I keep wanting to be like, but you skipped the whole section before that. But you can tell because you can see where the edits are. And he's done it multiple times in this.
So now he's not just a dishonest person. He's a liar. He's like an actual
Wait. We're back to synonym Bill again.
Oh, no.
You did it now. Sorry.
Well, no. See, it's like definition of degree. Like we're going further, which is the correct use of the word, not farther. We're going further down the scale of honesty. We start out being honest, and then we get into intellectually dishonest, and then we get to lie, just a straight up liar.
We're somewhere around the prick area right about now.
For context, and if anybody who hasn't watched the video out there, what he's talking about right here in this section before he did the cut, and I'm going to back it up just a hair.
Yeah.
So
every freeze frame.
I don't know. He's obsessed with my face, apparently.
Every single word, every single time.
As though like whatever goofy face I make in a freeze frame like invalidates my argument summary.
It works.
A mind.
Cool. Is that a mind independent statement about that? That's not true either then.
But then there becomes an issue with the practicality of this belief. For if we grant that subjective morality is true,
just because we established that God's mind, don't forget every statement God made about morality is coming from a mind because God is mind. So literally everything is mind dependent.
And objective morality isn't, the many absurd consequences result from this view.
Yeah, and hold on with that. We're about to get like
right. That was the cut right there. So he goes in.
We're the brutal, slippery slope. It's like obviously this has to fall to cannibalism. It's the only natural conclusion.
And that's what Sanctus was doing, was drawing a bunch of conclusions. He was saying like it leads to these absurd conclusions, and then he brings up slavery, and he goes into this whole spiel about how slavery was once considered moral and now it's considered immoral, and he ignores what the Bible says about it. And so the context of that, because we saw, and I break down why we saw the social, when we agreed upon different social standards, and then we broke away from slavery because we recognized that as a system, like a system built into it, it reduces, ultimately it's more harmful, and it actually reduces we saw the empirical effects of slavery on both a social level, on a personal individual level, and on a societal level, that it ultimately degrades and actually harms the society in the long run. And so we did away with it because it was, number one, it was in favor of the individuals having rights and blah, 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 but it was also because of how it was affecting the society in of itself. And so it allowed us to allocate, all this context was in there as to why we changed, and it completely cut that out. So
he let that's the Catholic guy, or the monk, the guy.
The Sanctus guy is the guy I'm responding to.
Yeah. The guy who looks like, he's the guy in the robes all the time, right?
No. That's Father Casey.
Oh, Casey.
Father Casey's in the robes. Yeah, this guy looks more like when this guy's on live streams and Sanctus on live streams, he looks more like a Mormon reject. So,
wait, there's something other than a Mormon reject?
What we're doing is advocating for slavery because you've been.
What's wrong with slavery? What's wrong with slavery?
Bad. Yeah,
all right, so that's why he cut it like this, because the reason I concluded with this is just that what he's doing is advocating for slavery because his God, I was explaining why he was saying that under the moral relativist position or the moral anti-realism position, then slavery in and of itself can be declared to be moral or whatever. It's like, and he completely ignores the subjective determination there. And so basically, I think, and I have to remember what I'm saying because I put this out a while ago.
Slavery, bro.
Convinced that your particular God is the all-powerful slave master.
So yeah, that because the relationship of God to humans, that what we're supposed to do, and blah blah blah. He's basically just transposing the nature, like how we are not supposed to, how we believe in God, and how there's no real rational justification to do so, but we're supposed to do it because God demands it, and we're not allowed to question that, because otherwise we get punished, which ultimately makes God the ultimate slave master, and the human species its slaves in that respect, because it reflects that same dynamic.
What's wrong with an all-powerful slave master, Warren?
Thus today we shall drive atheism to its logical conclusions regarding morality, purpose, and value.
There's that common issue again. The position of atheism does not logically entail holding to any specific scientific or philosophical positions.
That's wrong. The conclusion that God doesn't exist definitely includes and necessitates an epistemic system, something you assume, a criteria for how you come to knowledge and why you think it's a reasonable conclusion, or even if you were determined to come to the conclusion that God didn't exist, you'd still be appealing to mechanics. You'd be appealing to biology. You'd be appealing to neurology. You'd be appealing to
every person who rejects the proposition that his thing exists could come to that conclusion through completely different methodologies, including garbage ones. You could come to a conclusion any number of ways that we might judge being dumb too. The mere fact is that the conclusion happened to be, I don't believe that your thing is a thing. We don't have to use the same process even. He just tried to lump everybody in there as if how you come to it had to be the same. No, it doesn't. It's a statement of fact, however, when you say, this person says, I don't buy it. How'd you get there? Don't ask. It's complicated. Next person, totally different thing. Totally different. So yeah, he just tried lumping everybody together. So that's trash.
evolution. You'd be appealing to the fact that you think you're a body, that you have a mind. You'd be appealing to language. You'd be appealing to
evolution. Did you say evolution there? I'm so sick and tired of that fucking argument. People, regardless of whether or not you believe in the spaghetti god or not, evolution is not dependent on any kind of deity or not. You can still have evolution. Like abiogenesis is different than evolution and creation.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm so tired of that fucking argument. Well, God created the world in 7 days. Great. Can you define how long a day is for something that is eternal?
So
logic, mathematics.
I do like that he slips solipsism back in there again. Every now and again, he sprinkles back in the. You have all sorts of assumptions, like you're not a brain in a vat. Wow, thanks. That's like the lowest possible bar.
I'm sorry, but who's to say that our bodies are not vats?
Reasoning.
I quite like this vat. It's stupid.
Meaning.
All vats come in different
Position
shapes
of
and
moral
sizes.
anti-realism does hold that an individual cannot state that something is morally wrong in any kind of a mind stance independent sense. But it does hold that a thing can be stated to be wrong in a relativistic or subjective sense, such as in reference to something normative, like the structure of a society. The problem here, Sanctus, is that you are front-loading this assertion with the notion that the position of moral anti-realism is itself a logical contradiction. But given that there exists no logical contradiction in moral distinctions being subjective, the only
no, there is a contradiction. A contradiction is what you define as moral is also just defined as something else. So if someone says one thing's moral, another person says another thing's moral, they can't both be moral and both not moral at the same time. Stop using the word moral, dude.
Stop him again. Yep, we got to pause this. He's going to keep doing this. It's like, and Jail's not saying that the other person's absolutely right or wrong. Each one is their own subjective opinion. He just tried enforcing objectivity onto subjectivity. Fuck off.
But that's my argument.
But if everything's subjective, then how do you get objective? If nobody's wearing purple hats, who's wearing the purple hat?
Yeah, that is a really good question, sir. It's the best question. Who's wearing the purple hat on this stream right now? Somebody has to be. That's objectively true. Because I say it's objectively true, that means it's true.
Another cut. Sorry.
Another person,
it's okay.
You attempt to make your preferences of morality the standard that all should follow.
All of this is covered by moral relativism. That you, Sanctus, don't like or agree with it is irrelevant. It doesn't make the conclusion false.
Thus, the most vilest of immoral actions become licit and acceptable.
That is a potential consequence, sure. Why do you think our species constantly goes to war with itself over this stuff? There's still no actual issue here.
As was stated, one can't really tell another person that rationally their actions are wrong by appealing to some standard.
Actually, he's doing the actually mean.
Actually, we can. It's called the legal system, and we're not.
Hold on, wait, whoa. Hold on.
There's still no actual issue here.
As was stated, one can't really tell another person that rationally their actions are wrong by appealing to some standard.
Actually, we can. It's called the legal system.
That's a fucking idiot. And he's gonna say, actually, listen to this. This is nuts. Listen.
Actually, we can. It's called the legal system. And we're not stating that the distinctions that we make are mind independently true here. We are stating that they are objectively true only in reference to what is subjectively agreed upon with.
They're objectively true based on what's subjectively agreed upon? You're a sophist. Excuse my language.
Okay. I got to pause on this one. In a way, I have to say Jim Bob is right. Because technically it is agreed upon. And you could say it is objectively on the list of things we had agreed upon. So technically there's that objectivity. The list itself, its existence was created through intersubjectivity. But the fact of the item being on the list is objective once the list is defined. And you could say that the action is judged in lieu of the list itself, we could say that we're making that judgment. If I'm looking at the list and I'm evaluating based on the list, I'm doing the work of using the list as my tool. Now, just the fact that we could say that I expect others to do so and act upon it is a statement of the collective agreement that we made. So in a way, he's right, but not in the way that changes how we act. It's a statement that we understand it's objectively on the list and that there's likely to be consequence attached. So let's see if he actually addresses the consequence side.
Just a sophist, dude. You came to objectivity from subjectivity?
It's objectively on the paper.
How did you come to subjectivity as being objectively real?
I read the paper. It had.
And by the way, what's worse about this, not just the philosophy he's appealing to right now, which is just so insanely bankrupt and idiotic, but it's self-refuting. He's in a self-refuting position right now. I can't, he just cooked himself.
Second of all, he appealed to for a second. He started to tell the truth there for a second when he started to say, I can't even. And the conclusion of that sentence was, I can't even begin to tell you why what I'm saying is factual because I lack the terminology.
Well, actually, it's called the legal system, okay? Can a legal system be irrational? But listen to what he's saying, dude. Listen to what he's saying.
We're not stating that the distinctions that we make are mind-independently true here. We are stating that they are objectively true only in reference to what is subjectively agreed upon with
I like how I just recreated that.
They're objectively true based on what we subjectively agree upon. What?
Yeah, that's exactly what I said before you even said.
They're objectively true, which means that they're true independent of what we subjectively think.
No,
they're
objectively on paper.
True, definitionally true, regardless of our opinions, but based on subjective opinions. They're objectively true.
Interestingly, many
we wrote our
atheists
opinions
opt out
down,
for a
yes.
system of utilitarianism, which attempts to have a society constructed on the idea of maximizing pleasure and getting rid of that which is opposed to pleasure. There are a couple issues with this system. For one,
hold up.
which pleasures
Pause.
that
He just got the definition wrong. Utilitarianism isn't based on pleasure. Utility is function. That would be hedonism. So he just really screwed the pooch on that definition. Got to punctuate that.
ought to be maximized are not necessarily agreed upon by all people. For what one person prefers or finds pleasure in, another may detest, in which case the majority rules on what is pleasurable.
Thus the existence of the justice systems that are established to secure and maintain the agreed upon standards of the society.
Oh, you are so...
He cut another section out where I actually explained why he's wrong on utilitarianism. It was a fairly large section where it's like he reduced it down to pleasure when it's not really what it can entail, that what people like enjoy or like there was, but that's a small facet of it. But Jim Bob has cut that entire section out.
Hold on, he did one other big thing as well. He automatically pushed that as a societal agreement on a master system, as opposed to being hodgepodge, for the fact that each individual person, you could have a person who is primarily hedonistic, another one who is utilitarian, but they got to come to a common agreement. And of course, you can't just say, "Oh, I'm going to use my entire system over yours." That's not going to happen. So the agreement never comes about that way. So he just tried to push the collective as following a single structure. And that does not happen. So he's about to really
Such an idiot, dude. Who determines it is the question from the Catholic, JL.
Really have no basis for opposing slavery.
Firstly, and most obviously, agreed upon social systems do change over time, and the applied justice systems change to reflect that. Secondly, the position of atheism still has nothing to do with any of this. Regardless of whether or not we believe in the existence of a God, if our collectively agreed upon goal is to maximize well-being for individuals in the society, then we ought to conduct ourselves in a manner that maximizes that well-being. Slavery, the act of which demonstrably diminishes the well-being of the individual by...
No, that's assuming we ought to appeal to the individual. Maximum well-being is collective. It's actually totally consistent. If there was an aspect of slavery that maximized the well-being of more people than the slaves, then the individuals are in the non-slave category. If there's more benefit to the non-slaves, JL, then the individuals don't matter. If every family was...
Sorry. Definitionally, he just made slaves non-people. Because if the only people being benefited are the non-slaves, definitionally, the slaves are not people. Otherwise, your maximizing calculation doesn't work. You've just devalidated them as people. Go fuck yourself, Jim Bob.
It's maximized.
I'm told we're not supposed to tell people to go fuck themselves because that could be pleasurable. So we're supposed to tell them to go shit themselves.
Please outsource the fucking.
Still could be pleasurable though. That's the thing.
No KY.
In a city, if they were
no kink shaming. Some people could be into the rippage. I don't know. I'm told that we're supposed to tell them to go shit themselves because there's never a circumstance when that's a good thing.
The argument from Amber Heard.
No, she shit the bed. That's different.
Splitting hairs.
Designated a slave from Africa or Asia. If you wanted a smaller one for electronics, then it would maximize the well-being of the majority over the individual.
Reducing or eliminating civil liberties and bodily autonomy then ought to be outlawed within the society. Ultimately, whether you ground that in a supernatural God concept...
By the way, rights...
I gotta steal a pause. He also assumes statistically that there would be more non-slaves than slaves. In order to claim that majority, that also assumes what the quantities are on both sides. What if it's majority slave? Uh-oh.
Yeah. Rights restrict bodily autonomy as well, dude. It punishes action, dude. Look at every freeze frame. Every freeze frame works.
Or if you ground it in our species' evolved naturalistic capacity for empathy is irrelevant. The subjectively determined goal is agreed upon, thus the codes of acceptable behavior are agreed upon by the people.
Good. Slavery is agreed upon, therefore it's moral. If it was agreed upon that slavery was good and moral, so long as it's agreed upon, then we ought to pursue it, right?
Another issue with this worldview is it amounts to saying that the purpose of life is self-pleasure.
While that could be an individual's conclusion, that conclusion is not logically entailed by the position itself. What is logically entailed by the position is that the purpose for any one individual's life is entirely self-determined. Whether that purpose the individual has chosen for themselves is functionally beneficial, neutral...
Again, JL's view doesn't have a person. They have no self-determined. The self, itself is determined. He grants that there's people who can act in the world, and they're saying, "Oh, I'm."
No, we are open to the idea of things being deterministic, for one thing. At the same time, that we've acknowledged a self, we've established subjective. He's attempting to undo that again. No, we've established these are things.
Self-determined. I have autonomy. No. Under your view, freeze frame, every freeze frame works with this guy. Under your view, JL, there's no such thing as self-determined because the thing you're calling a self is a machine.
Quick pause. Subjective. See the word subjective. Self.
I object because that messes with my argument.
Your Honor, the defendant is making really good points.
What is it? What is the line from Liar Liar?
It's devastating to my case.
Devastating to my case.
Overruled. Good call.
Good call.
The thing you're calling a self is an it, not a self.
This is some
like a rock isn't self-determined.
This is some reductive Jordan Peterson bullshit. This semantics crap. I'm so fucking tired of this. I wish Jordan Peterson would eat a fucking bag of dicks for all this bullshit.
What do you mean by mind? What do you mean by just because you say it doesn't mean?
I swear to Christ, if I ever have to have a conversation with that fucking dog shit piece of just utter human garbage, I will have to slap the taste out of his mouth.
A waterfall isn't self-determined. There's no autonomy or choice or evaluation or will. Now, why did I start with when someone says they're an atheist and they say, my atheist belief has it doesn't bring in any other assumptions about reality? Yes, it does. It starts with a metaphysical claim that you are a person with a mind who can come to conclusions about the world. That's preceding.
Quick
that
pause. Right back to solipsism. Every damn time. It's like, if you don't have God, you may as well be a brain in a vat.
Okay.
This guy.
Feeds the view of atheism.
This motherfucker.
But atheism not only rejects universal morality, but it rejects universal purpose.
Purpose and truth. Also truth.
Sure.
Not just purpose.
Yeah, truth. That's fine.
Still not a logical defeater. If all the people within the society agree that individuals can determine the purpose for their own lives themselves, while simultaneously agreeing upon a collective purpose for the society itself, and that individual purposes should not countermand the collective goal, then your point becomes moot unless you yourself can demonstrate the existence of a source for mind stance independent moral statements.
He's in a contradiction. He's assuming in challenging the guy to produce or prove or demonstrate a universal moral purpose. He's in a performative contradiction because in his counter, he's assuming universality of coming to justified belief or argumentation or coherent position, right?
Nope.
Why, JL? Why would he do that if there's no purpose to doing that, or he doesn't have to do that?
Yeah.
Why would the
yeah, sorry. Yeah, we have lots of reason to do that. Why do we come to collective agreement? Because when we don't agree, I'm gonna have to at some point deal with the parts about you I don't like, and that once again ends with Jim Bob here ending. We need to come to that agreement because the alternative is his lack of existence. That's what we'll conclude, because we will take him out of the picture. So we come to agreements. It's what we do.
There's also a big section where I talk about how these things are solved within the legal system. Is like you can choose. I went over this whole thing where you can choose to not, like, you can determine, like, if the society collectively agrees upon a thing and it establishes a moral framework that people that within the society abide by, you can choose not to do that. You can disagree with it and choose to, like, work against it, but you will quickly find yourself no longer a part of that society anymore. Like, we have ways of dealing with that. So if you don't want to be a part of the society anymore, you can either try to fight it to change it, or you can leave. Okay. But either way, that's the established system. All right. So, but I mean, it doesn't dictate what you must necessarily do. It's simply saying that if you want to be a part of the society, that's the goal, to remain a part of the society, then you ought to do this so that you can continue enjoying the benefits of that society. But if you disagree with that and you don't want that, feel free to act in accordance with that, and the society will handle you. Unless of course you change it, to reflect what you think should be done. So
so basically, the idea of legal system basically declares what the enforcement wing is going to act on.
Which is why I broke down the 3 sections as to how those things work in conjunction with one another in order to enforce these things, or how we establish them and how we enforce them within the framework of the society. But and then I had a whole other example where there's another society that may have different, like, examples as like they may hold to different standards, like similar standards, but different, like their standards of justification may be more strict, or their standards of justification may be more lax. So like in one society, you could be determined to have justification, but in another society, you have zero justification. So it's because these things are subjectively determined. So
also the consequences vary. So you'll get societies, for instance, that actually still incorporate in the modern day cannibalism, but you realize that the cases they do this for are very selective. For for instance. So, yeah, enforcement alone, very important. And once again, this is not all morality. This is only that which gets codified in law. Law is not a synonym for all morality. Only codified portions of acceptable behavior.
Guy you're countering have to demonstrate anything to you. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you assuming some sort of purpose or direction toward truth? That why should we go there? Who's got the superior position on purpose? Well, he's saying there is none. But that would also say that there's no purpose in evaluating this. That's the meta, right? The meta always kills these people. They're in this funny game they play with themselves on their channels where they take a position that there's ultimately no purpose to having a channel and debating things. There's no purpose or direction toward truth. It's all just agreeing, right? It's all agreeing to something to pass the time. And then they're like, well, you're going to have to demonstrate to me that there's purpose. Why? Why would I do that? What's the purpose of that?
More of this Jordan Peterson bullshit.
And that was it. Because it's like there's a whole back section of the video that he did not look. So he definitely clipped things out to respond to them and I guess to generate clips, to do whatever. But I recognize big chunks that he like the whole thing with David Hume. That was a whole section because my video was like my video was over half an hour long, and I don't know if he did a live stream where he responded to this, and apparently Breakfast Tacos was over in the live chat when he was doing that. He did an entire live stream where he was responding to this video, and that live stream was like I think almost 4 hours long, responding to my entire video. So I don't know what sections he's cut out of it because he set that thing to members only, so I can't watch that. This one finally went to public, and I was able to pull it, and we were able to check it out. But he's obviously cut large sections out of it in order to, I guess, to do whatever. I'm not sure, but yeah, he there's a lot missing. So a lot of context where he would ask a question, like I set up a thing, and then I said, this is the issue that we're dealing with. Now this is how we solve it. But he cuts that whole section out so that he can ask his questions, though I don't address that, and then he just jumps over what I say to go on to the next thing. So
because he's a liar.
So as seen by the cuts that he made in my content. So yeah.
It'd be nice if we could like take those giant gaps in the conversation and build some sort of infrastructure to take these two sides and
what would you
find
call
a way? How do you get from bring those sides together? What kind of infrastructure do you think?
Well, first we need to define we need to define what's in between those two sides. We need to define that.
What do you mean by in between? What do you mean divide?
You said the word. You said it. Aha. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So I wanted to do that. I wanted to keep my mouth shut as much as possible and not respond. There were fewer insults than I thought there would be. I thought there was going to be a lot more insults. I mean, he definitely insulted me a number of times, which is whatever. But one thing I noticed that he didn't give any kind of a counter. He didn't present any argument for moral realism. And from what my gathering was, he just said I was wrong a whole bunch of times and then never backed up why I was wrong. Like he never gave a coherent.
I never saw a coherent argument against your position, not once.
Yeah, I didn't hear any logical defeaters. So
no, there was none. But I do supremely want to know what part of God's nature is definitionally against polycotton underwear.
Well, first you're going to have to define
and shellfish. What part of God's nature is against the noble shrimp? I mean, God created all the creatures, right?
Yeah, but some of them are bad.
Yeah.
Well, I was certainly hoping that was going to be a bit more of a roast on me. Yeah, Seamus, good to see you. He was also very obsessed with freeze framing you. Yeah, apparently, because I make funny faces in freeze frames. But he does as well, because it's kind of like
everybody does.
You know, when you catch someone in the middle of a word, like, and I tend to enunciate. That's just my theater training. So I enunciate when I speak. So you can catch me in a because I'm enunciating especially when I'm reading, when I'm doing my videos, I tend to enunciate so people can understand me better. So I'm not like, mush mouth, but you can catch me deal. I don't know how I guess it's funny for his audience. I know he's in the rage bait area. He's trying to be like Andrew Wilson. But he's just not as good.
Which one is Andrew Wilson again?
Debate bro, rage baiter.
Right?
Do what?
He was the one Dillahunty walked out.
Yeah, Dillahunty walked out of a debate. Like it was during Wilson's intro. They were on a modern day debate during their whole live thing. MDD, or let's say whatever the guy's name. What is his name over there? Starts with the J. James was doing one of the live deals where everybody like shows up. They were in a little lecture hall, and the debate was supposed to be which is better for society, Christianity or secular humanism. Which is better for society. So which one has the more positive, effect on society? And so they started, and Andrew went first, and so Matt didn't even get to give an intro. Okay, so Andrew started off, and all he did in his intro was attack Matt's relationship with Arden. That's all he did, and said that Matt's relationship with Arden being acceptable is a result of secular humanism. It is a secular humanism says that that's okay, and that's what makes it bad. So all he did was just attack that relationship and insult Matt, insult Arden, misgendered Arden, was just a complete and total fucking dick. And Wilson finished his intro, and Matt was like, look, I thought it went to James, like, look, I thought this was supposed to be a debate. So like, we're supposed to be debating these topics. And if he just came out here and just like insulted me, insulted Arden, like was just a complete and absolute trash. If this is the way this is going to be, I'm not going to participate in this. This is not a debate. This is just him like insulting me. And I have better things to do than just come up on stage for 2 hours and just have the dude like fucking insult me. Or so you're going to like moderate the shit, or like, what are you going to do? And James was like, I don't know. And Matt was like, okay, then I'm out of here because, I'm done with it. And
he must not have done his research on MBD.
No, I think he did. I think he put too much faith in James because James is going for the spectacle and not for the actual like exchange of ideas. And,
well, that's what I mean. If you'd have done any kind of research, I stopped listening to MDD fucking years ago because of dumb shit.
And I saw it again. I actually saw it again in a recent TikTok short. There was Wilson was on that podcast at whatever, where they bring in like girls and guys who like that. And,
fucking cunt.
So he was on that, and he was talking to this girl who runs a channel, and he asked her a straight up question, and she went to answer it, and he immediately jumped in the middle of her answer, started interrupting her and telling her that she was wrong, and she took umbrage with that and was like, "Look, you asked me a question, I'm answering it. If you don't let me answer it, and you're just gonna sit there and insult me, then you're not here for a conversation. I'm here for a debate." Okay, so you're gonna let me speak, and he's like, "No, I'm not. I don't have to let you speak. You're taking offense because you're a girl," and literally went in that direction. She was like, "If you don't," and she went to the host, like, "If you don't control your guests, there's no conversation to be had here. I'm just gonna leave." And he's like, "Oh, you're just gonna leave?" And so she's like, "Fine." She picked up her shit and she walked out. And he was like, "I win," like a fucking douchebag. Yeah, that's what he goes for. That's all he wants.
The biggest problem I have with that fucking twat waffle is that like he'll get audience on, like fucking CNN had him on with a couple other people. Like, get fucked, man. Why would you put that piece of garbage on your fucking program? Stop platforming these fucking twats.
Right.
How is he even relevant?
I don't think he is.
Because he's a spectacle, and I fucking hate the fact that, news shows nowadays need to be, quote, entertaining. It's like, man, no, they don't. They don't need to be entertaining.
I don't even know what to do with that level of scrounging. So anyway,
all right.
We brought him up for a purpose, though. What was the function of bringing him up? As far as
that's a good
yeah, we brought up him for a debate style in some way, and I forgot.
Rage bait bullshit is because he's not going for any kind of exchange of ideas. He's just going to try basically to piss off his interlocutor to the point that he can farm clips out of it and then use those to be like, look how embarrassing this guy is, without the context that I completely set him up to do that by personally attacking him and straw manning him so that I could elicit a reaction. he did the same. He tried to do the same crap to Planet Peterson, but Eric is just so like that he just doesn't give in. So
cool. He keeps cool under the collar. Yeah, it's scorched earth. That's what he's aiming for.
Thank you, Jessica, Transmetal Alchemist, for the $20 Australian. I do appreciate that. It says, what fun. See you all next Halloween. Thank you so much, Jessica. And I'll see you on the next live stream I happen to be on, maybe over breakfast tacos. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Very generous of you. And
Aussie dollars. What was that like?
I'm not sure what the exchange is on that. Let me see. Anita says, if morality were purely subjective, genocide and charity would be equally valid choices. The fact that we know that they aren't shows morality points beyond opinion to an objective moral reality. No, in moral anti-realism, it's important to understand that actions in and of themselves are neither inherent, are neither moral or immoral. Okay, moral anti-realism states that these actions are in and of themselves amoral. That moral distinctions don't apply them in any kind of mind stance independent sense. So you have the action in and of itself, and then the evaluation of whether that action is moral or immoral, okay, is done by the agent that is evaluating the action. An individual can come to a conclusion that it is moral or immoral. So that's on the individual. But if a society looks at it and says, this runs counter to a goal that we've agreed upon, like we want to accomplish this with society, so we ought outlaw this in order to accomplish that, because the system would be irrational if we set a goal for ourselves and then allowed things within the system that countermanded that goal. That would be the irrationality that Jim Bob was talking about. Okay, that would be the irrational morality in that respect. But so it's not that they're valid choices. The validity of them is determined by the context in which they are being applied. So, like, in and of itself, in a vacuum, it's just an amoral action. But in the context which is necessary, okay, to determine that kind of validity, that's where we get our justification from. That's where we determine whether that is. So, in a particular context, it would not be valid, especially if the goal is determined. So, it's not that they're equally valid choices inherently. It's just that they're just actions, and then those things are determined based upon other subjective contexts, or other contexts that are applied in that respect. But they can't be equally valid because you'll accomplish different things with that. So, and see, it makes so much sense that there was I don't even know what that is. It's another conversation.
Talking about what's his name being addicted to, or not addicted to, but abusing Xanax.
I got it. Word atheist, like every other word, has been misused to the point of meaninglessness. Whether JP was or not, the brain doesn't function well enough to get by, much less be smart. Well, yeah, atheism has been abused. I know that
something that's been abused, and this is a conversation I get into often with a lot of people about words definitionally, right? When we talk about like atheism, there's a colloquial use and agreed upon definition of what atheist means versus what I don't want to say what it actually means, but what like the textbook definition of what an atheist is. We see that with, like theory. Raven Darkster, you're hearing guitar because there's one on my lap that I'm fiddling with. This is my fidget toy, so fuck off. But like theory is one that gets me all the time when people say, well, it's just a theory. I'm like, do you fucking understand what that word, like how much weight that word carries? Talking about like scientific theory. Mm-hmm. That is that's not something that's thrown around. You folks are using theory as scientists would use. I don't even want to say like hypothesis. With hypothesis is still weightier than what people think. Well, it's just a theory. It's just a theory. Like it's just an idea. And a hypothesis, even that has a little bit more weight than what we colloquially use theory for. Same thing with atheist, right? So definitionally, JL, I don't think you're an atheist. You're an agnostic, but you're an atheistic agnostic.
I'm an agnostic. Right? I'm an agnostic atheist.
Right. That's
depending upon the God concept. If the God concept is unfalsifiable, then I'd have to be an agnostic atheist. If the definition of the God renders it like a logical impossibility, then I am a Gnostic atheist.
Oh right? Boy. Okay, hold on. Anita here just really stepped in the mud. Uh-oh. So agreement alone is in the argument. It says, and they say the key is that moral claims carry binding force. We don't just prefer kindness. We believe cruelty is wrong for everyone. That universality points to objectivity. So don't worry, you're wrong so much earlier in that sentence too. So the moral claim doesn't carry binding force. Now, see, the morality is something that each subject has. The collective agreement is not itself morality. So, for instance, the law is not itself morality. It is a collection of the agreed upon parts of each of the constituents' individual moralities as a statement of what will be enforced. So it's not that the claim carries binding force. The agreement comes bundled with an enforcement wing, because it doesn't matter what you put on paper. See, this is like understanding what a right is. A right isn't just about an agreement. A right is a statement of what you will defend. It is a statement of consequence that will be pending.
And the point of there, like that, we believe cruelty is wrong for everyone. That it's not universal by any stretch of the imagination. It's not even universal amongst in-groups. There are in-group, out-group distinctions. That which you apply to the in-group does not necessarily mean you apply to the out-group, especially if that out-group is a threat to your in-group. So these things don't apply, which is why we often see in the tribalistic nature of human beings that the rules that apply to members of the tribe do not apply equally to members that are not to people that are not members of the tribe, which is why we get into conflicts with them, over resources, over whatever we happen to be fighting about. So in that respect, so we see these because this is what we expect to see as social animals through the bonding process and stuff like that. But these are individuals that are in our orbit. These are our parents. These are our peers. These are the individuals that are amongst our communities. But you have one community over here and you have one community over here. And if that community is unknown, then that community, just by virtue of being unknown, presents an existential threat to yours because you don't know what their intentions are. So the idea is that the rules that apply that keep your society or your community stable do not necessarily need to apply to that community over there, because their stability presents an existential presents a potential existential threat to yours. So that one should be viewed with suspicion, because that is what works best for you, and that the rules that apply to you should not apply to them in the event that they are hostile to you. Okay. Otherwise, if you try to apply it universally, someone's going to come in and try to take advantage of you or destabilize you, and you won't do anything about it. Okay. This is how we get the differentiations, and justification, stuff like this. But it's in-group, out-group distinctions, which is just what we expect if moral realism is the case. If it is the case, then this is exactly what we would expect to see, which is another major point that I made in my video that Jim Bob didn't add in there. It was actually how I concluded my video.
Obviously, you didn't make that point, because if you did, Jim Bob, being the honest interlocutor that he is, would have included it and made sure to refudiate. Yes, I know what it is.
Just like I said, it's like determining which one is true. Like, we can say that it is most likely the case that moral realism is not the case, because we have thus like that. So there's no epistemic reason why we have no epistemic justification to believe that such things exist. I mean, there are Platonists out there, but ultimately, the majority of philosophers, they can't justify these things. They'll try to ground them in things external of minds, but there's no real way. They're just begging the question. Moral anti-realism, it could very well be the case. There's no logical contradiction in that being the case, but what would we expect to see if moral anti-realism were the case? Like, what would that entail? And we look at society, we look at how we work, we look at the things that go on, we look at the evidence at hand, and all the signposts point towards moral anti-realism. And all the arguments against it, because they can't rationally justify their position, result in appeals to emotion, specifically appeals to consequence. They don't like the consequences of people disagreeing with their moral frameworks just because one person disagrees with another person. Okay. One person wants to be right. Well, what's the thing that makes them right? Well, if moral anti-realism is the case, nothing, technically. Okay. So we need to find a common ground. Whereas if they're appealing to a God, I'm right because I appeal to a God because the God said it's right in that respect. And so that's how they just justify that crap. Right, or unless you're T-Jump and he tries to appeal to the moral field, like it's some sort it has its own particles and shit, which is weird.
I didn't want to name him every time you mentioned about an atheist, moral realist. I'm like, is retardation really the goal here? But I want to jump back to the previous one there, because they try to mention the idea that we believe cruelty is wrong for everyone. Sure, tell it to apartheid countries. Tell it to South Africa. Tell it
to what's going on in fucking Western Bank right now. I mean, get the fuck out of here.
No, in Gaza, yeah. What's going on in Gaza?
Tell it to the skinheads and the KKK going out there.
Tell it to the Ukrainians.
Who is this we you're talking about? How is that suddenly a subset and you're counting this everybody and we all agree?
Tell that to the Ukrainians.
Maybe this little clump of we, but don't call it universal.
Tell it to those senators that were assassinated up in Minnesota.
Yeah, cruelty. Let's look at homosexuals being launched off of rooftops. Oh yeah, stoning. Yeah. So no, your universality is gone. Look outside.
But we universally agree that people who we don't agree with should be stoned or thrown off bridges. And it's so come on.
Wildness. All right. I'll agree. T-Jump is a thinker, and it's better than a Jesus follower. I agree with that. There's a lot of things that I agree with T-Jump on. I do. He and I depart ways very heavily on the moral realism, on like the his moral realism versus my moral anti-realism. Ultimately, I have the evidence on my side and parsimony on my side, and but the good thing about T-Jump is he's intellectually honest and he recognizes that. He'll still make the argument for it. He just knows that he has no way of like grounding that. He has to like axiomatically hold that this is the case. And he acknowledges that there are a lot that it reduces to absurdity, that when you like in his mind, if you take it to its logical conclusion, essentially a lion taking a gazelle is an immoral act because it literally violates the free will, or was it? Yeah, it imposes will upon the gazelle. So the lion taking the gazelle is an immoral act in his worldview, and he recognizes that that's silly. Okay, that seems like a silly statement. He bites the bullet, and I have no problem with that. He's willing to do it, which means he's just being intellectually consistent, which is fine, or logically consistent, which is great. But we depart very heavily on that.
I'm not sure logically consistent is the right term for that. He's sticking to his guns.
He's sticking to his guns.
Yeah,
I mean,
this is saying, yes, this is cognitive dissonance. But I've made my choice. I have chosen cognitive dissonance.
That's the hill he wants to be on, and he can be on that hill, and he can die upon the hill, and I will die upon my hill until someone provides me evidence that would warrant me moving to another hill, which I have always stated multiple times.
I don't know if I like the nature is very immoral comment. I'm not sure if I agree.
It's not. These things don't apply.
Whose system are we judging this on again?
Right.
Which subject is doing this?
If you think about it, the converse is actually true, which is weird and I believe that turns into a performative contradiction, because if the lion, in T-Jump's worldview, if the lion takes the gazelle, that's an immoral act because it's an imposition of will over the gazelle, the lion imposing its will over the gazelle. But if the gazelle constantly outruns the lion and the lion invariably starves to death, then the gazelle has imposed its will over the lion's life. And by virtue of running away, that is an immoral act because the lion dies as a result of it.
It seems like we're in a morality conundrum.
It's a performative contradiction. That's why it doesn't work that way. It's kind of like, well, if the lion doing this thing is immoral, then the opposite cannot also be immoral. Okay, then in T-Jump's worldview, both of them just standing there looking at each other and never doing anything, because the gazelle can't eat the grass either, because that would be imposing its will upon the grass. The grass is a living organism. There you go. So the two of them just have to stand there and literally starve to death. But because they both result in death and they're allowing nature to invoke its will over it because of the moral field, then that's immoral. See, it just reduces to absurdity once you take it to its logical conclusion, which is why I agree with Leo. I don't get why the vast majority of theists or a good vast majority of philosophers are moral realists. There is no real way there's no way to rationally justify that position. It makes no sense to me. So, and there's no problem with moral anti-realism. It just puts the onus of finding the common ground on us instead of having to appeal to something external of us in order to try and justify our preferences or our what we call our stances. That never sat well with me. So, and the thing that really opened the door for this was me sitting in congregation when I was a believer, sitting in my congregation and listening to my pastor, doing the opening thing, and him cracking a joke at the expense of the Baptists, because the Baptists and the Methodists historically have a lot of bad blood between them. And he cracked a joke at the expense of the Baptists, and everybody in the congregation laughed. Ha, this is so funny. Ha, those silly Baptists. And it struck me as wrong, because I was like, hey, hang on a sec. Why are we making fun of them behind their backs when they're not, especially when they're not here to defend themselves? Aren't we technically supposed to be on the same side? We may have different interpretations, but we're both following the same path. Why are we on the same path and laughing at each other like that? I knew what it was like as a child to be bullied and to have people talk shit behind your back and make you feel small. I know what that feels like intimately, and it sucks. So why are we actively doing it in church to other denominations just because we happen to disagree on some nuances of the faith, and which are ultimately, when you boil them down in the context of Christianity, are kind of irrelevant. So I'm kind of like, why are we doing this? Because these things are subjectively determined. And that kind of like will help to open the door as to understanding is like, we need these things. And that happened when I was like 13, 12, I was 13 years old when that went down. And I was like, what? It's like, that doesn't feel right. Why does that not track? I have to understand why that doesn't track. Nobody can give me an answer. So I went and learned. And now I know why, because it's fucking subjective. Because moral anti-realism, because we're the in group. They're the out group.
At the end of the day, I think we should all just get stoned.
Well, JM, it's not because the grass feels pain. It's not about pain. That's another factor, but we're not factoring that in. We're saying will. In T-Jump's worldview, the imposition of will, me exerting my will over another living organism. Okay, he views that the imposition of will is inherently immoral, is objectively immoral. The imposition of will. Now, when it comes to humans, like say in instances of grape or murder, that's understood and that's analytically true by virtue of their legal definitions. Okay, but that we can understand that. But if you take this to its logical conclusion, in like nature, the lion taking the gazelle is the lion imposing its will over the gazelle's life. Okay, in order to sustain its own, it's an imposition of will, which is inherently immoral. But you flip that, the gazelle constantly outrunning the lion starving to death because it can't catch it. That's immoral because it's the gazelle imposing its will over the lion. So which one is which? They can't both be. If the definition of that, because unless they're both immoral, which means the only moral action is for both of them to just stand there and starve to death. So, because you can't impose your will over anything else that is in itself, it has its own like identity in that respect, or I guess its own life. And so
basically, though, in the debate with T-Jump presenting this to you, he's attempting to take the contents of your mind and replace it with his own, correct?
Oh no, he's imposing his will.
I think so. Yeah,
so he wants to override your will.
Well, I think he never invokes the ought.
T-Jump being in a debate is immoral.
T-Jump's going straight to hell.
You're trying to convince somebody. You're trying to override their will with your own.
With your application of logic. Agreed. And JM is like, I agree. It's all immoral, moral agents and patience is what it comes down to. It's effectively it's the way I've always structured it, and what Jim Bob completely ignores is that I have expressed many times. I know Andrew has heard it, Johnny has heard it before. That I try to make as few assumptions as possible. I recognize that we are living organisms, that we have what we determine to what we call agency, the ability to make decisions, and that we have a naturally evolved capacity for empathy that is not identical amongst all humans, but we do have the capacity to internalize the experiences of other people. The vast majority of our population does. It's not the same. It's not a cookie cutter. It's not one size fits all. Some feel it. Some don't feel it at all. Some lack the capacity. Some are over. What's the word? When you feel it too much, are
stimulated.
They're overstimulated by it. Like they internalize to a degree that it results in like analysis paralysis and shit like that. So but that's what we expect. We would expect to see that if there is a physical undergirding to this whole thing. If it is a result of our evolution and our genetic predispositions, then we would expect to see variation in the applicability of our empathy, of our ability to do so as a social species, which is what we see. We see it not only in us, but other species as well. So if we take that makes no assumptions beyond what we have access to. We can say we can demonstrate these things are here. And then I work from there. Our species as a collective, all 8 billion of us, we have the natural capacity to have, and we have natural capacity of empathy. That empathy informs us as to what we prefer and what we don't prefer by internalizing, by taking our own subjective experiences, our like what we have, like, ow, I smashed my hand. Ow, that hurts. And then I see someone else smash somebody else's hand. Oh, that I don't like that because I know what that feels like. I can internalize their experience and I don't want to see that happen again. And so I use my empathy to inform my moral distinctions, what I determined to be moral and immoral based upon my preferences. Okay. And then I use those distinctions to inform my moral statements, the statements that I make about things external of myself that are moral and immoral. And they all stem from me. That the majority of us in the population happen to agree is not a sign of objective morality, of mind stance independence. It just means that as a social species, that's evidence of our of our common evolution, of how we evolved and how we've survived. But you notice how it's not universal. Not all humans have that capacity. And what in 100,000 years ago, what did we do with such people? We kicked them out of the tribe. We left them to nature. Okay, they were too dangerous to have around, so we just, or they were like, they were a sap on resources, so we just got rid of them. We just kick them out and let nature take its course. And that's how we maintain. That's how we artificially selected for our capacity for empathy, by making sure that those who couldn't empathize less likely had children, and that those who did have the ability to empathize had more kids. And that's how we proliferated empathy throughout our species. But nowadays, we don't do that anymore. Nowadays, we have structures that allow those that lack empathy to persist and have children. And that's why we see these things. It's a smaller percentage, but it still exists, which is what we would expect if evolution were the case. So it's parsimonious. It's ontologically parsimonious in that respect and backed by the evidence. And I don't like, so there's no reason to go any further than that.
Yeah, I'd say that basically it goes in waves, though, the same way that you said that those who might be psychopaths have a certain amount of shielding more now than they might have earlier. That's sort of true, but I also believe that it'll be cyclical. It's like there's a question about when you hit breaking points. That'll be the question, is when we hit breaking points. Because once you get to a certain point, there's going to be an impasse. And that's where like civil wars and things happen. Yeah, it's going to get messy if we allow that to bottle up to a point where that separation becomes wide enough. It'll be violently polarizing.
Right.
So yeah, but the correction is damn near inevitable. I mean, on a long enough where things are allowed to continue, unless a structure is somehow really resilient in terms of protecting that divide. It requires to allow it to fester that bad and not implode. That's the thing. That's it's like a Prince Rupert drop just waiting to explode.
Yeah. If you think about it in context of like World War II, when you talk about like, I know that theists bring up Germany and the Holocaust and the Third Reich all the time, but if you think about it in that context, not every single member of all the members of the Third Reich, not all of them were like, complete psychopaths. Not every single one of them. It wasn't like a collective of psychopaths that got together and decided to do this shit. No, there were select psychopaths that were in position of power that made decisions, whatever, like we could say that, or they were like mentally ill in some regard, but they were functional in that regard. So, but the vast majority, like the whole army, they were not just an army of psychopaths. They were an army of individuals doing what was deemed they needed to do as a part of their in-group. Okay, that was their tribe. The Genghis Khan may have been a total sociopath, but it doesn't mean that every single member of his army was. In fact, there were many Germans who were a part of that army who had extreme reservations about what they were doing. And they either wound up defecting, surrendering, or just running like completely going AWOL and just disappearing into the countryside. Or many people even just fled before the war kicked off because they did not. And those individuals who were either too afraid to stand up to the regime, or simply was like, I'm just going to go along with it because I'm just following orders. They can ameliorate the circumstances in order to get by. Those are the individuals that vast majority of them just wound up sticking around. Okay, but it doesn't make them doesn't absolve them of culpability for their actions. So ultimately, even in the Third Reich, the vast majority were not psychopaths. They were empathetic human beings, okay, who were just working alongside their tribe. Okay, so
that's potentially problematic, though. It seems like we're giving people who fought for the systematic removal of groups of people solely based on religion, like a pass. You know what I mean?
Yeah, not giving them. No, that's what I said. It doesn't make them, doesn't absolve them of culpability. They are culpable for their actions of what they've done. Okay, but to try and just like wipe them all out, just be like, oh, we're just gonna write them all off as all a bunch of psychopaths who just wanted to kill everyone. That's not reality. The reality is you had a lot of very, very cowardly individuals and a lot of apathetic individuals who were simply going along with it, just like we see today in the United States with the National Guard. We have a whole lot of people who are either too afraid to stand up to it, too afraid to stand up to what's going on, or they're just apathetic. They'll be like, I'm just a soldier. I just do what I'm told. I ain't paid to see shit. I'm just paid to, do whatever. And then I go and do it. And then when my time is up, I'll get out. Okay. But they'll be able to ameliorate that. It can be like, my political opinions are irrelevant because of the contract I signed as a soldier. I take orders and then I execute orders. That's all I do. I'm not paid to have an opinion. And so,
yeah, well, but that might not be the best. That might not be the best argument either, because even within what it is to be a soldier, and I'm not going to speak intelligently of specifically what it is to be a soldier, but there are certain oaths that you take. The biggest one being to the Constitution and not to
not to individuals. Yeah,
not to individuals. So, soldiers are allowed to question, quote, immoral orders or illegal orders. Doesn't happen all the time, no, because again, of that fear
and being ostracized by your peers. Sure. If you're the squeaky wheel, you will get the grease.
Yeah.
So more than just that is realizing that you'll face immediate retribution, and justice is something you're hoping to get in the end, which means you have to wait for the whole process to play out for them to find out if the system agrees. Now, what happens when the rest of the system is also stacked with the people who are willing to issue those orders in the first place?
Right.
So, yeah, this is like saying this is the same sort of way, for instance, you'll get people who end up being put into jail, but never escape jail because they can't get bond. And they have to wait for the whole system to play out before they even go, oh, well, you were never really guilty. Oh, oops. Well, there goes years of your freedom.
Right.
It's the slowness of the system keeps people in line a lot.
Right. Yeah. Being caught up in it is just, the prospect of it is enough to keep people going, lose, but I could be innocent and I could still lose my character in the public space. I could lose my home. I could lose my job. I could lose all of this, and I'm still innocent of what went down. But just because I got caught in the system, it looks a certain way. The court of public opinion is merciless in that respect. But that's what we expect to see. That's what we would expect. So
we're kind of like off on some rabbit trails, but it's kind of one of the things that I see when people talk about like celebrity A gets caught up in an accusation from somebody, and celebrity A just pays a hush money, so to speak. Well, they're automatically guilty. Maybe they were like, look, regardless of how this goes down, this is not a good look for me. Let me just get this to go away right now so I can start putting distance between this, And
Jinju is right here. Soldiers are required to disobey unlawful orders. Immorality doesn't come into it. Agree with that. I agree with that. The problem is the first one through the door always gets bloody, because I mean, that's why whistleblowers are under that's why whistleblowers understand the threat. The threat is just that is implicit, the implicit threat to what they're doing. They're the first one through the door. The first one through the door always gets bloody because you're literally, you're the first one in the line of fire. You're poking your head out.
Yeah,
that's the risk you take. And so the first person who speaks up, like I said, the squeaky wheel is gonna get the grease. Okay, so whether that's what, if you're willing to risk, if you're willing to accept what you could lose in favor of justice, okay, and how much that justice will affect you. A lot of the problems is that people will see the immorality or the inequity, and they'll be like, I disagree with this, but me fighting for it, I'll end up, if I stick my hand up and if I stand up and I try to fight against this, I have more to lose than I could potentially gain because I'm fighting for other people. Okay. But if I lose, they still lose. And then I lose everything for a cause that we couldn't have won. So now I've sacrificed everything I had, and they're not getting anything either. So what good did it, just standing up, is that good enough? And people will weigh that risk reward analysis, because what if they're not going to gain anything in the end? Say they're successful, they gain very little, if nothing, whereas a whole bunch of other people gain something. Well, great, now you look like a hero. Okay, but it doesn't shake out that way. Now you fucked yourself, and they're still boned. So,
yeah,
messy world on that.
Yep. And of course, this being the case, because we see this, is not a logical defeater, which is what essentially, what's his name, Sanctus was trying to do, appealing to shit like that as to why moral realism. That's the practicality of it. Is like, if this isn't the case, but that's not a logical defeater. It just means that the onus for these things is on us, and it's very, very hard because there's fucking 8 million of us. Imagine how much easier this was when we existed, like when there was like 200 million humans on the planet, and we all existed separately from each other in like tribes of like 200 to 500. Okay, and we were like all over the planet. How much easier is that? 8 billion interconnected human beings, like 9 billion
million of us were ever, quote, all over the planet. There were like pockets of like 2 concentrations of peoples.
Oh yeah, like in the Middle East and Mesopotamia and shit like this. But if you think about it in that respect, like if things were a lot easier 10,000, 50,000, 100,000 years ago, okay, when our groups were small, easier to control, easier to enforce. When you have 3 kids and the lamp is broken, it's pretty easy to figure out which one did it. In most occasions, you could be like, you can figure out the guilty parties. No.
You said when we have 3 kids and the lamp is broken. You meant when we have 1 kid.
Well, yeah, we have 1 kid and the lamp is broken. It's pretty easy to figure out who did it. But, we kind of did it to ourselves in that respect. So, and something interesting to look into for people in the live chat, check out the existential elk problem, which I find really, really fascinating. The existential elk is a really fascinating philosophical, philosophical position, in that our evolved sense of self-awareness is actually detrimental to us. Ultimately, because it leads to things like existential dread and analysis paralysis and all kinds of like cognitive issues, which ultimately reduces our survivability, because we are so aware of the things that we do and the consequences of what we do, and the consequences we impose upon our actions. And so that level of consciousness, our awareness, has become like the antlers of the Irish elk. The Irish elk is an extinct elk that lived all across the Isles and into Asia and everything like this. And one of the largest deer to ever live. It had antlers that went out upwards of 12 feet. So, and the sexual selection, okay, just, evolution, sexual selection, the males with the biggest antlers are like that. Well, that led to more males getting bigger antlers, and bigger antlers being the feature, until those antlers got so fucking big, it impeded their ability to survive, because the areas where they roamed, where they naturally grazed, were typically heavily treed. When your antlers are 12 feet wide, you can't run from predators. And so, combination of climate change and human hunting and the sexual selection resulted in their extinction. So their antlers led to their demise. Just like the polar bear, its specialization will invariably lead to its demise in the face of climate change. Our reasoning and our awareness, our evolved capacity for consciousness, has resulted in us having these cognitive issues because of how aware we are, that leads to us leads to increases in suffering, and ultimately reduces our survivability because of our inability to act and our overanalyzation of particular scenarios. So it makes us apathetic, it makes us prone to depression, it makes us prone to inaction, and invariably this reduces, on a population scale, reduces our survivability, and literally could lead to our extinction.
I want to know really quick before Andrew, you say what you're going to say. I want to say this. I did not take the obvious penis joke that was there with the elk story about sea ladies. This is why you don't go after the most hung dudes. Because, you know what I mean? But I did it, and now I kind of just did. But whatever. It was almost a growth moment. Pun intended. Fuck.
Well, I could take that a step further with you when you take a look at the great ape family and you look at the proportionate size of that appendage, we got the biggest form out of the rest of the great apes. So you realize we actually selectively, we genetically sort of favored the selection of the biggest one out there. Yep. So what you're really saying is we're winning. So with that in mind, that's right. You all know I've got the biggest dick. I just wanted that established. Okay. Yeah. So on the other side, though, you also just hit the biggest slippery slope there, JL. Like, oh no, it's detrimental to us. Yeah, by what? 0.0002%. What was the relevance of that? It's like saying, oh yeah, that'll count against us. How much? What, do you want to put a number on that? Because apparently we be fucking. Okay, we be fucking just fine. Is this hurting our ability to continue fucking and populating?
Not as such. Not.
I give you planet Earth. You tell me where the problem is, because apparently it's working.
I don't subscribe to existential elk. I just found it fascinating.
Don't get me wrong. I feel for him. It's true. And maybe we should do something about that. But I don't think it's the problem they want to pretend it is.
Yeah. I don't necessarily hold to it. It's just something that was positive that I found kind of interesting. Using the extinction of the extinction of the Irish elk to illustrate human existential angst, which I found kind of fascinating, is like how much existential angst did we suffer from, so far. If you look at other species or like that, how much of it isn't an issue now, but now that we're at this point, our species tends to suffer from it a lot. And so that can result in a lack of survivability as a result of inaction, apathy, depression, and other kind of cognitive issues in which we don't do what we need to do to improve our efforts of survivability because we're too worried about a bunch of other middling shit that really ultimately doesn't matter in the scope of the survivability of our species. We're too busy focused on things that don't ultimately matter. And so that ultimately reduces our survivability because we're not focusing on what we need to do to survive. Like, for example, climate change. We're not doing what we need to do because of the existential angst over a number of other issues instead of simply focusing on the problem at hand. Climate change is a threat, and we need to solve it now because it is an existential threat to our survival. But we refuse to do anything because of all the fucking arguments around it and all of our analysis and our awareness of all these issues. These people losing here, these people gaining here, blah, 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 like this. And ultimately, we're kind of driving ourselves towards our own extinction through the devastation of the biome if we continue to do this. So
we're a little circular, unfortunately, because at that point, when you realize we're in a debate about this, you're going to have one side that actually doesn't figure there is a problem. See, now this is one side who does see it versus one side who doesn't. So technically, it's the person who's potentially feeling the existential threat. They're actually doing harm to themselves in a sense. While they think they're actually trying to help everyone else, you could argue that they're actually harming themselves because of that stress that they're putting on themselves, lowering their own survivability.
Right.
On something it's a question about whether or not it's established or not. Now, this is a necessary product of the process of debate as it is. This is going to have to happen. But it's like saying, worrying about cancer, that can cause ulcers. Don't worry about the cancer, okay? Ulcers are real, is it the tail wagging the dog? Depends which way you want to look at it. Everything depends upon a certain point of view. I believe there's a phrase out there somewhere in the sci-fi world. It's true from a certain point of view.
From a certain point of view.
Yeah. We got to ask ourselves how much we're hurting ourselves in the process. That's kind of the way that goes.
Ben Kenobi.
Yep.
Oh, there we go.
But yeah, it's true from a certain point of view.
Which is more science fantasy than science fiction.
And
although, and I've made this argument before that it's a space western, that's science fantasy, not science fiction. I'm gonna have to go back and amend that because there is a solid argument that because Star Wars is a political what is the word I'm looking for? Allegory, yes, but there's a political conversation that's happening with the vehicle of Star Wars that it does become science fiction. So Oh, Andrew, don't do this. My dissertation was in science fiction, so
I'm just trying to parse it to tell you.
Yeah, no,
I'm not sure I actually got what you were.
So the underlying themes of what makes something science fiction versus not science fiction, one of like the staples of good science fiction is the political commentary that happens within the work, right? So go back and take a look at 100%. You can make that face all you want, but it's okay to be wrong every now and again, Andrew. But you go back and look at go back and name any piece of science fiction right now. Name any piece. Go ahead, name one.
Okay, any piece.
Any science fiction that you can think of.
Political. Let's see.
No, give me a work of science fiction.
Alien.
So the
Predator.
Okay.
The Thing.
Again, slow the fuck down. Do you want like my responses, or are you just going to name it? Because we can be here all day. So if you want to talk about how the Thing is not, there's not a political discussion in amongst the Thing, then we're kind of missing like half of the point of the Thing.
Oh no, I mean, I know that there is. There's the communism,
right?
Which translates from the Howard Hawks deal, because that was prevalent at that time. Yeah,
right. Predator. If we're going to talk about Predator, there's 100%. By the way, there was a guy who made an argument that the opening scene of Predator showing the spaceship ruins the movie. And after he made his argument, I'm thinking like, yeah, that kind of does actually.
Does kind of spoil it, yeah.
Yeah, it does.
The ambiguity of like what exactly is hunting us would have been, yeah.
It would have been so much more. Valuable without having that opening scene.
I wonder if that's why Split Second was so fucking good. You ever see Split Second with Rutger Hauer?
Yeah, maybe.
Because that was strong, but there was a level of ambiguity as to what exactly the killer was. You know, is it a person? Because it very well could be, but because we never actually got a sense of like what it was, other than it was a killer. So it could be a person. Oh, and he likes to bite hearts and shit. It's like, well, what the hell is going on here? And then slowly but surely we're fed bits and pieces to this is not a human killer. Until eventually we see the fucking thing and it's like a goddamn demon or some shit. So
Tony, pick a sample. I'm wondering about like when you mentioned political. If we take some movies that are a little more encapsulated, that don't involve a larger movement of people, how about just an isolated thing like The Thing?
Yeah, we just talked about that. Where were you like 5 seconds ago?
I missed. I think I missed a reference to that in there. Wrapped up.
And here. So the argument about The Thing, Alien and The Thing, two arguments that you can counter with not necessarily being science fiction is that it's more horror science fiction, which in itself is a little bit different. But even still, if you look at the commentary, like in Alien specifically, it's very much an anti-rape story.
There's also an anti-capitalism there.
100%, well. Right, yeah, right.
Because Weyland-Yutani sacrificing people for its own profit and profit, shit like that, yeah.
Right, and it's so that is like ingrained inside of the story of Alien, and then looking at The Thing, you can look at the anti-communist undertones there. I don't think Carpenter leaned as much into that aspect of the story as he did the other political stories that he leaned to in like They Live, for instance. That is that is like science fiction horror personified. Like
put on the fucking glasses.
Yeah, put on the glasses. I timed that fight the other day, and it's every bit of 5 minutes and 22 seconds.
So I guess the question is it inherent to science fiction, or is it just inherent to almost all human storytelling?
Okay, so Tony Regime.
I'm wondering whether you're actually pinning it on this particular class. It may be a good vehicle.
Well, hang on a second. So Tony Regime brought up a similar objection, talking about then all fiction. Not even fiction. Yeah, all fiction is science fiction because sci-fi could take place anywhere, anytime, with any technological level. But so I would argue that like a romance isn't a science fiction story.
Well, true, but is it political? This is the distinction.
Well, okay, yeah, but so the argument isn't that all political stories are science fiction stories. All science fiction stories have political elements in them, right? That's part of what makes it a science fiction story.
I think it might be because of how politics interweaves with scientific application.
Right.
And so far as to go, like scientific exploration, I think they ultimately kind of like how you justify how far you're willing to go in that respect. Like, at what point do we stop the science in the say, because science will bring you knowledge, but like how far is too far? And so I could see that could inform some political undertones.
Well, I think it's more in a sense where they put us into situations where we have to ask ourselves how we're going to handle something. And handling things, period, is policy in some sense or scale. So that's a question of scale, which is why I try to bring up a more isolated system. Like the thing was within a complex where even roles and authority was, a whole lot harder to say, hey, you have to follow a particular military structure versus anybody could be the thing. Structure has dissolved almost.
Right.
So that was why I brought it up. It was a lot more isolated, because once we actually have to deal with a thing, policy is inherent with dealing with any larger structure. So if you're looking like an existential threat, for instance, well, yeah,
right.
Policy.
I think that's for the thing. My biggest argument would be that it's not science fiction just because there are scientific elements or space elements that come into the story. That in itself doesn't necessarily make it science fiction. So there's multiple things that you want to, like boxes you want to check when dealing with something that fits in science fiction. But any good science fiction, generally any science fiction, like hardcore science, take a look at like the biggest one, right? We could talk about Dune all day long. Dune is like the political imperialism, etc., all throughout. I mean, Frank Herbert himself said this is a very political novel. Take a look at Clockwork Orange, deeply political, with like mind control when it comes to the betterment of society in order to keep people safe. Take a look at even Nathaniel Hawthorne's The Birthmark can be looked at as a quasi like proto science fiction story, because this is a story that deals with like the morality, there's that word again, of perfection and the pursuit of perfection. Like once you finally get it, what is the end result? Like, for instance, because in his story The Birthmark, the scientist's wife is the most beautiful thing ever, with the exception of this birthmark that's on her face. And his pursuit of her perfection ends with him removing the birthmark, where she becomes perfect. But as a result of removing the birthmark, the procedure kills her. So now she's like, that was the end game. That was what happens, or what happened when perfection was achieved. So anyway, yeah.
Yeah, actually, well, in the same way fantasy could fill the same role, I think it's basically that it enables us to examine situations that we don't consider normal to where we are, in order to set up that framework for us to make that evaluation on. So it's just it's a functional tool for the job. But to say that it's naturally an inherent part of the thing, I'd say it's more like the attempt to create the story is allowing us like the liberty to invent the mechanism that will allow the story to play out, to make the point that we want to make. So it could just as easily be fantasy as science fiction, for instance. That's just like a literary choice. So it's the motivation just gave a couple of options for selection. But by the same token, that when you sort of describe that all good science fiction, this is no true science fiction would lack political angle.
Right. I mean, that's kind of
no true science fiction, right? Right, JL?
Yeah.
I get it. We're trying to bring in some philosophy. You're trying to philosophize me right now. As
I can't imagine what you're hinting at.
Now he's a philosophizer.
He's a philosophizer, yeah. No, and again, that's why my caveat earlier was like the argument that I used to make about Star Wars not being science fiction. I think there is a legitimate argument that would suggest that Star Wars could be considered science fiction, because it's not just this fantasy world. It's, there's also a very deeply political message that is like the point of the point of Star Wars is to talk about the Holocaust. Like that's the reimagining of the Holocaust.
Well, on that note, I think it's about time, because we've been going about 5.5 hours, and
we've diverged.
Yeah, we have diverged, but I think it's a good spot. I want to say, hey, new UG, good to see you. Glad you popped in to say hi. And a bunch of people that I think I missed, but Baxter Carbide, BK Flex, good to see you all. And I want to thank you everybody for hanging out. This has been fun. So this was I want to thank my guest, Andrew. Thank you for coming on, and Johnny, and of course to Leo Phileas out there. Appreciate that. I'm getting tired, you can tell. This has been going on a lot. We have like 5.5 hours, but this was the annual Halloween stream. We did some, if you go back and watch, if you're just now getting here, we did some creepy video debunking. We did a review where I got, semi-roasted by a guy who doesn't know what he's talking about, and talked about, monsters around the United States, all kinds of cool stuff. So, but this is what we do. I do this every year where I have a fun little stream where we do like spooky stuff and, and have some fun. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. This was a blast. And thank you all to all the super chats and the milestone chats. I love all that stuff. And thank you all so much. You support the channel. I couldn't do it without you. So you guys rock. Thank you guys. Appreciate you hanging out with me tonight.
Yeah, man.
Great times as always.
Definitely. And you guys have a safe Halloween out there. If you're planning on going out, be safe, get lots of candy, or, party on, be responsible. And I have new content coming out here pretty soon that I'm currently working on. Right now, I have some big projects that are taking my attention away that I need to finish, that I'm working on there, which is why there's kind of been, very little going on, but I have stuff coming out. So I hope you'll enjoy that. And as always, thank you so much for hanging out. Happy Halloween. All right. We'll catch y'all later. I have no outro, so I'm just going to end it.
Well, I was giving your best friend a bunch of pause faces.
What does this button do? Wait.